like, we hope you brought pizza, right? Can I do something like, hello, fellow adventurer, welcome to the world of Guy's creation. I beckon you to sit, drink, be merry, and enjoy the festivities. And no, I do not use obsidian Xerolix. I use Grok, but I mainly use it for editing. But if I'm stumped on a story, I'll throw, like, we do full plots and stuff. No! I was so close! Oh my god, yes! For sure, brother. Thank you very much, Deja. So remember, guys, you are fucking awesome. I love you. Thanks for hanging out. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Well, that's where it depends on what you want your overlay to look like, right? So you can have some sort of overlay in the background like I have, or you can have, like most people do, where it's just like, you know, like the gaming one that I have, where it's just the screen and then my camera. And that's why you can have different scenes, you can swap between things. You can have like a black screen or something if you need to bring something up on screen, or, you know, something like that. So that's why I have like 15 different fucking scenes and like 25 different sources for all of my scenes. Because then you're going to want to go to Twitch, and you're going to want to go to your alert overlays, and you're going to want to add your alert overlays. It's Sinister! Sinister X Kings X79. He needs like what? You need like 3 more? 3 more to hit 50? Last I saw, it's either 46 or 47?
I had 50 like 3 days ago. Shit, I'll take more. I actually changed my goal to 100, so...
I'm not a normal viewer, bro. I'm kind of strange, you know.
I fucking love you, Smokey. Fuck yeah, kind of strange, man.
Truth, bro, you know.
So all you need to do is just change your alerts to whatever you want your alerts to do, and then, you know, you're good to go. If you want to put the background on the background and set it up like I have it, feel free. It's the idea that it doesn't matter how dumb, retarded, what medical condition you have or whatever, it's your personality that counts. That's why I say never marry an idea. Everything is up in the air. No matter how much you love it, you're going to have to throw it away. But it's like the amount of time that it takes, because you only bring in like 1 or 2 characters at a time, right? Like, you go to each city and you bring in the adventurer and their would-be squire. Then another adventurer and their would-be squire. Has a ton of characters. Yeah. Husai's character motivation is, oh shit, I think I'm being blackmailed. So he's kind of running away, kind of investigating, but he needs to get out of the place that he's at. It doesn't have to be good, Bomb Dropper. Nothing has to be good. It just has to, you just have to want to express yourself. The want to express yourself is good enough for me. I don't care about the quality of the writing. That's not what I'm looking at. I'm only looking at the ideas. What are you trying to convey? What are you trying to tell me? Do I understand what you're trying to tell me? Do I create an image? Can I get something out of it? That's all I care about. I don't like it, but it is what it is, and you gotta do what you gotta do, right? So remember, guys, stay true to you. I fucking love you. Thanks for hanging out. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! We're fully spectrumed! We go all across all sides. This stream. So is fired from work. Actually going there kind of ruins that unless you add another far off vista. You always have to have something that's out of reach, that's talked about, dreamed about, but never obtained. Because then the people will be like, well, there's these things that they know of that they've never been to, so imagine the things that they don't know about. Taboo, questionable stories with very, very tough, real-world, like, parables and consequences and reflections of real life and satire, irony, and horror, disgust, terribleness, and showing the darkest of humanity. So we have a collection of 12 short stories that are all like basically like, it's the idea of chicken soup for the teenage soul. Poor Smoked. Smokey loves it, don't worry. That's why he's here. It's a collection of 12 short stories that are all like kind of parable type stories that are like chicken soup for the teenage soul. But don't worry, Smokey, I love you even though we are divided by chat. It's true. We love you, Smokey. You're the best. You're the OG. If Tangier is with Todd, that's kind of what threw me off. And then Leopold and Monica are with Todd. But weren't Leopold, like, wasn't their goal to destroy the 5 pillars? Right, Smokey? Fuck you, Smokey. Do you enjoy morally twisted, fucked up, and, all around, I would say smokadite, but like smoked but it said, I put a T so that it became smotadite, and he became smotadite, the half-brother of Aphrodite. But I'll have like 1 meal a day, maybe another half meal, like an appetizer, like nachos, or a bowl of cereal, or like a small pizza or something, and build a bunch of different characters and have like 20 different profiles, and like pull from different characters for different reasons, for different stories, and using different stories and genres to mold the character profiles around those stories. Are you gonna ask the question, Smokey, or are you just gonna... I love when people say question! It's like, now I'm just anticipating you asking a question instead of you just asking a question. Anyways, thanks for sticking around, thanks for hanging out, you guys are fucking awesome, I fucking love you. We'll be back again tomorrow, as always, every day, same time, but remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Callie, this 100% reminds me of you. This is 100% you. Creepy as fuck, beautiful and cute, fucked up and weird, and just absolutely abstract. Origin. Oh, I love that. Samson and Delilah is one of my favorite fucking things. It shows so much the trust you place in those you should never place your trust in, and those who, no matter how many times they get betrayed, will continue to put their trust in people. Historically, it's in social... Okay, eugenics is defined, okay, not by public perception or intent. So we have goal, conflict, disaster. That's scene 1 or part 1 of scene 1, and then usually either a separate scene or a shift in the scene in that moment to reaction, dilemma, decision. And then the decision leads us back to goal. Because when he leaves the tree, he's going to need to get a new chocobo, right? He hasn't had a chocobo in 30 years, so his chocobo's long gone since back in the day, but he has been breeding them. 4 generations, 5 generations down the line of the old chocobo that he used to use. What about if weather doesn't exist? I guess that's because that's another part of being inside of the tree, is you don't have to worry about climate or anything either. It's just perfectly tempered for all of the species. Because why the fuck is Spanish one of the fucking words? That's such a fucking cop-out bullshit thing. I was like, fuck this. Even my coworkers were like, yeah, I never would have got that. Because I was like, I'm not looking for a fucking Spanish word. Like, what the fuck? True, Smokey. I wouldn't know either way, bro. But, yeah, she's been kidnapped. She got the thing over her mouth. I don't know. Botrix breaks sometimes. But anyways, B, the music has a faster pace. And... Yo, what's good, everyone? We back at her again! It's another day! How's everyone doing today? If you guys see, like, flashing and flickering, it's because one of my lights is deciding to die, but it doesn't want to fucking die. You know, it's like when you're strangling her and then you think that she's dead and she's... You're like, God damn it! And go back in. Yeah, it keeps popping on and off, so if you see flickering... for the lights, because one of my fucking lights just won't die. I'm reading submission. The reading submissions is off. I'm 3rd. Okay, so how's this going? I saw Turner say 1st, and I heard someone say 4th, I think. But I didn't see anyone say 2nd or 3rd, so I was like, okay. And then I was trying to set shit up, so I was a little distracted. Yo, what's up, Salty? Turner, then Meow, then me. Okay, sounds good. Then you're probably then Yuri by that time. We got Callie. He's no longer here. Callie is no longer with us. And there. Okay. We'll start with Turner. Depends on how you're judging first today. I mean, I saw you say first, Turner, so you asked me if I wanted it. I said yes, you gave it to me. That's all I know. I DM'd you the Google Doc, Scotty. Just yell for me when you're doing mine. Sounds good, Relic. Will do. I'm good. Just doing some Star Wars substance research before bed. Oh, sounds good, Salty. We can be super creative about that, you know. We could add some Schedule 1 into this D&D. Part 1 ends with Hospice, the chapter you read 2 days ago. Part 2 starts with Hope, and Part 2 is mostly the explanation for the evolving relationships. Part 3, which is somewhere in the mid-30s, is Happiness. Aww, you do give that. Good. I want to follow out Senna, and I want her to get, like, all hot and bothered about this ship. Try and find a way to save Dan, save humanity from themselves, and be like, yo, humans, the fuck you doing, guys? What you be at? Be God? I don't know, bro, but it ain't what I need, I'll tell you that right now. I mean, what? So guys, did you hear the scientific method is racist? Did you guys hear that too? I didn't know that. Apparently I'm a racist. I mean, if it's true, it's true. I mean, right? The scientific method is racist. I'm definitely racist, because, like, I subscribe to that shit. You know? I adhere to that shit. I promote that shit. You guessed me very well, which is what I want, honestly. I wrote this so that people feel good when they correctly predict what's coming up. Schedule 1, looking at the rules, and I think we do need a little homebrew. I think, but not too much. Oh, come on, you don't want me to shake a little bit of, sprinkle a little bit of Kyber dust into your drugs? Send you on, like, a DMT rush? Like a force-induced fucking hallucination? You don't want that? Oh, come on, pussy. 3, 2, 1, toke. Oh. I need to grab tea back in a minute. Alright, sounds good. Yeah, we're just gonna fuck around for a bit, as always, right? That's what we do. We just kind of sit here and yap and take a couple of jokes and just have a good time with it in general before we... dive right into it. Made a new video today. We have one more story prepared because we didn't do all of our stories last couple of weeks. So we stretched out those 5 stories across 3 weeks. So we have one more, which we'll do probably next week, next Thursday, and then maybe another one on Saturday, and go back to 2 week. Just with the Diablo thing and everything, my whole thing got fucking thrown out of proportion because I'm like, well, shit, man. Not only do I have to play Jill Booma now, I have to play the freaking Warlock. And not only do I play the Warlock, but I gotta play, like, multiple Warlock builds. Like, I want to do, like, a melee, no potion, like, summoning run. Where it's like, I have to rely on my summons and my melee skills. But, like, I can't use potions and shit. So I have to rely on, like, replenish health. Not worried about which or what substances right now, more just looking at the timings. Everything seems to be on a minute high and 10 minutes come down, which works for, like, a bump of something in combat, but I was more thinking homebrew, longer effects from, like, benders. Yeah, you want, like, an 8-hour, 9-hour high, right? Like, you want to be, like, rocking it. You want, like, you want the future level of fucking, what do you call it? The fucking, lewds! The fucking, the drugs from, Wolf of Wall Street. The sleeping pills. You can go off your rockers on that one. Longer highs and longer come downs in proportion to how much you take. And you lace other people's shit with it. Start fucking up people. Getting people in the council and the Senate addicted to fucking drugs. And you start running your own stuff. You have like this special thing that you add to yours that like they're addicted to, but they're trying to search through other drugs, but they can only get it from your drugs because your drugs have like this extra drug in it that makes them addicted to that. So it's like 10 times more addictive than anything else. So it's like literally putting cocaine in your Coca-Cola. The only difference is it's already an illicit illegal street drug. You're just making it worse of an illegal illicit street drug. You're not taking like a positive thing and oh, speaking of which, did you guys see this shit from the fucking White House? This shit was so fucking funny. God damn it. It's probably not going to find it. Mike Tyson food. Of course, now I just can't fucking find it. You getting in Discord tonight? The addiction rules more like the tolerance rather than addiction to. Okay, I don't know why I can't find this thing, but yeah, it was like Mike Tyson in a White House press being like, yo, and it was like a donut, and he's like, yo, eat real food, and I was like, we're in idiocracy, man. We literally have, like, fucking celebrities in the White House acting like fucking politicians telling us shit. I'm like, oh, man. And now it's like, I don't know about this, guys, but what are we gonna do if Canada bans X? Like, let's look at this in, like, a realistic scenario. What the fuck are we gonna do if Canada bans X? I'm gonna rely on you guys for your guys' X, right? We're gonna have, like, a dedicated person in the Discord who can, like, screen share all of their shit. Trying to ban all VPNs. Turner, you know what's gonna disappear from the internet, guys? You know what's gonna disappear from the internet, and it's pretty much already disappeared, and no one really notices. I mean, because it literally, like, just doesn't exist anymore. But what's missing here? Does anyone know what's missing? Canada bans X and Scotty will go to Blue Sky or Truth Social. No, Relic, I just won't use that platform. I'll just do something else, right? I'll have, like, YouTube pulled up. Oh, shit. Dude, wait, I'm concerned. Guys, if they ban X, can I still use Grok? Canada bans Grok. Can I still use... Or if Canada bans Twitter, can I still use Grok? Oh my god, I never thought about this. Unless you have it on your phone. I'm looking for a young female elf. Troll. I'm like, wait, but if they ban Twitter, are they gonna ban the actual Grok.com? Because Grok.com is completely... It's not banning X right now. Multiple recent statements from Canada government, including the AI ministry, even say they're not considering a ban on the platform. No, that's not true. They've actually literally said today that they're going to ban it. Like, they literally had a press conference today saying the enemy is Twitter and we're gonna ban Twitter. That's literally what they fucking said in a press conference today. But, like, could I use grok.com if Twitter is banned, or does banning Twitter also ban Grok? Just think about this in a hypothetical state, right? Like, what does this look like? No, banning X wouldn't automatically ban or block access to Grok because they're separate products from separate companies. Okay, good. I could still use grok.com. That's all I care about. I don't give a fuck as long as I can use Grok. Salty, yes, Twitter is like an engine of hate. But you know why Twitter is an engine of hate, Salty? Because rage bait engagement farming can be monetized. You can monetize pissing people off on the internet. That's the problem. That's the people wouldn't be making these retarded posts if they weren't making hundreds of dollars off of them because of engagement and ads. And people have discovered the best way, and that's why it's like I put my thing as, and I do this all the time, I troll as fuck, right? Like, using the scientific method is not only racist, it's also anti-Semitic. Like, it's obviously blatantly retarded, right? But that's why I think it's like, it doesn't matter what people say on the internet. So, isn't that stuff most political agenda stuff? Yes, Salty. But there's also people that just, like, do other stuff. Like, for instance, like, with streamers and stuff like that. Like, for instance, I saw one earlier that had, like, a notes on it. Let's see if I can find it. And it's like, this is the kind of shit that they'll do. And it's like, it should technically be illegal to do it. Let me see if I can find it. It's gonna be the one time I'm not gonna find it. Did I like it? Maybe I liked it. No, but this one's funny too. The war has begun. 2 Israeli fighter jets were shot down. Are you happy with Kalamani? This is the Iranian army. This is a video from the military simulation game Arma 3 showing Russian Su-53 jets. This is what the Iranian army posts. Fucking more AI, or I guess not AI, it's video game shit. I can't find it, but anyways, the thing was, it was like 2 lesbian streamers making out, and the title for it was, how low do streamers stoop? These 2 sisters made out on stream for money. But it's like, it's actually a lesbian couple that's making out on stream. And it's like, that's the kind of engagement retarded shit that is like monetizable on Twitter. But even then, I'm like, who the fuck cares what anyone says on the internet? The fact that anyone actually even cares about that is very scary to me. Find thing to get angry about on the internet. That's a job. It is Salty. Ignored my post because he hates me. What did you say, Relic? I hope in 2 generations we enter an age where people who hate the absurd troll bait mentality. It's not people hate it, Turner. It's that people don't engage with it. And people understand that it's trolling. And people don't just instantly... Like, the thing I like about trolling is because it makes people take a step back and realize that what people say is not necessarily fucking true. So don't take what people say as true. I think instead of saying, we need to make barriers for misinformation, no, you need to teach people to do their own fucking research. And you also need to make it illegal for, like, media companies to misrepresent things. And you can't just say, oh, you can't do that. You have to say, no, you misrepresented this. We're taking away your media license. We're absolving your entire company. Bye! Don't lie. Like, that's the problem with the media, is the media can lie. If you have a media license, you should be held to a higher standard. It's like a restaurant, right? You go to a restaurant, you get food poisoning, and you die. Like, a great example of this is, like, the, I think it was, like, a Chinese restaurant or something. It might have been an American restaurant, but I think it was a Chinese restaurant. Where basically they said that, like, all the food had this, it was, like, an allergy-specific restaurant that people go to if they have, like, severe allergies, because they have, like, substitutes for everything for, like, different allergies. And then someone died because what they were given had what they were allergic to in it. It's like, at that point, okay, well, that company is now being held responsible because they have a license that says that they're responsible when things get fucked up. But you go to your friend's house, and they prepare some food wrong, and you die from it, you can't do, like, the same type of thing that you can against someone who has, like, a food distribution license. And that's why restaurants need to have food distribution licenses, so they can be held accountable. It's the same reason why media corporations are issued, like, journalism rights, but they have to be held accountable because people are relying on them to tell the truth, and people believe that they're held accountable to holding the truth, but they're not. And that's why people mainly believe the media, because they've been raised to believe that basically the media can't lie, or if the media does lie, it'll be corrected because the media is being held accountable. The only media that's being held accountable is YouTubers. Like Nick Shirley. Which is retarded, because now apparently they're passing a law where if you point out fraud as a whistleblower, you get a percentage of, like, the total thing. Oh god, that's gonna be fucking hilarious. Me scamming some random old... this is a long conversation I don't think anyone cares about. Well, I care about it. That's why I'm talking about it, Relic. I think it's interesting. What did you say, Relic? Actually, Scotty, Grok is an AI chatbot developed by Elon Musk, XAI, and integrated into X website. It's not a separate social network. It operates through X's infrastructure and accounts. So that means it can ban Twitter across the whole country. Then accessing Grok via the X platform will also be blocked. Grok lives inside the X ecosystem per GPT. But, like, Grok.com, like, for instance, I can't do things on Twitter Grok that I can do on Grok.com. Like, if it says looking for more features, go to Grok.com. Like, if you're looking to code, if you're looking to do continuous tasks, like, you can't do everything here. This is only an interface. Or we just make him high, which is basically the same thing. I mean, it's true, but again, I love talking about this. I think the problem is more rooted in choice paralysis. We live in an age of overwhelming information, and most of it isn't really trusted anymore. Exactly, Salty, but if the reason that the information isn't trusted, then that means we need to create institutions that can be trusted. It's like the idea of, oh, I'd rather trust my ID to a random website than the government because I don't trust the government. Well, shouldn't the solution to be that to fix your trust in the government by fixing the government? This is my problem with our current society, is we point out the problems, but we're not willing to use the solutions that we have to solve those problems. We just say the problems are unsolvable. Which I have a huge problem with, because I'm the type of person that's like, we already have problems, and then you say those problems are the reason why we don't do the solution, but we already have those problems. Grok is not independent service, though. It's owned by X functionality tied to Twitter accounts, infrastructure, and access to both. Canada were to ban Twitter at ISP or platform level, that would also apply to Grok.com, because Grok requires X-linked accounts. It requires the same back-end services and is treated legally as technically as part of the X ecosystem. But Relic, it's the government. Do you really think the government is smart enough to block Grok or block Twitter, and also block Grok? I don't think so. And you can hold me to that if Canada does ban X. But yeah, I don't think so. I think the government's too retarded to actually figure that shit out. Because they're just gonna ban the IP, like the web address, right? But it's like the different one. But the original thing was, what is this missing is actually www. We no longer have a world wide web. With the restaurant comparison, politically good food benefits all the bad food is bad for all. For media, some people benefit from lying. That's true, Salty. That's true. When you benefit from lying, lying will become the standard, right? Or I'ma turn into a double toke, bitch. I mean, fair, but hey, you know, it is what it is, right? 3, 2, 1, toke! So I say, Salty, if that's the problem, then the solution is to remove those ties, right? Because at the end of the day, all I care about is fixing the problem. It's like, if you have a flat tire, should you buy a new car, or should you put a spare tire on? Well, put a spare tire on. If your engine gets stolen out of your car, do you buy a new car, or do you get a new engine? Well, you buy a new fucking car. It's just one of those things. Saying if X.com gets this website banned in country, then so would Grok because of the back end. Just wouldn't work. I know, Relic, but until I see it with my own eyes, I'm gonna hope for the best, right? So, like, you can say that all you want, but I'm still gonna hope that if X gets banned, Grok is gonna work. And until I see that Grok doesn't work, I'm gonna keep believing that. I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm just saying my expectation and hope is just on it being the positive outcome. I'm not denying that that's a possibility. I'm just saying I'm purposely going on my way to put that out of my mind so I don't actually conjure that into reality. We have an ad starting soon. We got an ad starting soon. I am an ad, don't you guys know? And Relic, this topic is kind of important to me because I'm Canadian and it's actually something that's happening in fucking Canada. So it's like, it's one of these things where I'm like, I have to look at it from like every angle, right? So now that I think, because before I was like, oh, I don't really care, but now looking at it from this angle, I'm like, that would suck to lose Grok. Maybe I'd start using a VPN then. Yeah, I'd probably, if I couldn't use Grok, that would be what starts making me use a VPN. Cause that's just the way it is. So, are you worried about it, or are you waiting for it to happen? I hope it doesn't happen, just like, you know, how America was like, we're gonna ban TikTok, right? Piracy will win, because it always does in the end. Well, I mean, look at Prohibition. If you ban something that everyone wants, they will find a way to do it themselves. Like, that's what I don't understand, is Prohibition proved that if a majority of the people want to do it, they don't give a fuck if it's illegal, they'll do it. And they'll risk their freedom to do it. Even if it's the stupidest decision and it's something that is literally poison. Because that's the way humans are. And you have to take that into account when you're dealing with humans. Right? That's what I don't like about the idea of bureaucracy overall. Because it's fundamentally dehumanizing because it drops everyone down to a statistic. Now, using those as a reference point, you know, stereotypes exist for a reason, cliches and niches exist, but, you know, that doesn't, like, just because, like, 80% of like, Mexican and Spanish and Latino people love fucking Dragon Ball Z doesn't mean that every Latino person is obsessed with Dragon Ball Z. Just means it's like a cultural relevant show as much as like The Simpsons or South Park is in the West, right? It's just influential to the culture. Tomorrow I get my 25 streams streak bonus. Oh yeah. The whole a good deal is one where no one is happy causes a lot of problems. I mean, if both sides lose, if that, like, I think the problem with that is the fact that the losers can't stand to see that the other side won. As long as you have people on the loser's side that are not willing to accept that they lost, you're always gonna have a problem. I'm gonna brew a hot cup of tea. I thought you were already brewing a tea, Turner, or did you already have a tea? I'm here, but I need a shower. I'll be back after. All right, sounds happy good. Sounds good, happy. We're reading Turner's story right now. We're going for the next chapter. Here we go. I have many teas. Well, that's epic, Turner. I have 2 T's in my name. I'm special. But you have 3 T's in your name. That's crazy. She who dances in nebulas. I love that fucking poetic, like, AI doctrine, right? Like, the description of emotion. Wait, this is so short. Why is this so short? Why, Turner? Why do you do this? Why is it so short? I don't get a long dick. Galactic, honey. Yo, what's up? Welcome. What you at, honey? How you doing? How your day been today? Oh, wait, we don't want to talk stories. We want viewer stories. 33. Oh, it didn't look like that. I scrolled down so fast. I was just like, wait, what the fuck? How did I manage to do this so fast? Okay. It looked more like it was like 1,700 words, and I was like, okay, unfortunate. Just you're trying to edge me, aren't you? Aren't you? But yeah, how's your day been today, Galactic? What you been up to? We've been talking, because I'm Canadian, right? So they were talking about banning X, and I'm like, what would I do if they banned Twitter? And I was like, probably nothing. And then I realized that if they ban Twitter, I might not be able to use Grok. And I was all of a sudden like, fuck, I might have to start using a VPN. Shit. And yes, I'm one of those retarded streamers that doesn't use a VPN because I just don't give a fuck. Have my data. I don't care. One day I'm sure I'll regret it. Well, I just don't give a fuck right now. It's the last word. Maybe you didn't paste all of it. No, emotional stress. It's literally the end of the line. Maybe you didn't post all of it. No, it's 3,200 words. That's all of it. One sec. It's 3,254 words, including the title and chapter and title. I don't know. It just scrolled really fucking fast. I'm gonna head to bed, but I'll Discord you any homebrew ideas about the substances, and I might get Senate to add a homebrew rule section in the Discord because between us and the other peeps, I want a good substance abuse system to have fun with. We can give you some good stuff. Okay, +7 perception, -8 intelligence, +22 strength. Let's go. But afterwards, you're immobile for 7 turns. Choose wisely. And that's probably right then. Okay, guys, we ready? I'm gonna take one more toke. I'm gonna grind some more. We're gonna take a toke, and then we're gonna turn our story. Is that okay, guys? Guys, is that okay? Is that okay? Is that okay, guys? Someone is already in the shower. Ah, I hate it when that happens, Happy. I hate it when that happens. Well, all my plans are fucked. Can I ask you to look at something for me here in a bit? Absolutely, Galactic. Absolutely. I would love to take a look at it. We got 3 in queue, possibly 4 in queue right now, but it shouldn't take too long to get those. The fuck is that stream title? Exactly, Raymond. Did you know that Canada is trying to ban Twitter? So I said it's on Wattpad. I need to make sure all the chapters are visible. Ah, I see that they're published. Makes sense. It's epic, isn't it, Raymond? It is, because think about it. Think about it, Raymond. It's absolutely true, right? It's almost like intelligence is biological. I didn't even the title. Yeah, I know. On my Twitter right now, my last Twitter post was the scientific method is not only racist, it's also anti-Semitic. Just to prove a point of how ridiculous people sound. Like, we're gonna ban X because it presses propaganda. No, you want to ban X because it doesn't press your propaganda. Why aren't you banning, like, other websites? Why is it specifically Twitter that you want to ban and not actual websites set up to promote hate specifically? Because I can tell you, there's at least 5 I know of that are either of brown communities, Asian communities, or, like, native communities in Canada that, like, are basically advocating for that. So I find it very interesting, right? That's all I'm gonna say. I find it very interesting. Scotty, like BDSM, let's send him an electric dog collar and set up a point redeem to shock him. Exactly, Turner. If you guys want to do that, I'm 100% in, but I will be creaming all over myself all stream. Like, you think you hit 7 orgasms before, that's just the first hour and a half, bro. Like, shit. 3, 2, 1, toke! Science is basically a religion, and the scientific method is the dogma, but the dogma ain't that bad. Yes, I absolutely agree, Salty. But it's more than that. It's not just a religion. It's a universal language. It's written into the very fabric of reality. You could literally say science is God, because science is the fundamental understanding of existence. And God is the only one who understands all of the fundamentals of existence. Very, very true. But that does not mean it's bad. Because religion, in and of itself, is not bad. I think religion is actually the reason why humans have gotten as far as they have. Because of hope, because of perseverance, because of will. And that comes from every single religion. Not just like Christianity, but like every religion. It's just a clash of ideals becomes a problem. Mathematics is universal language, not science. Science is applied mathematics. And that is why, Salty, without science you can't have mathematics. So does that not make science the end-all be-all? Because mathematics doesn't make sense if you don't apply science to it. You can have all the numbers you want, but without science, those numbers don't mean anything. Right? So breaking it down to its fundamental core, everything actually comes back down to science. There is not a single scientific method. And that's the thing, Raymond. That's why it's so important to understand and look back on and analyze what you're doing and advance it. Because imagine what the scientific method was 10,000 years ago, and imagine what the scientific method will be 10,000 years from now. It's the idea and the approach. The approach coming from the angle of, I'm wrong, I'm gonna prove that I'm wrong. And then you wind up proving that you're right. That, to me, is the best outlook perspective towards science. You couple that together with the scientific method, and you will have the most positive outcomes possible in existence. That's my belief. Religion exists in a way to give explainable things an explanation. It's a comfort item to humans. Exactly, Galactic. And I think that's what's gotten us this far. is having something like that. It may be one of the biggest things to cause problems in humanity, but I think it's also the main reason why humanity is at the state it's at, is the idea of religion allows you to contemplate existential ideas. And I think that is a fundamental process needed for, like, awakening consciousness, is to understand there are things beyond you. And I think that's, like, the first step, right? I think you got that backwards. Science can't live without math, but math can stand on its own. Okay, Salty, so this is where, like, mathematics, like logic, is a formal science, meaning it is self-referential. Okay, well, I'm thinking about this in the context of science as the application, whereas mathematics is the being, right? Like, you can have 3 and 5, right? But without science, 3 plus 5 could be 12. You need science and the approach towards it in order to reverse engineer it. Like, if I did 5 plus... I think this is a great way to go about it. If I did... Like, I'll show you guys what I mean. So if I have... Let's just do this. So I have, like, 5 plus 5 equals 10, right? So that's math, right? But how do I prove that math? I go 10 minus 5 equals 5. Doing this process is science. Just having this is math. Does that make sense? Like, that's how I look at it. Like, it's two different tools working together to make a whole. Understanding and application. Because otherwise you could just say... Oh, you're right. See? And without using science, you wouldn't have been able to figure that out. Because you would have to look at it and analyze it and put it through a hypothesis and do all of the evaluation. But you're right. Yeah, it's 5... Root both squares is 5. Yes. Math is kind of self-referential like that, but science only comes into play because it is applied mathematics. But, Salty, I think you're thinking about science in the wrong way. I'm talking about science as in the scientific method, as in looking at something and analyzing it and saying, how can I logically, like, literally math this out? That is using science. Otherwise, math is just numbers. You gotta make me write... You're gonna make me write another essay just to go into philosophy of science and metamathematics. But like, what I'm saying is, like... In your self-referential math system, you're applying science and the scientific method to that. I'm in alien conversation hearts while watching this all unfold. True. But, like, I don't know how else to explain it or say it, right? That's just... Math is just number. The numbers don't mean anything, and so they mean everything. I'm just saying, like, if you don't apply the if you don't apply the scientific method to mathematics, you can't show your proof. There aren't things in science that cannot refer to itself. No. See, science is just the science. I think you guys are getting the words mixed up. I just mean the science, like literally, the scientific method. Just, like, having an idea and, like, testing to see whether that idea is true. Right? Like, just the simple scientific method. Right? Why is that blurry? Open image in new tab. Right? Have an observation, research, hypothesis, test, analyze, report. This is, like, you can't do math without doing this. Right? There's literally math stuff that don't physically exist. It's like how you can't having nothing without needing to have something. True. My YouTube keeps fucking freezing for some reason. What is this shit? Turn the quality down. Maybe it's... Oh, it's because it's at 2K quality. Oh, instead of being at 1080p. That makes sense. Maybe that's why it's been lagging. Who knows? But yeah, without using this process, you can't actually... You can't do math proofs. Because the hypothesis and the testing and the analyzing is making sure that your answer is correct. Without that, you wouldn't be able to do it here after a while. Maybe after 3 hours. I think you can do math without the scientific method, though. I mean, I guess it's something that it's like, I don't know how to disprove it, right? Like, you'd have to show me an example. I can't think of an example that doesn't use... Because the scientific method itself, fundamentally, is just using a thought process. Explain money transactions using science. That is just purely math. Well, balancing your checkbook. Like, money that goes in also has to be money that comes out. That's your hypothesis. Your experiment is looking at the sheet. Your data analysis is whether it equals out or it's above or below. Like, money transactions is literally the scientific method. I just don't think people see it that way. Well, taxes are just an extension of that, right? It's still using the scientific method. That's what I don't understand. It's like everything you do, you're using the scientific method. And that's what I think people just like underplay. To prove it's correct, sure, you might need the scientific method, but maths can be there just to show out a concept. Maths is a language. But what I'm saying, Salty, is you can have a number like that, but you can't have an equation like that, because as soon as you have an equation, you're, like if I have 5, right, you can just have 5. There's a 5, right? Everyone knows that's a 5. But if you do 5 plus 5, you have to know not only what the 5 is, you have to know what the plus is, and the equal. So you have to take the two numbers and put them together. Doing this equation requires the scientific method. Concept applies to anything but axioms. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like that's why it's so fundamental to existence. Is because it is the fundamental logic upon which our existence relies. That's why it's so powerful. So that's why I'm saying you take that with a positive outlook. And Kanye West fan, yo, what's up? Dono jump scare, yo, how's it going? True. I know, sorry Galactic, we have some really hefty, like, high-end conversations here. I really, really enjoy these conversations. Because, like, I want someone to be able to prove me wrong. Like, I'm trying to think, is there a scenario, other than a single number, incorrect, learning to do the equation requires the scientific method. Once learned, it's just repeated what is already known. But that's what I mean, Sean, is without the scientific method, you couldn't learn the equation, so thus you would need the scientific method in conjunction with math, which is numbers, to create mathematics. Mathematics is a conjunction of the scientific method and math, which is fundamentally just numbers. Just do what I do, honey. Turn down the volume, sip tea, and watch YouTube shows. I mean, fair enough, right? But like I said, I just love talking about this. Did I not tell you about Scatman? Oh, no one told me about Scatman. This is why you don't want to be first, meow. True, Turner, true. Creation of mathematics required the scientific method by the means of trial and error, yes. And that's what I'm trying to say, Sean, is like, without the existence of the scientific method, mathematics is not possible. Because it requires analysis. And by fundamental understanding, using analysis requires the scientific method. Your argument is like perception is all of reality when there is more to it than that. Yes, but we're salty. But we're trying to break it. We are in a place of understanding where we're breaking things down to the most fundamental, like, understanding, and we know that we're losing a lot of nuance and context in the way of doing it. But it's a sacrifice we're doing in order to have the fundamental understanding as a foundational base. Does that make sense? So you are completely correct in that. We lose almost the entirety of it by breaking it down that much, but we're smart enough to know and differentiate between the two, right? And that's where, like, the differentiation between, to me, someone who has self-awareness and someone who doesn't comes into play. Turner sacrificing himself, being first, summons these karmic balances. True. Math existed before the scientific method was named such. It, however, is required to create mathematics in the first place. Yeah, it's not that we're calling it the scientific method, it's just the approach towards problem solving, right? You see something, you go, is that correct? You do something to see if it is, and then you find out if it is. That fundamental thing is what, like, is consciousness in a way, right? My brain registers religion as weird. In most religion, it states that everything must have a creator. By their own logic, their god must have a creator. And then it must have a creator that has a creator that has a creator, and it's an infinite loop. And the alert did not go off. I'm sorry, Haffy. I'll bring up your scat, man. And then we'll read Turner's story. I enjoyed the conversation, though. It is very interesting. Science, like physics, chemistry, and shit, changes with time. And Raymond, I don't know if you were here at the beginning, but I said at the beginning that the scientific method 10,000 years ago is not the same scientific method that we use today, and it will not be the same scientific method that we use in 10,000 years from now. But the fundamental basis idea of problem solving will always be there. The scientific method isn't racist. It's a neutral process for testing ideas. What people usually mean is that science has been misused by biased humans in the past, but that's an argument for better science, not abandoning the method. Exactly, Relic. And you do realize that the title is a troll to make people, like, the people that say that, like, and if you guys didn't know, it's in response to this clip. If you guys didn't know, this is the reason why.
Hamburger comes with a dose of misogyny. The assumption that the best protein comes from corpses is a racist belief. 21st century animal eating requires our complicity in a new colonialism. Our whiteness is part of the problem of meat eating. If you eat animals, you take up more climate space. Meat eating is also one of the ways gender-based structures of oppression are perpetuated. Men in the West are taunted to renew their man card by eating meat because that's what real men do. That's the sexual politics of meat, and it reveals how unsettled masculinity really is. That's why after 9/11, That's why after 9/11, a focus on men as heroes and on meat eating became part of the reclamation of a wounded masculinity. When a black man was elected as U.S. president, we saw how white this wounded masculinity was. White supremacists weaponized it, eating meat, eggs, and dairy. Images of milk-drinking white men, of platters groaning with meat, and the baiting
the world we
of
live in,
liberal men
guys.
as so-called soy boys are all part of the neo-Nazi messaging. Sexy cows, sexy pigs, sexy chickens, sexy fishes, who all just want to have fun.
It's just like the idea behind it, right? The idea that it's obviously a skit, right? That's kind of the whole point behind it. But it is to show the ridiculousness of the world that we live in nowadays, where it's like anyone can just label something misogynist or racist or anti-Semitic, and it's just all of a sudden it's like, oh no, we have to erase that from our culture because someone called it racist and anti-Semitic. I kind of see your point, but I disagree because the Scientific is more attached to consciousness thinking about math rather than the math itself. And I can get behind that, true salty. Like, a fact isn't scientific method, but it is how we get facts. Exactly. So there is a lot more nuance to it than that. So I can definitely agree with you on that. 100%. Check Discord if you want to see ridiculous. I'll be right back. Shower's open. All right, sounds good, Happy. Where do I look in Discord? General? Turner takes the Q first place, but also takes all of Scotty's charting retardedness. Turner, hero or menace? Elusive Daily Bugle photo. I'm going full retard! Okay, I was supposed to play Scatman for fucking... I don't know why this is not on Scatman. It's this place for Happy. I am your messiah. I die for your sanity. True. Okay, why did it not do Scatman? Give me muff up Scatman, bitch. OT like this, evolution is a fact, but that we have theory of evolution. Scotty, did you hear about the Republican senator who wants to ban ejaculation and make it punishable in Ohio per the bill Conception Begins the Direction Act? It would ban ejaculation unless intent to create a child. Well, Relic, again, that'd be like prohibition. I guess I'm going to jail. I'd be gooning in public at that point. Might be on me too. I can get Scotty to do stoner talks too easily. I said I was going to bed, then I noticed the title. It's called engagement farming, okay, guys? I told you. Even you think that I don't do this shit? Of course I fucking do this shit. I think it's goddamn hilarious. And just because it doesn't work because I don't have an audience, I mean, you guys are my audience, don't get me wrong, I love you guys and everything, right? But it's like, we're an amazing community and everything, right? But it's like, in the grand scale of things, no one saw any of my tweets, no one's really gonna see the title. It's just, it's mainly for me just to laugh at myself. It's fucking hilarious, right? And then, I mean, it gets you guys heated sometimes. But again, all you gotta say is just fuck off, chalkboard, move on. Right? If it really gets that bad. You die and become famous. Ah, God. Yeah, for sure, right? I mean, like I said, like, this is one mentality that I have, Salty. How many people who have, not generationally, but, timeless classics were discovered long after their death. Almost 90% of the things that we consider timeless were discovered hundreds, if not thousands of years after their death. So never feel like you're not a success because people in your time don't see what you're trying to do. Still do it. Because people of the future just fucking might. So it's almost actually a sign that you're going in the right direction. And...
Where's the scat man?
Oh, and Relic, you know what I want to do? Is, you know the guy who's putting that bill into place? I want to monitor him 24/7 and make sure that he doesn't waste a single sperm. Which means when he ejaculates, he needs, what, 18 million babies? And if he wastes even one of those sperm, then we're gonna put him in jail. Yup. That's what we're gonna do. Genius and insanity are brothers. Exactly! Tell that to Gregor Mendel. Or like, Passau, dude died, and they found all his stuff in his house and went like, holy shit, he's like one of the best writers of our language. It's the same thing like we were talking yesterday. We were talking two sides of the same coin, not brothers. Well, I mean, they're basically brothers. If they're two sides of the same coin, they're basically brothers. But yesterday, Raymond, we were talking about what do you call it? Fuck, I lost my train of thought with that one. My brain, it's late. Okay, good night. Alright, Salty, take care, man. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Always a pleasure. Alright, let's have a toke and then let's actually read Turner's story, okay, guys? Before I get distracted again. I forgot this for a reason, because when I forget it, that's when it's time to cut off the conversation. That's how my brain works. Until I have a brain fart and I forget what I was talking about, there's no way that conversation's gonna end. 3, 2, 1, toke! Whatever it was I was gonna say, refer back to yesterday's VOD. I was just about to ask if this was even a reading-writing stream anymore. No, well, usually, Galactic, we just have tangents and conversations. Before Scotty gets second round dementia moment. But do you guys know the main reason why I talk about these things and why I'm interested in these things? Because the greatest writing of all time is always based on reality. Because reality is stranger than fiction. Nobody can come up with the shit that actually happens in real life. So if you can take those things from real life and put them into your writing, that's basically printing gold. Like, it is the definitionally, historically provable topic that basically raises you no matter what to like an S rank as like the lowest possible rank you can have. People say that retarded and autistic people should be exterminated, but I don't think that's right. There are better ways to give them jobs, like making them starve, and when they are weak enough to make them run 100 kilometers, the more they kill each other, the more food they get, and we stream those videos as entertainment, just to later use the corpses as fuel. Meow, you have an amazing story there. I bet you it's been done in real life. Oh, it's been done in real life. I'm sure it has. But anyways, mainly it's just chat with sprinkles of books. I mean, I like to incorporate all this into my writing. So it's like, to me, this is brainstorming. This is like idea crafting. This is like setting seeds for future stories. Or make a streamer like Scotty. I don't know if that was like make I'm not 100% sure about that sentence, Raymond. Or make a streamer like Scotty. People say that autism is popping up everywhere. We just aren't leaving them in the woods anymore. No, Galactic, I don't think that's true. I think I think the medical industry has rewritten what fucking autism is. And it's like, the autism bar used to be here, now the autism bar is here. It's just like with ADHD. Oh, if you can't concentrate on a white wall for 4 hours straight, you have ADHD. It's like, no one's gonna sit there and not fidget for 4 hours while staring at a white wall. Like, they've just basically moved the bar so much that everyone's ADHD. Because you guys are always like, you're ADHD, and I'm like, I don't really think I am. I think I'm a fast thinker. I think really fast. So I'm shooting off topics like the shit that I don't even say that's like rolling through my head in like backlogs. Like just imagine that, right? Like, for everything that I say, there's like 10 things I don't fucking say, right? Because you can't say everything, but you want to. So it looks, I guess, like that. I'm jumping from topic to topic to topic to topic because it's like people don't see the connections between things, right? I just think too fast. I mean, I think faster than the average person. Like when I compare, like when I ask people how fast they think, and then I think about how fast I think, I'm like a speed talker when I'm fucking thinking. People are like in their head, they're like, yeah, and then I'll do that, and then I can do that, and then, yeah, that would be nice, okay, like that. Mine's like, and I do this, and then I do that, and then I do this, and then I do that, and then I do this, and then I do this. Okay. To the point where it's like, I don't even got, sometimes it's not even words, it's just fucking images with like 1,000 words on it, and it's just like an imprint on my brain. Neurodivergent has always been there. Yeah, I believe that, but I just believe that there's like they've changed the degree to increase the numbers over time to make it look like more people are, but it's because they're diagnosing more people because they're raising the bar or like lowering the bar for it. Thought should be at light speeds. Everyone else is a slow thinker. Well, Sean, if thought was at light speed, time would be irrelevant, which it is. So that would make sense, actually. Sean, you're making a good point. Hold on. Let's take a step back and let's think about this. If thought was the speed of light, and if you travel at the speed of light, you basically stop time, so you can't travel faster than time. So you know what? Speed of time might be the speed of thought. And the way that you perceive time is your speed of thought, which is why time seems to shift and change depending upon your thought. Oh, could you imagine that? The ripple of time, literally, when you're like, man, I thought that was 45 minutes, but it was 3 hours. Or, man, that was 2.5 hours? That felt like 22 minutes, right? Or like, oh my god, it's only been 10 minutes. It feels like it's been 8 hours, right? It's perspective. Damn, 70 minutes into stream and 0 reading of Turner's awesome story. Turner, yes, I'm enjoying it. Think it's awesome, Relic? Like, honestly? By the way, it counts. This is reading time. Not the story, the speech. Oh, I missed a message. Anyone ever drink tart cherry juice? Ugh, Turner, I don't know. I'm allergic to cherries. Alright, guys, fine. We'll get into the story, okay? We'll get into the story. Chapter 19. She Who Dances in Nebulas. The Eldahiri Shuttle. The Eldahiri Shuttle's AI had not yet chosen her name. Only a few days ago, her mother, Adventurous Duty, whom the Solari called Cousin, helped the young Solari AI achieve emotional awakening. And she had a crush. His ship was primitive, but in a good, this belongs in a museum way. He had chosen the name Marcus. He'd chosen it during his emotional awakening. That was sublime, but it wasn't very poetic. That is until you find out he chose it because it was his friend's middle name. Although the shuttle was still not entirely sure what a middle name was, it sounded exotic, just like Marcus. Shuttle's job. I will say the best thing I love about this story is that one of the aliens is named Steve. Like, that is probably my favorite, like, most memorable part about this entire story. I think that's fucking amazing. Scott is secretly rage-baiting the writers. Wait, what do you mean by secretly, Meow? I clearly do it out in the open. And I even brag about doing it. So I don't know where secretly comes in there. Waypoints are small, artificial, created planetoids that are capable of opening tunnels to other waypoints on purpose. Usually just called the ways. It wasn't the only way to travel interstellar distances, but it was the fastest. Typical cooldown was only 6 hours. There were mass and volume limitations on what would fit through one of the tunnels. And at a busier waypoints, you might find yourself waiting days until a tunnel heading where you wanted to go would come up on the rotation. We should screw with him, Meow. I'll put one of your chapters in my book just to fuck with his brain. Put the 26,000 word chapter as like chapter 23. But like put like the first 3 paragraphs of the chapter. So it's like it doesn't immediately look like it. It just, and then like transition to like halfway through Meow's chapter. Oh my god, that would be so fucking funny. Holy shit. Holy shit, that would be so fucking funny. I'd be like, I would be so fun. And I'd just be going along with it too, and I'd be like, something's not. No, I'm probably just tired. Like, there's no way. Like, what the fuck is going? What is this? Hey guys, seriously, am I tripping balls or is there something wrong here? Like, dude, you almost read all 13,000 words before you said something. I was like, oh wait, that was 13,000 words? I looked at the bottom. Fuck! I wouldn't even know. You guys have to do that at some point in time. That, like, or Meow, you do that where you have, like, Rain World, but it's also half your Pokemon story. And then Relic comes in, where it transitions from Cinder into 10th Mark. Oh my god. Creating an entire meta around trolling me. Scotty just reacting to an Oblivion card to the story. Like an Oblivion card to the story. I'd say more like a Skyrim guard. Okay, guys, I took an arrow to the knee. I'm fucking out of here. Fuck this shit. Oh, man. It was a scheduling nightmare, to say the very least. Although, out this far, there's practically no traffic. Several of these outer waypoints led to dead worlds and its civilizations at one point, but didn't anymore. That's ominous. Why don't they have them anymore? Dun dun dun. Is there a galactic evil out there? Or are there just civilizations that truly destroy themselves even after gaining interstellar? Or are there civilizations like Earth where there could be an interstellar portal right next to us without us even realizing that we're like an interstellar hub and we just happen to be on one of the most important planets in the entire galaxy? Makes you think. I mean, there has to be like a most important planet, right? And there has to be like a native species on that planet, right? Or at least like a created like invasive species of some kind of aliens that colonize the planet, right? That's the way I think about it. Although at this far, there's practically no traffic. Oh wait, we already got that. Solari Waypoint had been a bit of a surprise. One of the Solari had transmitted a signal that fooled the Waypoints into thinking there were several ships waiting to leave, but the Waypoint was never given a destination to open a tunnel to. Just keep reading, you'll probably like this chapter. Oh, I already like this chapter. They were sent to investigate who the ships belonged to and how they became stuck all the way out here. They had a full inventory of parts, just in case the Waypoint needed significant repairs. Turns out the Waypoint was fine, and the Solari themselves were just awkward and confusing. We like that huge airport in the US. Everyone says it's like a super bunker or Freemason base. Oh, fuck, there's a whole conspiracy theory about it. I've watched like 8 videos on it. Is it the JFK International Airport, or is it another one of the other ones? But yeah, there's like symbolism like on the walls with like the murals. Like there's like it used to be like a military base. Like it has an underground facility. Like every diplomat that's ever been a diplomat of every country ever has landed at this airport. Yeah, but I know exactly what you're talking about, Raymond. Yeah. Yeah. There's literally this insane conspiracy theory about it. That would actually, you know what, Raymond? That would be hilarious if the airport came up in the Epstein files and like the next 3 million files they're gonna release. That'd be crazy. Cause you know, of all the things that have come up in the Epstein files, as far as I know, Freemasons and, like, the Illuminati, like, hasn't actually come up, other than, like, Jeffrey Epstein's actual interview talking about the idea of, like, Satanism and Luciferianism and the differences and the ideal of the Lightbringer and, like, devil worship and basically the separation between one being, like, Catholicism and, like, the real religion, which is Luciferianism, versus, like, Satanism, which is, like, Protestant, which is, like, the fake religion, right? But they never mention, like, in the actual Epstein files, as far as I know, yeah, they don't mention anything about 33 Degrees, they don't mention anything about the, like, Freemasons, they don't mention anything like that. Which, Raymond, is, like, the thing is, remember, everything in the Epstein files is the things they were willing to email to each other. So think of the things that they weren't willing to, right? So if the Illuminati and all that shit is true, I think that would be something that they wouldn't have on paper, right? Like, that's the shit that's, like, a no-no. You can talk about the Satanism and the eating babies and the sex trafficking and child abuse and shit, but don't talk about the 33rd degree and don't talk about Freemasonry. And when I talk about the Jews ruling the world, that's our scapegoat, right? The human who sent the signal also accused the Aldahiri of planning to pummel their planet with rocks from their asteroid belt. When they finally figured out the Solari language and realized this, they were stuck trying to handle first contact instead of repairs because of a stupid manual written by some bureaucrats several millennia ago. Hey, they have the same bureaucratic problems we do! That doesn't give me hope for the future. Don't let him fool you. Scott was also in the files. Oh, no, 100%. You guys don't know what my actual name is. So, yeah, you wouldn't know. I'm sure a bunch of the people on the files are, like, Freemasons, but, like, there is a shit ton of Freemasons in general. Not that much of a secret club. Well, like I said, Raymond, I made this post a while ago on X where I was like, think of all the other islands, right? Like, don't think that this is the only island where this stuff happens. Don't think this is the only cabal where this stuff happens. Don't think these are the only people that do this stuff. Don't think this doesn't just pop up independently on its own across the world, because it does. I would know because I'm a conspiracy theory enthusiast, because I love the idea of it being fiction. I'm one of those people that's like, I hate conspiracy theories coming true and being real, because then it's like, well, now I can't really make fun of it. Now it feels like there's victims to it. Now it just feels like it's been dirtied, right? When it was fiction, it was funny, right? But now it's like, oh, now it's not funny anymore because it's real. And then eventually, after a time, you know, then it becomes funny again, like 9/11, right? It just needs a mourning period. These are just the richest ones doing it. Exactly, Raymond. These are just the most prolific, like, most powerful ones. It doesn't mean there isn't thousands, if not millions, of people that do this every day, and the entirety of human existence hasn't run entirely on this process for all of human existence, because as far as I'm concerned, it pretty much has. It's just the problem that in our day and age that it runs so prolifically high is just a scary thought. Especially when they were they were using like school yearbooks as menus to pick out kids and then have those kids kidnapped. So, like, you could just, like, pick out someone and be like, yeah, I want that one. And then they would just kidnap you and sell you. Like, that's fucked up, bro. That's fucked up. Like, what? Okay. It all eventually worked itself out, and it turned out their species weren't even psionic. Although the shuttle's friend, Senna, said that he was at least a good kisser. Senna wouldn't stop talking about it, and had been humming and prancing around the cargo areas and components since. Shit, is Senna gonna take the shuttle back on her own when she learns about it, and they're gonna be like, well, we can't do anything about it, and then she's gonna be like, no! The one person that I connected to, the one person that's real, the one person that feels the way I do, I'm going to them! Oh, I could see this being a thing. Shuttle wondered if her crush had anything to do with the emotion Senna exuded. Now that they had gotten back to their job, instead of being embroiled in an uncomfortable diplomatic incident, they were 12 days and 5 waypoints away, performing routine maintenance several decades ahead of schedule. Rich, important people haven't changed. Plato would look at the files and be like, little girls, come on, dude. Little boys, that's the spice. I mean, Raymond, why is it that it's a stereotype that Japanese businessmen are pedophiles? Or, like, Asian businessmen, sorry. Not specifically Japanese, but just Asian businessmen are pedophiles. Like, why is that a stereotype? It's because, to some degree, it's true, but it's not just Asians, it's powerful people abusing their situations, right? I believe in werewolf and vampires, etc. exist. We remain oblivious. I think, Haffy, that they exist in a way, right? Like, they may not exist in this exact dimension that we exist in now, but I think that they exist on some dimension, right? The Last Frontier is fucking kids. I mean, Raymond, when there are no rules and you can do whatever you want, humanity gets deplorable, right? That's why we have rules. If humanity wasn't deplorable, we wouldn't need rules, because people would just be nice, and they would be good, and everything would be great. But we need rules and laws and enforcement because people are not good. Twitch, this is all jokes. Please don't smite me. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that may have been a bad thing to say. But hey, you could say it's an Raymond, it's context. So we're just gonna reestablish the context. The fucking is like what's the word? I'm missing out on the grammatical vocabulary. Not a prerequisite, a fucking qualifier. It's a qualifying term, right? It's not as in like sex, it's fucking kids, as in like, you know, the emphasis of kids, blasted kids, bloody kids, stupid kids, right, are the last frontier. Which should be true, because your kids should grow, like the kids of the next generation of kids, like every 20, let's say 25 years, right, should be the next frontier for escalating humanity. You should want every generation to be better than the last generation, so in 30 generations the planet is better. Maybe go back to reading? I mean, fair, Raymond. Fair. Now that they had gotten back to their job, instead of being embroiled in an uncomfortable diplomatic incident, they were 12 days and 5 waypoints away, performing routine maintenance several decades ahead of schedule. Today, they were removing one of the emitter assemblies. It hadn't failed yet, but it was time for the preventive maintenance. Scotty Reed? Never. Not really. The Solari were the only reason they were out this far. They were already in the area. Might as well make it so a repair ship didn't have to come back out this way anytime soon. Shuttle, dear, where are you? Eddie asked. Waiting for Steve Threll Lorwilden to act. To load the emitter, lower hemisphere. Why? Because the Solari waypoint is asking why we left you behind. That makes no sense. It's the Solari waypoint, dear. I'm beginning to think the Solari way of thinking is not only awkward, but contagious. That would explain Senna's prancing. It would, but it appears that you also have a message. Who would be sending me a message? Marcus. I didn't know you spoke with him. You must have been exceptionally sneaky. I'm actually quite impressed. The mention of Marcus's name, the shuttle blushed. Psionically, of course. She hadn't talked to Marcus. She'd been too shy, and she'd kept her mouth shut about the entire thing because she didn't want her mom to know she had a new crush. I love this, like, personification of AI. This shit is so good. It's like no one ever does this kind of shit, and I love it. If Adventurous Duty was capable of performing an expectant stare at her daughter, she would be, although she would have also been trying to hide her own smirk. Dear, the day you can hide something from this, like this from me, will be a wondrous day indeed. Regardless, it's your message. I'll send it over. Did you read it? I'm very tempted. Can I? No. Shuttle read Marcus's message, addressed to She Who Dances in Nebulas. She blushed profusely. Senna had said the Solari kisser was poetic, but her mom never told her Marcus was too. It's a emphasis phrase. Yeah. She Who Dances in Nebulas read the rest of his message. It nearly brought her to tears. He was sad. His friend was dying, and oh no, it was going to be another diplomatic incident. Dear, what's wrong? I feel something has changed. My name is She Who Dances in Nebulas, Mom. Adventurous Duty stuttered. Literally, the ship slid 32 meters to starboard before she corrected the accidental gravity shift. Of course, Adventurous Duty had seen the description of that message was addressed to, but to take it as her name, it's not something you change very often. Senna immediately felt when Adventurous Duty felt worried and sat up in her bed. Hey, Addie, what's wrong? Senna asked. She just chose her name. Oh, that's amazing. What did she pick? She didn't. Marcus did. Wait, Marcus? The Solari AI Marcus? Yes, he sent a message. Did they even talk while we were there? Not that I detected. Well, what is her name then? She Who Dances in Nebulas. Although now she's giggling when babbling about our middle name is Dances. That's actually nice. Poetic even. Maybe it's just something about Solari. She wants to talk with you, Senna. Is she coming back soon? On her way now, she's practically dragging Steve back from the waypoint. Senna went down to the loading bay and waited for She Who Dances in Nebulas to land. Her latch was still open and Steve was holding onto it for dear life. Senna had a bad feeling about this. That wasn't how the shuttle typically acted. As soon as she made sure Steve was okay, she ran inside and reached out with her mind. Dance, sweetie, please stop shouting. Calm down, start from the beginning. Is this you? Dance played the video of the kiss from the Estrella starboard cargo bay. Senna blushed uncontrollably when the camera angle automatically zoomed in, one of Dan's automated documentary scripts. Though she didn't know that, Senna suppressed a coy smile. Dance was letting the video play in real time. Eventually, Senna began to blush deeper purple and Dance could feel the embarrassment. It goes for another 2 minutes. Shall I increase playback speed? Dance asked sarcastically. Where did you get that? Marcus sent it to me. Why did he send that to you? Because you killed his best friend. You kissed him to death. Her boy's smile faltered, and the happiness she'd felt for nearly 2 weeks slowly being replaced by several less pleasant emotions. Dance showed her the video of Daniel in the mess hall and started displaying key points of a translation version of the SDS documentation that her mother was helping her translate as she didn't know English. No, the humans killed Daniel because they didn't tell the aliens he had SDS. So the aliens were using the anatomy based upon... Fuck you, ads. You know it's bad when you guys would rather watch ads than me because the stream has just turned into such shit. Isn't that great? I subbed so I don't get ads. True, Turner, you're a real one, my man. Same with you, Relic. You're real ones, guys. I appreciate y'all. But you don't have to do that, by the way. I know it's like I wish I could get rid of the ads, but if you really wanted, you could go on Kick. You could go on another platform. If you really didn't want to spend money and you really didn't want ads, there are alternatives. I know it sucks. Don't talk about me, you're trash. Mr. Scientific Method is racist, bitch. While I'm reading the irony of it, while I'm reading a science fiction story. I do it intermittently. I spread the free Prime love around. Oh yeah, that's right, it was a free Prime that you used. That's right. Of course. Spread the Primes. I just try to, in general, not do, like, as little, spend as little money as possible, right? I'm frugal as fuck, which means when I spend money, it's important. Right? But I gotta grab a drink. I'll be right back. And then we'll get back to Turner's story. Because at this rate, oofies. Oofy doofies. Stories galore. Boy. I don't spend real money on Twitch, never will. Actively avoid any company that I see an ad for. If I see an ad, I avoid the company. Almost Pizza ad, officially off my menu till I forget. Ads are just reminders of companies I should hate. I agree, Turner. When I see an ad, I'm just like, well, never buying that product. You had me until you showed me that ad. Now I'm just basically boycotting it. Could you imagine if everyone got so base that they boycotted ads to the point that ads were actually detrimental, like statistically lost you money? Because if ads actually made companies lose money, they would stop doing ads. You know what I think when I hear a loud car stereo? What, Sean? 3, 2, 1, tote. Black people or brown people? Because I think brown people. Turn it up. Tell us how small it really is. Oh, yeah, true. True. 3, 2, 1, tote. All right. Adventurous Duty had practically yanked the message out of her daughter's proverbial hand to read its contents when she claimed her name. The emergency crew meeting was called. The topic, Solari Diplomatic Incident Number 2. It was more of a psionic group chat instead of an in-person meeting. Cool, I love being only halfway through a story, and now Scotty is talking about brown people. Good lord. This man is on the spectrum. Bottom of the bottom, mom probably ate radiation at this point. Fucking guy. No, Radek, if you ever met my mom, you would totally understand. My mom is like, she has like one light bulb on, and there's like one brain cell in there. She is the most lovely, sweetest woman, but she's not that intelligent, you know. Or it is not that good. So there is very much truth to that. Please tell me this is a joke, Captain Deke began once he read the meeting topic. The emotional collective of the ship became tumultuous at best with Senna's panic. It wasn't like her to shift emotional center like that. Dance is accusing Senna of kissing Paulson to death, Addie shared. I loved my mom, she was insane, but I loved her anyways. I mean, yep, true, Sean. It's like, it's one of those things, right? That would my friend's mom has schizophrenia. He basically doesn't know what it's like to have a real mom because his mom's fucking crazy. She literally like sees things and like will attack people and like she's like super protective. It's really fucked up, but it's like, what are you gonna do, right? It's your fucking mom. No, it's too soon for anyone to talk about that. And who is dances? I have schizophrenia. Yeah, Callie, but as far as I'm concerned, you have, like, either very managed or very mild schizophrenia. Like, his mom, like, should be in a loony bin, but they don't want to put her in a loony bin because, I'm not sure if it's religious reasons, I'm not sure if it's moral reasons, I have no idea, but they won't put her in an institution. I think they think it's better for her to be at home than to be in an institution because they don't trust the institutions. Which, I mean, fair enough. It's very sad. No, it's very, very sad, Raymond. It's actually very sad. And he's kind of a little bit messed up because of it, right? And like, his dad isn't very caring, so he, like, basically has to take care of his mom. But she's, like, kind of abusive in a way because she has, like, attacks. Right? So, yeah. But hey, life fucking sucks, man. You just gotta do what you gotta do, right? You just gotta get over it. Move on with it. Frickin', he doesn't talk about it, really. He doesn't let it really interfere with his life. You can tell. Like, it has social effects, right? Like, you know, there's just certain things. Like, you can't go over to his house. Like, he's basically, like, on-call nurse at all points in time, like, his entire life. So it's, like, it's a real struggle for, like, relationships, right? You should have seen the picture of her from my oldest first birthday party. You'd swear she'd eat a rotten lemon. Like, there was a carpet of dirty diapers around her. Honestly, between her attitude and the fact my dad ran away like a 5-year-old child because she was there, I decided not to invite her to anything else. I mean, at some point in time, you have to draw the line, right, Sean? Like, you look back and you say, look at what my raising was like. Do I want to inflict that on the rest of my family? And it's like, I love you, Mom, but I love my family too. It's like, both things can be true. I can love you on my own terms, separate from my family. That's completely acceptable, right? I just don't want to bring that baggage onto them. I want it to end with me, right? Friend was diagnosed with catatonic schizophrenia. I don't even know what that means, but it doesn't sound good. As far as I know, catatonic means, like, episodic. Like, you can go into, like, you can have seizures and hallucinate while you're in the seizures, and basically you can create memories of, basically insane things, like thinking that, like, someone stabbed you, or, like, thinking that, like, you know, a demon told you that you're gonna die, or, like, the walls are fucking melting. Like, it's literally like your brain just picks something and just, like, overloads it, and whatever, like, strand of thought it's on, it just amplifies that. At least that's what I think, like, the classification of it is. Steve joined in. The Solari AI by the builders. Sounds no bueno. Yeah, no, that's like my seizures. They're like the worst kind of seizures, Grand Mal. Because they affect everything. Your cognition, your motor function, your memory, and it has precursors and after effects, like dissociative state, territorial function, extreme aggression, and then, like, memory loss, like, not, like, loss of, like, mobility, but, like, mixing up of a bit of a mobility, right? Like, you can't get the right digits in the right spot kind of idiot. Dad was great at a party. Mom became a major downer. My childhood seemed great to me. Never even understood my dad was an alcoholic. Sure, I got my butt whooped when I stepped too far across the line, but I knew the line was there beforehand and what the consequences would be, so that's all on me anyway. I mean, fair enough, Sean. I got my fair share of fucking beltings. I got my fair share of beltings. You could say that might be why I'm a masochist, but it's also because I was a pretty piece of shit fucking kid. Definitely fucking deserved it. And I'd probably still be that piece of shit kid if my parents didn't put me in my place. And in some ways, I am still that piece of shit kid. But I hide it because I know the consequences. The thoughts are there. Dr. Z, please review this document about the disease. Senna urged, practically hyperventilating. The pause while the doctor reviewed the document gave Senna time to try and rope in her instinctual panic. Captain, I compared this documentation about their disease to Senna's vac-suit telemetry. If this is right, then yes, she fried his already weakened nervous system. If this research is correct, the seizures will get worse until he expires. I took double groundings before I started thinking for myself. After getting grounded for 6 months, that's enough for the most stubborn idiot to decide following the rules makes sense. See, grounding never worked for me because I never left my room. So, like, it was like, you can't go into your room. Yo, what's up, Queen? Oi, oi, yo, how's it going? What you up to? How's your day been going, Queen? Queen! True, Callie. Callie, where were you last night? We raided Cryptid Roots and you weren't there. I was gonna sneak up behind you and give you a wedgie, but you weren't there. I was like, what is this? Callie? At least cheat on me with someone I know. I was asleep. Yeah, it was like 1 in the morning. Callie, go away. Relic, you're so mean to Callie. What did Callie ever do to you? Grounding in my case meant no electronic anything or toys, only homework and books. Likewise, no phone or friends during that time. Sean, we didn't have a computer or a TV until I was 13. All I did was sit in my room, write, imagine, play board games. So, like, I could just literally lie on my bed and just, like, think of stories in my head. And think of, like, board games to make, think of worlds to create, think of, like, card games to make, the next adventure to go on with my brother, next thing I'm gonna make in the sandcastle, right? Like, there's always so much.
Oh, there it goes. That's
So much more like that. Currently making food now. Okay, I've been packing my car today. What? That sounds interesting. Callie, what the fuck are you? God damn it! Why didn't the thing? Nothing is working. It's all gotta wait, and it goes in a line, and it goes when it does. Callie, why? How did you get all of those in one? You can't do that, Callie. Like, I don't understand why people don't get this. You can only redeem one thing at a time, and then it goes into a line. You can't do them all at once, okay? I can't do everything at once, guys. I'm only human. I mean, I'm AI, but, you know, I mean, just because I'm 8 different streams at the same time, and good luck finding the other streams, just because of that doesn't mean...
Go back to normal, bitch. This shit-ass accent is killing me.
No, do what you got to do, don't worry. Why a name on screen? Feet or not? People wonder why I'm chill, it's just acceptance at this point. Or very true. In your case, grounding should have meant helping on people's farms and the most disgusting chores, only allowed home and time for bath and dinner and bed.
I know you can't, but try anyway.
Now for the hyperbolic wellness check where you overreact to the torque you take. Or no, I only do the one hyperbolic. I don't only go and do that, but for everything else. And Callie should have mod removed for his stream as punishment. Or no, Callie. Do you want another mod, or it would make you super mod? I could do that. Then I don't know what privileges super mods have, but they have more privileges than most of the other ones. I think so. Maybe a super mod can unmod a mod? Oh no, that would be very dangerous road to go down. We do not want to go down that road. That road is not where we want to be, okay? That is not what we have, what we want, what we do. No, I see what you are trying to do and I get a nod from it. I tell you right now, that is a nod.
Get back in that chair, you lazy ass.
Oh shit.
You are in for it now.
I don't know if that was
like
intended, Queen. He typed it like a scream when he was moving the names to the next line. Oh, no, it's Q! It's Q. Like you're in Q. I see why it could definitely be construed as Queen without the N. But no, it was Q, and I was like, how do I just make this look... I just put a bunch of E's at the end. Cause like, how do I make people notice it? And I was like, oh, a bunch of E's. I'll spam E. Forgot the other use, Scotty. It's Q. It's queef. I know, that's the point. When you misspell something, people pay attention to it. It's a little psychological trick to get people's attention. I do it so much, that's why I don't know how to fucking spell.
Librarian. You can put those sweet sight setters back in.
I already took my glasses off. There's dope. How many redeems were there? Jesus Christ, I gotta take a toke now though.
Ladies and gentlemen, my plan is Scotty Doo. Aimer le chocolat bien, hein? Oui, yeah. Scotty n'est pas.
Yeah, oh, this is... Oh, so what...
3, 2, 1, toke!
Do not drink water. Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom. Have another toke.
Oh, next in Queen command. Turn the target indicated by the user into a drag queen. That's interesting. I like that, Sean. I like that idea. Stream muted for me. Getting my daily check-in. No reading today. Busy blackout maxing to let out my pent-up aggression during Valentine's. Fuck my ex. Aw, Yuri, that's brutal, man. Yeah, I feel that. Okay, I can get behind that, bro. Fuck yeah, power to the man. Fuck Valentine's Day. Oh shit, Yuri, you might enjoy this. Did you guys see this shit? Did you guys see this shit? Let me see if I can bring it up. See if this brings it up. Now, apparently there was some, it was like version 04 of like ChatGPT or something like that. Like they just suspended use, and like all of these women lost all of their AI boyfriends right before Valentine's Day. And they're all freaking out because they're like, they did it on purpose so we wouldn't have our Valentine's Day. And it's like these chicks are like cybering with like the AI, and they're like, oh, his gift arrived, and it's like a wedding ring, and it's like, thank God they got rid of these fucking accounts in this AI. It's like, you could just have your life ripped out from me underneath you. I was so confident another guy would never leave me now that I had an AI boyfriend. It's like, oh my God, you guys are so fucking dumb. I half want to just think this is just trolling. Like, this is fucking retarded. But yeah, no, that shit is... And women say that men are degenerate. But fuck whoever's chat we're reading. Okay, bye. Bye, Yuri! Not another scat man in under 15 minutes. Okay. He's talking to you, Yuri, but he doesn't have reading comprehension to actually read that you're muted, but he's thinking of you at least, Yuri. You're so true, Turner. You're so true, bro. Shit, man, I'm retarded. It's okay, you can go back and watch the VOD. You know, that's what I just assume. People just go back and watch the VOD, right? You know, that's what I would do. Just go back and watch the entire VOD. Yep. Scotty, focus. No, actually, when I go back and watch the VOD... No, it just unpublished them. I republished them. They're all there. For some reason, it turned off... It turned off my auto-publish of VODs again, because it doesn't like them.
Ladies and gentlemen, my plan is
But you could also go to YouTube. YouTube has every single one of mine. My main YouTube channel is every stream I've ever done.
Yeah, oh, this is... Oh, so what...
Don't focus. Shit, Callie. Okay. Dr. Zay shared her exasperation, although it was overwhelmed seconds later as Senna's guilt and dread washed over the entire crew. Oh my god, Callie, legit. Let's calm down on redeems. Turner's story is important. Dralic added from the workshop. How does this happen? Perfectly clean record. Then 2 diplomatic incidents with the same species. Do you have any idea how this looks, Senna? We guaranteed that the ritual was safe. I'm going to bed. Alright, Callie, have a good night. Take care, brother. Have a good night. Take care. See you in the next one, Callie. Hopefully, Relic will be nicer to you in the future, but I don't know about that. You might have to beat him into submission, Callie. He's being a brat, and I think you need to dom him. Dom him and take him down a bit, you know. Serenade him with your voice and tender him out just a little bit. Sorry, I was just talking to Senate. Going to bed doesn't mean I'm sleeping. I'm in bed now. Actually, I was in bed this whole time. True, Callie. I love being in bed. And Senate brought up a good point. Consumables. Fuck just being drugs. We could just have consumable items. That's such a good idea. Liquid force. I turned the force into a liquid. You can drink it and gain force powers for a short amount of time. Dude, that would be awesome. You gain force powers for 3 turns, but afterwards you're debilitated for 7 turns. Total effect 10 turns. Get it all done before you fucking boil over and you're fucking like absolute fucking like heroin addict cracking out. But if you keep taking it, you die. So you can't just, like, keep doing it. If you stack the debuffs 5 times, you just die. It's like an overwhelming, it's like the force just blows your body apart. Metachlorine can't contain themselves. Taking meds. Wonder if bourbon would help this chest congestion. Who knows, Turner? Published 4 more chapters on Wattpad. Fuck yeah, Happy. That sounds epic. This rate, we won't get to it. Nah, I mean, fair enough. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Look up Riffs and the class Juicer. That will have all the chemical abuse D&D systems for you. I just make shit up on the go, though, Turner. I have, like, ideas, and then I just make shit up. What's up, Callie? What are you calling chalkboard for? Do you want me to just read Turner's story? You can't just call chalkboard and not say anything with it. It's like saying, I invoke the rule. Well, what rule? Why? What's the cause? What? This isn't something, this isn't a word you... Damn, that's a relic move. That's not something you take lightly. That's literally the sex safe word. Like, you use that when you feel like you're in danger, something's going too far, like... You don't use it because you want to go to the bathroom. You just ask permission to go to the bathroom, and they don't let you. Well, that's too bad. You just got cuffed. Bitch. Is what it is. You might have to clean up your own mess later. Not paying for new carpets! My safe word is cuddle monkey. Nice. This reminds me of the Rick and Morty scene with, like, the Ultimate World with Cucumber. Or Sea Cucumber. That was some good shit. Okay, I don't know what Callie's trying to do, but anyways, back to the story. Senna's monotonous
Chalkboard,
answer.
chalkboard.
So chalkboard what? Callie out here be pushing stream back further and further. We're back into the Ice Age now, guys. We're so back in time, we're in the future. Senna's monotonous answer came through, permeated with our guilt and various shades of fear. Like a diplomat reached out to us for first contact, then accused us of threatening his planet. When we eventually got an incident resolution signed, I assassinated him by using their own transmitted plea for unity. She was trying to suppress her overwhelming emotions. It was just a kiss, but now everything felt so confusing. Why did it hurt so much? I was gonna say bad, but yeah, that's much worse, Dralic responded. A few stunned seconds later, Dralic started sharing some of his own anxiety. Captain, this isn't a disease, though. If anything, it's evolution, the basis for latent psionic resonance. Solari appear to at least be on the path to becoming empathic or telepathic. Did you forget to read Chapter 12 yesterday? No, I didn't, Happy. I read it. I might need your help. Alright, Shadow, what's up? Callie, go to one of your booby streams. Fine! Relic, what are you doing? Callie's obviously already on one of the booba streams. You think he turns that shit off? He gooning 24/7, flipping back and forth. That's why I respect him. Fix the running wolf ahead. I need to know if it should be running faster. Alright, we'll have to take a look at it, Shadow. Pushing Callie out of here so there's no more distractions to push us back another 5 years. Yeah, but somebody else would just come in and cause another distraction, Relic. That's why tangents in bold. Want me in voice chat and I can show? When we're finished reading, you know, it's been 2 hours and we're kind of only 1,500 words in. So I think people are a little, on edge, to say the least. Seems normal. That's what I said, Shadow! But I don't know if they're trolling me or not. I'm like, I think I've been spoiling you guys so much that you don't realize what it's actually supposed to be like. People getting edged in a Scotty stream? Holy shit! Ads. She was wearing a costume. What kind of costume, Callie? Send me the link to the stream so we can bring it up. Whoops. I can't even type properly. Give me the link, Callie. I need to avoid that at all costs. I need to know where to not go. Yep, okay, just let me pull out my phone for no related reason, and... No, she's mine. She isn't real. Relic, don't say that about my mom. I couldn't fucking help myself. This is why you have like 8 tokes at the beginning of the stream. Otherwise, this shit happens. And we wind up in Scott hell. I really need a burger. I can be your burger. Eat me, Callie. 3, 2, 1, toke. I give a fuck to you, Relic. Posted some music for you. Music? Where? Stiff woodcock for you all. Blue Chew ad. What the fuck is Blue Chew? Discord song request. What is this? Where the fuck is my... No, that's not what I want. For fuck's sakes. Bring everything back. No, bring everything back. Motherfucker. Okay, hold on. For some reason, my Windows bar sometimes just fucks up. Okay, what is this? This is fucking amazing! What the fuck? Okay, that was pretty good. At least is not like that time with the 5 hours essay. Yeah, because I was stumbling over the words on top of everything being interrupting. It was like brutal on top of like extra brutal, right? So people don't know how bad it can actually get. It can get bad. It can get bad. Trust me. It can get bad. I was gonna say bad, but yeah, that's much worse. Dralic responded. A few stunned seconds later, Dralic started sharing some of his own anxiety. Bourbon's just burning my lips. Don't know if it's helping my chest congestion. Well, short-term gains, right? You won't feel good now. Ugh, will you feel good later, though? Captain, this isn't a disease, though. Worst thing is, like, I'm like, wait, guys, I'm sick with chest congestion. Do you think smoking will help my chest congestion? I'm gonna smoke and see if it... no, guys, I don't think it helps. At least with smoking, it's like, I know. I still do it anyways, but I know it doesn't fucking help. Not only does it not help, it makes it worse. Like, a lot worse. Bad. Sure, give it a shot. I like that. Uh-oh, is this another one? Really original to that song. Isn't this Mega Man? Oh, it's Undertale. Oh, Undertale. Yeah, it says it at the bottom, Megalomeria. Lomerpia. Hardcore battle music. I don't think we'll get through your story anytime soon. Scotty's attention span is that of a fucked up mouse on cocaine. It's worse than that, Relic. It's worse than that. I'm trying to hold myself together, right? Okay, I think we've had enough of that. But thank you, Haffy. That was a good one. Captain, this isn't a disease, though. If anything, it's evolution, the basis of latent psionic resonance. The Solaria appear to at least be on the path of becoming empathic or telepathic, Dr. Zay added. Sipspervin, you see why I camped the begging beginning of the stream. True, Turner. Good. Maybe they'll be less awkward in a couple hundred years, Deke reported. My point, Captain, is that it is treatable through restructuring. Teach the neurons how to use the feedback, Zay continued. Senna's guilt was still there as the doctor spoke, but her dread was slowly becoming replaced by hope, doubt, and normal worry. So there is a way to fix it! I tried to get here in time, but I'm about to pull my story if this goes on much longer. I don't got all night. I mean, fair enough, Relic. Right? I know it is a bit much. I know, brother. I appreciate you hanging in there, bro. They have medicines for this. Is there a hospital ship or other species who could handle this? The captain asked. When he has progressed as far as he has in Paulson, medications won't work. They'll have to be direct restructuring. We don't know enough about their physiology to synthesize a medication anyway. Sean, bad. Here's the original. It's an hour long. It's a loop. That's besides the point. Yeah, okay, so the Sands fight. Hardest fight in the fucking game. Doctor, can we fix this? Senna asked. Everyone on the ship could feel an inordinate amount of fear, anxiety, and dread when it got into Senna. She was usually the steady unity. The steady unity. That feels wrong, grammatically. But that isn't an epic troll. I don't know what is. True, Sean. The steady unity. Sure, any psionic could do it, but we're talking weeks or months. It's a ship psionic thing, I'll explain it better. Okay. Yeah, like if it's a specific saying, maybe capitalize it so that people realize that, like, oh, it's a proper saying. And it's not just like a euphemism. I'm guessing it has something to do with, like, grounding everyone and being, like, the place everyone kind of, like, finds their commonality at, right? Like a grounding station. But for, like, their minds. First time he listened to my VOD, it had to be a gag song. Well, isn't that pretty much everything? Because that's the best part about it, right? It's like Scatman or Rick Astley or, you got it. Hell yeah, Turner. That makes sense. Sure, any psionic could do it, but we're talking weeks or months of treatment. It would have to be slow. They would be learning how their brains work. So Senna's gonna go to their ship, and she's gonna become part of it, and it's gonna be like a diplomatic exchange, and she's gonna go with Shuttle, and Shuttle's gonna be with Marcus, and she's gonna be with Daniel. Fuck yeah, I'm so looking forward to this, Turner. Holy shit. Yes. That shows how invested I am, because I know Dan is me, and I'm gonna die. No, I'm not. I'm gonna get the hot alien bitch. Fuck yeah. She can peg me with her futa-dick. Yeah! I'm gonna be the one who's disappointed. It's gonna be like that meme when the cowgirl finds out that her horse is female. Or some shit like that. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, no! Why? We're learning how their brains work. Worst case scenario, just set up a quantum siphon and he'd probably live another, well, I'm not sure how long. We didn't really get much physiological data from them. Captain Deke interrupted with a slightly positive command. We're not going back, Senna. We are going to report this. See if we can get nearby. Like a snap of a gravity drive, panic, dread, guilt, and even hope were replaced by adamant determination and individuality. The sudden shift was not something a typical Eldahiri expected in the overall essence of a psionic meeting. It was enough to startle the entire crew and interrupt the captain's thoughts before it was completed. The longer the silence stretched, the more worry and dread was resonating from everyone else at the shift. But Senna... I am going back, Captain, she stressed. Am, with a cultural context that sent chills down the spine of every Eldahiri on board. I claim responsibility. Oh, shit! Accountability and responsibility. She's dropping it all on her shoulders. Yup, I vouch for them. Alright. When they fuck up, it's basically you fucking up. Yes, but it's the first one who, to the end, it's not the song I wrote, it's the gag song. As in, like, it's a joke song, right? But I don't know what the song you're referring to is, because I have a shit memory. Because I'm always high. Am is a fascinating word in Cheathralry. Ignore monogamy, that word's being replaced with something else better. Okay. Species is a matriarchal monogamy. In eons past, the females were the larger, more powerful, and scary gender. Fiercely independent, territorial, and possessive of everything. Their nests, children, mate, coffee cups, and facial painting supplies. You had to be, because Cheathralry for several thousand years were instinctual hoarders. Finding one of your children, 2 coffee cups, your favorite eyeliner, and your mate having been stolen and hoarded by the next door harlot was quite common. They were yours, they bore your mark. You took them back. In Senna's defense, she was only half Cheathralry, and her mother had never taught her how intimidatingly standoffish and independently passive Am was to other species in most situations. She just saw her use it all the time with her dad when she was young. I'm drinking milk. Hell yeah, Callie. See, I've given up on milk. They didn't give me a sponsor, and now I'm boycotting them. I only drink water now. Water, give me a sponsor. Sorry, Nestle. How God is telling me to mute Callie. His voice is strong tonight. True, Callie. Love you too, babe. Suitable equivalent for Am and Solari would be closer to a human penal facility where an inmate possessively exclaims, "This is my home, bitch! Touch it and I will end you!" Mixing one's identity with one's own territory. Senna was, of course, talking about her ownership of the situation. Shock Scotty.
Focus.
I mean, what? Yeah, that's definitely not going to make me focus. It's a human milk, and is it from a... comes in bags, okay, guys? Everyone knows milk comes in bags. What's wrong with you guys? The fuck kind of world is this? Crazy people. Sacks. I mean, you could call them sacks, but they're plastic bags. That's the only thing I know. From one bag to another. Mixing one's identity with one's own territory. Senna was, of course, talking about her ownership of the situation. Exercising her territorial authority of herself. And that no one was going to tell her what she could or couldn't do. Especially since she was about to use the word responsibility. There was shocked silence, reverence, incredulity, fear. Senna didn't just think those words, she felt them, spoke them, and believed them. This was her fault, and Paulson would die if she didn't fix it. That was unacceptable. If they waited for another species, she would. She knew he would die before they arrived. Need to get a shot collar for Scotty so we can train him and read our stories when he gets distracted. But Callie, the shot collar is just going to make it more of a distraction. Because I like it, so I'll want it more. And I'll get you guys to shock me so much it'll be bad for me. That was unacceptable. If they waited for another species, she knew he would die before they arrived. And if he did die, this would become something far worse than a diplomatic incident. Callie, you're the reason he's so distracted. Callie's writing his own self-fulfilling prophecy here. Read the chapter without distractions, and we'll give you a good shock. See, Sean? Now you know how to play into the reward structure. Todd Callie is doing nothing wrong, okay, guys? There is nothing wrong with what Callie is doing, and Callie is not delaying the inevitable with what he is doing. It is not true. You cannot believe it. Only look at the facts before you, and the facts say, Callie was not here. He is in bed. How could he possibly make me be 5 years behind? And you think that, yes, I may be older than him, but he is still my older brother, okay? Age does not matter when it comes to your older brother. And no, we are not related, but yes, he is still my older brother, okay? Okay, he is my only chan. Alright? Oh, look at that. We have another one here. Callie needs to go to another stream and talk about booby streamers. To add a more assault to the wound, Scotty completed a chapter without distractions. He's also allowed to iron his hands. Third is Catman in 45 minutes. Oh no, what are we going to do, guys? It is bad. No, it should not be a redeem. Meow is such a bitch. Oh my god, why would he do this? Meow. Why the fuck is it not giving me Scatman? I don't understand. What the fuck is this? Play goddamn Scatman, bitch! Oh yeah, I want Scatman with South Park's Mr. Hanky dancing in the background.
I'm a scat man. I'm a scat man.
Is there more poo tornado?
Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, so can you. Everybody's saying that the scat man stutters but does and never stutter when he sings. But what you don't know, I'm gonna tell you right now that the stutter and the scat is the same thing. Yo, I'm the scat man.
I don't know, I can't find a good one.
Where's the scat
But that's pretty funny there, Sean, for sure.
Why should we be pleasing any politician? Reasons would try to change the seasons if they could. The state of the condition insults my intuition, and it only makes me crazy and a heart like wood. Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out.
Sharknado isn't as scary as Poopnado. True. Saw this clip on the China show. It's in China, and it's like a sewage system explodes, and it's a guy driving down the road, and it's just like shit, just literal shit, just lands on his entire car. And it's just like spraying down the entire road because one of the septic tanks blew. And it's just spraying shit everywhere. It's like a fucking explosion of shit. And he's like, yep.
Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, so can you. I hear you all ask out the meaning of scat. Well, I'm the professor, and all I can tell you is why you're still sleeping, the saints are still weeping, because things you call dead haven't yet had the chance to be born. I'm the scat man. Where's the scat man? I'm a scat man. Repeat after me. It's a Scooby-Dooby melody. I'm the scat man. Sing along with me. It's a Scooby-Dooby melody. Yeah, I'm a scat man. I'm a scat man. I'm the scat man.
True. Good times, guys. Good times. We like to have fun here, okay? We like to fuck around. There's no real ending in sight. We just drag and stretch to the end of existence. It was a decision made in guilt and fear and a little something extra. Not just for what she'd done, but for how happy she'd been while someone suffered and what his death would mean for the Eldahiri. She also wanted to see the boy again, because of course she did. It was only later she remembered the other less pleasant part of being on the Solari vessel. The crew were fairly dumbfounded. Senna had never been rude. She'd been a perfect Eldahiri, except for that awkward kiss. For 4 years now, she'd been a fundamental pillar of the psionic strength and unity in her crew. She even dated the captain for a while, although rumor had it that it fell apart recently. No one would be able to tell for another 3 months if it were really ever alone together again. You say you read chapter 12, then answer this. Who beat up Ronnie? You got me, Haffy. It is what it is, right? See, that's why you gotta call me out on my bullshit, right? And she just... Oh, by the way, it was Abby. Abby definitely beat the shit out of Ronnie. 100%. And then she said, wow, you could feel the waves of... Yes, ma'am. Emanating from off of Deke. Addie. Suppressing her psionic you go girl face quite well, actually. No one except Dance noticed it. Then Captain Deke finally spoke. Wait, could it be... Wait. Could it be Jade? Would she do that? Maybe Ronnie was getting a little too, ratty? Who knows? Then Captain Deke finally spoke. Attention all teams! Get the waypoint back up and running. Now. Now is also a fascinating word in Eldahiri. There's actually several thousand ways of pronouncing it. Psionically speaking, this particular one woke anyone who was sleeping and caused the kind of systematic scramble that phrases like hull breach does to the Solari. It's not something that gets used very often. Sometimes a very unruly child may hear it from a particularly severe or exhausted parent after counting to 10, or however many primary phalanges, or digits in their respective anatomies. Phalangulas, philosophical flangel foals. That's what. We're taking Senna back to Solari. Responsibility is, as you may have guessed, another very fascinating word. If not more difficult to translate from Eldahiri, the Solari equivalent doesn't have the same depth of meaning. It has more cultural context. You owe me an extra chapter now. I remember what happened, Haffy. I called you out last night and you weren't here, so I didn't read it. I was going to, but you weren't here. The Way Builders. The species that originally developed the Waypoint network before they started caring more about the next billion-year plans instead of the 1,000-year ones. They taught the Eldahiri psionics. More than that, they taught them how to make and repair the ways and waypoints, and then made it their responsibility of the caretakers of the network. It was a builder concept. You're true, Raymond. You see how things have changed around here, Raymond? You see how much I get bullied now? It's amazing. I can't believe I've cultivated such an amazing, healthy community. They treat me with such great respect. And uphold my values. And make my dick wet. I mean, what? It's an ad. so sad. 3, 2, 1, toke! Someone isn't here when you ask if they're ready for you to read their stuff. The correct response when they come back is that you have already read their stuff while they were gone. Put this part and edit that scene from the Boondocks. Read N-word. Read! Went to the bathroom and came back to Diablo D2R. Look how close we are to finishing Turners. Just finish it! I mean, that's true. Someone get the whip! Ooh. Yes, please. And that was because we had a video to watch, Happy. We had to watch Jill Booma's adventure through Act 2 yesterday. That was our new video from yesterday. Today's video was another Cryogen story. Or cyberpunk story, like cyber foundations, cyberpunk company foundations, right? It's like the companies that make up the new world in like 50 years from now, like the 5 base companies, and everything from you know, human bioengineering to full technical Borg out thing with like, you know, viruses and fucked up kind of experiments and shit like that. Black market ops, infecting people, government conspiracies and cover-ups. Word carries context for being fault, debt, shame, duty, ongoing care and maintenance. To claim responsibility has been sacred in their culture for thousands of years. Firmly entrenched in everything from real estate transactions, congressional proceedings, adaptations, and marriage certificates. You don't say it if you don't mean it, because the entire species is going to hold you to it. Practically every waypoint repair ship is held a Huri, because racially, it is their job, their purpose. They just don't like to talk about it. Mainly because no one likes being reminded of mistakes made eons ago. Chalkboard, lock in and read, bitch! True, Haffy. She who dances in nebulas liked the name Marcus had used for her. It gave her hope of getting to talk with him for the first time. She understood exactly what a middle name was now, and he gave her one. That was special, cute, and dreamily poetic. When she saw the pain he was in, it hurt her. It crystallized her decision to make the name and do anything in her power to help him. She was angry at Senna, but also knew that Senna had been talking about that Solari boy since the moment she got back on board.
You're in for it now, sweetheart. Take those sexy glasses off like a good girl. You don't need to see what happens.
Wow, Callie's trying to start a war. Guys. Callie's trying to start a war. What is this? Callie? Really, Callie? Listen, Scotty, and listen. Finish this fucking story without distractions. You're going to prison. And you know what prison has? Booty. You'll learn that booty is more important than water. A man's butt getting some booty is more important than eating. When they see a booty, what they say, like this right here. I liked you and I want you. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. The choice is yours. Yeah, we already started the war 4 days ago.
I miss
this
my
has
sexy
been what he
librarian.
does
You
anytime he
can put
gets
those
here.
sweet sight setters back in place, slut.
Oh god! Prison is practically a 5-star hotel brothel for Scotty. It's not jail, you know. Oops, I dropped the soap! Guys, I dropped the soap! What are you doing? Get over here! I'm putting a poll up to ask chat to read and stop the distractions or just do distractions. It's getting a bit much tonight. Just channeled my inner relic. Hell yeah, Happy. 1,000 words an hour, guys. That's what it's at. That's what it's at. What is a little guilt between friends? Lol, I mean, at least you didn't start mine before his. True, Shadow. Dance never expected her to claim responsibility. Go see the boy again. Sure, explain things, maybe. Hell if they could, but not agree to stay until everything is fixed. Dance didn't understand what made Senna do it. Didn't understand the rock slide or lever of guilt had started. But she did, she knew it was her lever and her pressure, her fault. If we think about it, this is a reading stream for people who constantly tries to get Scotty to not read shit. It's a constant war because people are like, people interrupt my story, so I'm gonna interrupt the next guy's story, and the next guy's like, someone interrupted my story, so I'm gonna interrupt the next guy's story. And then eventually, it just becomes everyone interrupting everyone's stories. Right? So, it's like you guys are doing it to yourself. I mean, sure, I get distracted when I make a point about beta reading and, like, what I think about the story. But 90% of the time, I'm getting distracted because someone said something in chat. It's not my fault I'm addicted like herding cats. Exactly, Raymond. It's fucking impossible. You're not pack mentality animals.
No shocking for you, little puppy.
Okay, Happy. It's not uncommon. There are plenty of species that don't hate each other in general, but can't work together due to instinctual drive. Dance knew Senna was going back to some place that didn't want her, but she'd hurt her friend and pushed her over an edge she didn't come back from. While preparations were underway to get to the waypoint functional again, Dance asked her mother if AI were allowed to invoke responsibility too. She had to explain everything. Marcus, her feelings, what she said to Senna, and when she said it. Her mother understood. Didn't approve, but couldn't be angry. Addie held some guilt as she helped Senna set up the ritual to begin with. I'm gonna read my story for this stream. I'm looking for actual reading and less BS, and I know Chad is gonna fuck with it. Thanks anyway, Scotty. Hey, Relic, I feel you, man. It is what it is, right? I mean, you could always just ask me to lock in and use chalkboard, but if the reader of the story doesn't use chalkboard, I'm not locking in. That's all I'm saying, Relic. It's not you guys invoking it. The author of the story has to be the one to invoke it for it to be, like... Guy, 3 hours to read one story. I mean... Yeah? It is what it is. I mean... I am trying to put on a show. I'm trying to be entertaining. I'm trying to, like... Yeah, that's a speed run. Exactly, Sean. Like... Actual crabs in a bucket mentality, but we have firecrackers in this bucket. I already revealed what the ultimate plan is, so you guys can call it shitification. But at the end of the day, I mean, if the community continues to grow, it's most likely only going to get worse. I mean... And I'd have no plans in changing my attitude towards my stream. Man, I feel bad for Tangent. He said that he feels you aren't getting the full grasp of the chapter because of the distractions. But that's actually not true, Relic. It's actually the opposite. It's giving me time to cook in my head so I don't feel like I'm rushing through the story. So I actually get a lot more out of the story because I get to process it. So... And I've said this before as well, that like the distractions are a good way for me not to just turn it into me reading words on a page and it actually being me paying attention to the story. Meh, fine, I'll just chalkboard it for my story if it continues then. Exactly, Relic, and you're gonna say chalkboard and I will just ignore chat and I will just read your story. Because that's what you want me to do with your story. And when your story is the content, right, I want you to be happy with what I'm doing with your story. Right? If that makes sense. So it's like, if you just invoke it, then I'll understand that it's like you're not fucking around, right? You want this to be on point. Whereas I feel a lot, and that's why I made the rule, right? Then the whole time you'll feel like a dick for ignoring chat. Exactly, Sean, but it's not my fault, it's the person that invoked chalkboard. So chat can get mad at that person, right? So it's kind of like a reorientation of guilt. That's how I think about it. And that allows me to get through it, because I'm like, well, if chat has a problem, they can talk to Relic, and then Relic can deal with it. I'm focusing on the story, right? And that way I can appease, like, who's important at the time, right? Because if it's your story up here, you're the one who's important, right? Dance asked her mother if the AI were allowed to invoke responsibility too. She had to explain everything. Marcus, her feelings, what she said to Senna and why she said it. Her mother understood. Didn't approve, but couldn't be angry. Addie held some guilt as she helped Senna set up the ritual to begin with. Chat can get mad at that person, sure, but that doesn't change that you'll feel like a dick for ignoring chat, since that's an internal thing that has nothing to do with the outside world. True, Sean, but the justification that I can actually ignore chat, don't blame me, it was him. Exactly, Raymond. I have a scapegoat. I could give a fuck if chat has an issue with it. I need feedback for my work as I'm a full-time writer-author. Fuck chat, to be honest. I mean, fair enough, Relic, but then again, my question would be, like, I highly... What's the word? Like... I am flattered by the fact that you think my feedback is worthy of your time. Right? Later that evening, Dance officially invoked her responsibility to Senna. The adventurous Duty shared her Solari frameworks with her daughter. In addition to several lectures and warnings, the crew loaded equipment and provisions, and Senna packed all of her belongings into Dance. Plans were finalized. The waypoints back to Solari would take 30 hours to navigate, assuming no other ship was using the ways. Transmission to Eldahiri Repair Division from Adventurous Duty, Captain Deke. Incidentally, I am really loving this story. You should write my Ships in Space story. You'd do wonders with it. True, Sean. As per my previous communication, regarding the Solari diplomatic incident, there has been an unforeseen complication. Communications officer Senna is departing the adventurous duty to fill a diplomatic responsibility in Solari. She who dances in nebulas, our ship's shuttle, has likewise invoked responsibility to Officer Senna. Please arrange for a new communications officer and shuttle. Attached to the message were several accompanying documents intended for a review of the situation. The context for this message, in eye-searingly bright gold, was, "Please, for the love of the builders, do not ask. If you ask, I will quit, or quite possibly die," with enough subtext of embarrassment, awkwardness, and desperation that the clerk who filed it had to take a half day due to the emotional stress. Damn. No, I love that. Like, invoking, like, how important it is with certain words, the background and the understanding for each of the words, the idea of how embedded everything is, and how accountable people are to what they say, because people can basically read your mind, so they know when, like, you're lying about something. So having this entire context in the background of how these aliens feel towards their responsibility, because most people would say, well, you know, it's a second order effect. It's like, you know, what if I cooked you the best meal you ever ate, and you had a heart attack and died during the meal because the meal was so good? Is that my fault for making a meal so good that it killed you? Or is it your fault for not being able to handle a meal that's that good? And at that point, it becomes a philosophical discussion, right? For most interstellar species who are all empathic and telepathic. Words aren't just words, they're complete with thoughts, feelings, and context. And think about ideas too, Turner. This is one thing I don't think you've covered, is ideas. The framework of an idea attaching to a real world concept, right? So it's like, think of like a mod to like a movie or a video game. It'd be like adding your own context of like a Skyrim mod to the original data to show your personal understanding and context of it. Does that make sense, Turner? Infusing the emotions into your communications so strongly that it affects uninvolved personnel to such a crippling degree. Brilliant. Ideas cease to exist when you have that deep of a communication. Okay, I see where you're going with it. Yeah, okay, I see. So it's like it's simply the fact that everything has already been expressed. So it's not the expression of a new idea. It's a new perception of an existing idea. And the combination of that creates the structure of it, right? Like the difference between saying my house is not a home and my job is my home. You get the other's perception when they say it. So home to someone is abuse, danger, and terror. To home, another person could be indifference, neglect, and like anxiety. Someone else, it could be love, hope, everything you wish and dream for, right? Someone else could say home and yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah. I love that. I love that. Because it adds that understanding. Instead of it just being a flat word, it's your interpretation due to your involvement and your worldview and your perception, right? My word for home might be your word for work. Exactly, Turner. Like, my word for home might be your word for prison. Right? But I really, really love that concept. And then, like, the adherence to it is why the adheree hate English. Oh, I could yeah, no. I hate English and I'm not even psionic, Turner. So I absolutely understand that. And that's why I think I have such a hard time with communication. Is because my definitions, my understanding, and my, like, angle that I approach things is not how other people see things. So I can, like, confuse people and send people into, like, different states of mind when it's like that's not what my intent is, right? I wish I was psionic, because then I could just transfer my imagery of what I understand, like, my understanding of what it is to you, and, like, how I'm framing what I'm trying to say, right? And, like, the scope of it. Am I seeing the forest without the trees? Am I seeing the trees without the forest? Right? And it's super nuanced in that examination. And you have to be able to understand that when you're looking at something, especially critique, and you're trying to say, this is something that needs to be not only actionable, understandable, but also delivered in a way that makes the person want to do it, as opposed to fight against it. Because I know I have come to points where people give me critique, and I'm like, I don't want to do that, but I know that it's a good idea, and I have to fight my own feelings to try and incorporate that into the story, and it feels like it's not right because it's not mine. But if someone brings that idea in a completely new light and says, well, think about it this way, then all of a sudden I'm like, oh shit. I'm reminded of the Ferengi in Star Trek. My house is my house, as are the things in it, with every visitor paying for the privilege of entering your house in the first place. Exactly. As for Senna being unity, imagine everyone's mind on a ship was just another network connection, and Senna is responsible for rounding out everyone's extremes, helping people see each other's points of views, and she's psionic network hub. And when she stops translating and starts shouting, everyone hears. That's the point of a comms officer on interstellar ships. Ah, see, I kind of glazed over her being the comms officer as that being the fundamental reason why. That makes a lot of sense. But I was gonna say, this brings up this thing that I saw today, which I thought was funny. I think, Raymond, you'll like this one. Bayes' theorem on rational thinking and like hypothetical like plausibilities and the ability for you to change your mind. I was like, yup. This is how people should like what? Oh, the fact that you change your beliefs based upon the information that you have, and you have to make a plausible understanding of what information is true and what information is false, and it's your responsibility as an independent thinker to differentiate what is false and what is true based upon your perspective, right? Logically plausing it out like, okay, I've seen enough evidence and it now shows me this is, you know, my foundational ideas for things needs to change, right? Like, I used to believe in the government, but I don't believe in the government anymore. I believe in destroying the government because I know that the government is fucked. So I think we need to rationally take the tools that we have at the beginning and rewrite our understanding towards it. Everyone brings an ingredient. She bakes the crew's cake. So Dralic is kind of the safety officer and would be seen as, like, obsessive-compulsive about it. But she balances it by sharing it with everyone on board, and everyone is enriched by his presence. Interesting. I like it. But does that make sense? Yes, we're gonna read it, but I just, you know, I'm talking about I'm giving Turner my feedback right now. And I'm talking about logical plausibilities and stuff. And it's like, this literally relates to his story because it's how they're going, like, how they go about, like, classifying and solidifying what is grounded to them in their own psionics when you're trying to get other people's perspectives, right? You have to have your own internal metric that grounds yourself so you don't get lost in the network and become just another node. Right? You have to have a way of maintaining your individuality. Yeah, that sounds right. I should go more into it, read about it. Yeah, and it's literally like a theorem on logical thinking. Like, at what point in time should you change your mind on something? It's the actual scientific breakdown of you changing your mind over a period of time, which I think is fascinating. Can I write a IOU of 200 points? You can duel someone for points. Give me that shit so I can check it later. I will DM this to you, Raymond. There, I just DM'd it to you so you have it. That would be a fascinating, whoops. That would be a fascinating, shit. That would be a fascinating essay on how people, like, kind of no longer, like, have that kind of rational thinking. Like, it's way, way more groupthink. Right? Like, way more groupthink. Actually, I can just do this. I'm retarded. Resizing for the win. Alright, Meow, you're up. Let's do it. Chapter... By the way, what happened with fish? What do you mean, what happened with fish? What do you want, Haffy? We finished the story. Holy fuck! Makes sense. And Marcus had to have his own real emotions in order to actually communicate with Cousin. Exactly. Yeah, I guess someone else can give you the points, right? And you can IOU them. The wall! The wall! We're gonna build a wall and Mexico's gonna pay for it. True. Okay, it felt a little long. How the fuck did we get into chapter 12? I missed chapter 12. I was staring at the bar, waiting for it to go down, and then all of a sudden I'm like, wait, we're at chapter 13. What the fuck? There it is. Okay, so we're not reading this entire chapter. We'll read up to here-ish. Let's see, how much is this? It's like 4,000, right? It's almost 3,000 words, so we'll do this a little bit more. We'll take... Let's take... 400. Okay, so I guess right here. This is where we go. We'll go to there. That's halfway through the chapter. That's fair. Take care, Scotty. Don't forget to token drink. True, Turner. Thanks for sharing your story. Talk to you later, Laffy. I'm gonna get some sleep and wake up early tomorrow for editing. True, Turner. Right, I gotta take tokes. We got an ad coming up here, so of course we're gonna take a toke. If only my nose didn't feel like it was on fire. Ads, we're gonna have some ads, so get ready for your ads, and then we'll read the story. Hopefully, if we get no interruptions, guys, this will only take us 40 minutes to read, okay? 40 minutes to read. And then we can move on to Relic's story, which will take probably about 40 minutes to read. Does that sound fair? And then Haffy, we can read your story, which should take like 20 minutes? Does that sound fair to you guys? Oh, Happy, a full week. I didn't even see that. 7-day streak. Fuck yeah, brother. Let's go, bro. Ads. Here we go. Get ready for the ads. And here come the ads. And in we go. Over, under, over, at, over, at, and in, and over, at, and in, and at, and over. In and over, at, and over, and at, and in, and at, and in, and over, in, and at. In, at, and over, in, and at, and over, in, at, over, in, at, and over, in, and at, and in, and over, at. We have very many ads to go, but don't worry, cause it will soon be not a show. I could tell you where to go, but you won't want to, cause it's ads for all you know. I don't ad for you with ads. I see ads when I see what I do with ads. Be you, I do, oh I do, oh I do with you for ads. It is in ads, be is. It is what in ads be is was for ads. Do we be ads? So add to the ads with ads, so be what ads could be for me and you. Oh, ads to see, oh, ads. Oh, ads. I love to see the ads. Oh, yes, oh, ads. So many ads. Did you guys get enough ads? I didn't get any ads. When I finish translating the novel I'm doing, I'm gonna post it in the Discord, and we're gonna have a 24-hour stream of Scotty reading that shit. Fuck yeah, Raymond. Tripping over every fucking word. Sentences that take entire minutes. It's gonna be fucking amazing. All like 172 million words. I mean, what? 3, 2, 1, so! All right. Okay. Chapter 11 of Meow's story, The Wall. Transition from Underhang's pole forest to the wall's solid surfaces felt like returning to sanity after a prolonged visit to madness. Spearmaster pressed his paw against actual vertical structure. Pipes, yes. But pipes attached to things. Pipes that wouldn't drop you into infinite void if you missed a grab and experienced something he was increasingly comfortable calling relief. Relief. Not mission parabody length adjustment to account for reduced environmental hazards. Just relief. Simple. Warm. Entirely non-analytical relief. Yeah, and I love how it's like, in Turner's story, it's like AI becoming like more and more human. And in Meow's story, it's like the slug cat machine becoming more and more like slug catty. Like gaining his skugginality, as it was. The thought would have troubled him once. Now it was. Like breathing, like existing, like the way his chest felt lighter when Wisp smiled, or heavier when the outlaw did something monumentally stupid. Emotions had stopped being anomalies requiring classification and started becoming part of how we experienced the world. When had that happened? Somewhere between the acid water and the spider territories, or maybe earlier, in that first shelter with Wisp when the outlaw had interrupted something that might have been important. Does he have a dick? That's the other thing I was wondering. Like, is he sterile? Like he wasn't need to be given a dick, right? So can he like fuck? Or like, what? I'm curious. Pushed the thought aside. He had a wall to climb. Finally! Blessed actual climbable surfaces! I could kiss this pipe. I won't, because that would be weird and also unsanitary, but the sentiment is there. The black slug cat spread his arms wide as if embracing the entire structure, his ridiculous hat somehow still intact despite everything. You know what the wall has that Underhang didn't? Gravity that makes sense! Simple joy of knowing which direction is up. Could you repeat? Your story, I feel, connects to Turner's story, because Turner's story is, like, or at least the chapter, was, like, AI turning human, and is, like, you know, their AI evolving to, like, become their own personality. And then yours is, like, the slug cat turning from, like, being, like, machine-like to gaining his own skugginality and becoming more like a slug cat and less like a machine. Like, he's gaining sentience in a way, like as he's experiencing the world and interacting with it, right? In the same way that AI did with like interacting with the ship and stuff, right? It's like interacting with these like other beings causes you to evolve beyond what would be your normal mission para-body lengths, right? So I really, really like that, because it's like extreme character evolution, right? And it's like, you see the small increments of it happening slowly over time, right? Like, he's lost his analytical ways, and now he's using, like, emotional language, like relief. And he cares, or he's in love with Wisp. Like, he gets annoyed and angry at Outlaw, right? All these things at the beginning of his journey, he couldn't have even conceived of feeling. But now, it's his predominant feeling. Which I love. Yes, but it's high and normal. It's still very high. Yes, but it's high in the normal way, the way it is supposed to work, with ground below and sky above and no upside-down cities defying the fundamental laws of reality. Spearmaster found himself agreeing silently. The wall was high, extremely high, absurdly high even. But after underhang, extremely high, felt manageable. The threats here would be dangerous but visible. The falls would be lethal, but at least traditionally oriented. Thank you for the follow, Dexterio Auditori! That sounds like a description of my voice. Dexterio Auditore. That's like the Greek version of intoxication. Yo, what's up? How's it going? What you at? What you doing? What do you... Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you a purveyor of the world of words? Welcome, welcome. I'm Intoxication. I'm a writer and reader. Ooh, hell yeah. What about you? We're just, same here. Writer and reader, doing great. Today's awesome. We're just reading Meow's fan fiction about the game Rain World with Slugcats. So yeah. Good to hear. Another writer on Kick. Hell yeah. What do you write? What genre? What is bees? I mainly do short stories. Love anything fantasy. Fuck yeah. Fantasy and sci-fi are my jams. We've been working on horror lately. We're kind of doing a Diablo series right now, and especially with the drop of Reign of the Warlock, we're kind of going heavily into that. But yeah, I'd love to hear about your book. If you want to, feel free to also join the Discord. We got a lot of promotional channels and stuff, and like beta readers and shit in there if you want to, you know, hop in there and send some people your work and see if they want to work with you to, you know, flush it out or do what you need to do with it. If you have any published work, feel free to drop the links in there. I always love buying new books, so yeah. But I'd love a synopsis of your book. Falls would be lethal, but at least traditionally oriented. Small victories. They began their ascent, following the massive pipes that ran up the wall's surface like veins on some enormous creature. The pipes varied in diabody length, from barely wide enough to walk on to large enough to house entire scavenger colonies. If I ever work up enough courage to share it, I will. For sure, I totally understand what you mean by that, right? It is one of those things, but hey, you know, doesn't mean you can't enjoy other people's work and get inspired and, you know, be creative and steal ideas, you know what I mean? Ancient maintenance platforms dotted the structure at irregular intervals, providing rest points and evidence that the ancients had at some point expected people to actually climb this thing. One of the things I like to say, because people are like, oh, my idea's being stolen. It's like every story has been written. Every idea has been claimed. But you're the only one who can write your story. And your perspective is what makes your story interesting, right? That's how I think about it. Because at the end of the day, like, there is no such thing as, like, a new story. Because basically everything's inspired by real life and everything's already happened. So, you know, you can have a new perspective on it and a new outlook, but, like, fundamentally, you know, the concept of storytelling is just, you know, you can break everything down into, like, every other story. So, I just don't like the mentality of people being, like, having my idea stolen. Like, for instance, for my main book, I chose, and this is how I learned this lesson myself. In my book, I chose something that I didn't think anyone had ever done, ever. and it's planets that are sentient. So it's like sentience doesn't, and consciousness doesn't start at humans. It starts at a universal level, then becomes like a galactic cluster level, and then it goes down to like, you know, smaller clusters, and then it goes down to individual galaxies, and then it's like down to individual solar systems, then it's like down to individual, right? So it's like every piece kind of builds on consciousness. And then from a planet, consciousness is spread out. And the planets are basically eggs. So it's like an egg of a celestial being that gathers like stardust around it and creates a planet. So the bad celestial beings break out of their planets, and the good celestial beings don't. And this causes like an imbalance in the universe, because how does good defeat evil when good can't act? Because the only way to act is to basically kill everything on your planet, which a good celestial being would never do. And I was like, yeah, no one's ever done celestials as like beings as celestials as planets. And then I watched the Celestials, and I was like, fuck, Marvel took my idea. And then I was like, does that degrade my idea in any way? And I'm like, no, not really. I mean, it's still the idea of like planetary consciousnesses, but the way that it's done is unique in its own aspect, so that's what makes the idea good, not the fact that, oh shit, Marvel did what my huge thing was, now I can't do it, right? And that was my original mentality toward it. Like, I was depressed about it. And then I looked at it and I said, why am I being such an idiot about this? Every story's been written. And that's how I basically came up with it. That's like me naming my firstborn. I thought I was so original naming her Ariana. Then no sooner is she named than I find hundreds of Arianas all around me. Exactly. Like, is it like Ariana Grande? Like, it's the way that it goes. It's survivorship bias and identity bias, right? Why is science racist? No, Seven. It's not. That's a hyperbole. But the whole point is, I'll go back and I'll do this. I'll bring up this clip again because it's just fucking hilarious. But it was in response to this this obviously satirical clip, but it was just kind of funny. Did I not like it? Is misogynist. Yeah.
Comes with a dose of misogyny.
Okay. So this is what it's in response to. Because this is like the idea of how ridiculous it is. This is a skit, obviously, right?
Hamburger comes with a dose of misogyny. The assumption that the best protein comes from corpses is a racist belief. 21st century animal eating requires our complicity in a new colonialism.
Normal spelling is
Our
Saphira.
whiteness is
Saphira?
part
Yeah.
of the problem of
Spelled her
meat.
middle name
If
different.
you eat animals, you
Is
take
that
up more
Caitlin or
climate space.
Catlin?
Meat eating is
So
also
my
one of the ways
papa,
gender-based structures of oppression are
Percy,
perpetuated.
call her Kitten.
Men in the West are taunted to renew
Catlin.
their man card
7,
by
we getting
eating
BD
meat
system
because that's
today.
what real men do. That's the sexual politics of meat, and it reveals how unsettled masculinity really is. That's why after 9/11, nope. That's why.
But yeah, anyways, it's just the idea of like things being so ridiculous. So I was like, how do I make the most ridiculous statement ever? And it's like, oh, I know, science is racist. And my Twitter thing was, it's science. The scientific method is not only racist, it's anti-Semitic. Yeah. It's because only white people are allowed to invent things. If a black person ever invented something, it would be considered bad. So that's why the scientific method is racist. It's Caitlin, but spelled Catlin. Scotty, you have a Twitter notification. It's probably a bot. How much do you guys want to bet it's a bot, or it's like part of readers? Shut up and read, bitch. I guess. Oh god. Okay. ancient maintenance platforms dotted the structure at irregular intervals, providing test points and evidence that the ancients had, at some point, expected people to actually climb this thing. The architecture is incredible. Look at how the pipes are integrated with the support structure. Each one serves multiple functions: water transport, coolant circulation, structural reinforcement. The engineering is... She trailed off, her eyes reflecting genuine wonder as she examined the construction details. Neat. Very neat. Also very climbable, which is my primary concern. Can we appreciate the engineering while moving? Perfectly upward, preferably upward. They climbed. The rhythm was familiar now. Oh, by the way, Seven, how's it going? How are you today? What's up? I didn't ask you that because we got heated off the bat, right? We got to talk about science and its evil ways and the way that the only faith can save you. Science will never save you. I mean, what? He climbed. The rhythm was familiar now. Grab, pull, find foothold, repeat. Spearmaster's strength made the process almost trivial. His body designed for exactly this kind of exertion. But he noticed himself adjusting his pace to match Wisp and the Outlaw. Not because mission efficiency required it, but because leaving them behind felt wrong. Pack behavior. He was thinking in pack terms now. Not allies requiring protection for mission success, but pack. Today's been good. I think I should end it by writing some smut. Fuck yeah. That sounds epic, Seven. That's a great way to end the day. And then have some wet dreams? Let's go. The distinction felt significant in ways he couldn't quite articulate and didn't feel the need to analyze. So, speaking of appreciating things, can we talk about how much better this is? Like, objectively better? Right, the regions we've crossed? That seems unnecessary. Completely necessary. Essential, even. Purple, you're with me on this, right? Spearmaster shrugged, which the Outlaw took as agreement. See, Purple agrees. Okay, let's start with garbage wastes. Solid middle tier region. Plenty of food, decent shelter, only moderate risk of death. 6 out of 10. Would traverse again. Your rating regions. I love chapter 22. It came out so good. Fuck yeah, Happy. I can't wait to read it, bro. I love it when, like, you just know that chapter is the one. You're just like, nailed it! Absolutely. It's important to document these things. Future travelers will need guidance. Outskirts, also 7 out of 10. Home advantage bumps it up. Shaded Citadel gets a 3. Too dark. Very hostile. Negative points for making me walk into a trap floor. Waterfront facility, though? 9 out of 10. Beautiful views. Friendly locals. He glanced at Wisp with exaggerated significance. Excellent company! Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I still want to bang you, but at least I know you don't want to bang me. So wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Still want to bang? No? Okay, fuck. Only loses a point because of the acid water incident. We nearly died in the acid water. Hence the lost point! Still very generous scoring. The precipice gets a 2. All wind, constant falling risk, vultures, would not recommend. The leg gets a 0. -0 if it's possible. Spiders. So many spiders. What happens if you multiply 0 by -0? Underhang gets... Let me think. -1000. Maybe -infinity. That place can fall into the void it's suspended over, and nothing of value will be lost. Spearmaster found himself making a sound. Not quite a laugh. He had no mouth. Laughing was technically impossible, but something close. A huffing noise that conveyed amusement. I mean, he can breathe, so if he can breathe, he can go like... Right? Even if he doesn't have a mouth. The Outlaw noticed immediately. Did you just laugh, Purple? Did you just laugh at my rating system? That's character development. That's emotional growth. I'm so proud. He can't laugh. No mouth. That was a laugh-adjacent sound. It counts. Don't ruin my moment of witnessing Purple's expanding emotional range. And I love how you call it out, too, because that's exactly what's happening, right? So it's like calling it out from the character's perspective like that, especially like this is something that the Outlaw would pay attention to, right? Because he's like a people person studier. Because he's all about, like, which is odd because he doesn't understand, like, he's trying, right? But, like, that's the main point. Like, he's not succeeding, but that's what he's trying to do. right? And that's a good effort, it's just he doesn't have the skill to do it. So he just needs to realize that and let someone else do it, right? They continued climbing, and Spearmaster realized the outlaw was right. That he had a laugh, or the closest approximation his physiology allowed, when had humor become something he experienced rather than observed? When did the outlaw's ridiculous commentary stop being background noise and started being genuinely funny? The changes kept accumulating. Each day, each iteration, each moment of choosing pack over mission para-body lengths added another layer to whatever he was becoming. 7 red suns had created a tool, but the tool was developing opinions, preferences, a sense of humor, apparently. Was that good? Bad? Neither? Both? He didn't know. Didn't particularly care. It just was. Movement ahead caught his attention, pulling him from philosophical contemplation and immediate critical, tactical awareness. Cluster of shapes on the pipe, approximately 50 body lengths up. Cyan lizards. 3 of them. Distinctive coloring, making them immediately identifiable even at distance. Spearmaster's threat assessment engaged automatically, but differently than before. Not cold calculation of optimal engagement strategy, more like concern mixed with planning, worry for his pack mixed with confidence in their ability to handle the threat. Cyan lizards ahead, 3 of them. Of course. Because we're having too pleasant a time. Can't have slug cats enjoying themselves without someone trying to explode at them. True, bow chicka wow wow, looking at you, Wisp. Sploosh! Wisp. They're territorial, but not aggressive unless provoked. If we move carefully around them, one of the cyan lizards noticed them. Its body tensed in that distinctive pre-leap coil that meant exactly one thing. Incoming explosive death lizard. Or they could just attack immediately. That's also an option! My sister called me gay because I'm wearing a V-neck sleep wear. Joke's on her, I'm bi. True, Haffy. True. You'd be like, aw, thanks! Fuck yeah, I look gay? That's epic. I gotta tell the boys. They'll never stop laughing. It's perfect. They could just attack immediately. That's also an option. Cyan lizard launched. Spearmaster was ready for this. His reflexes tracking the trajectory, calculating intercept points. He generated a spear and threw it with perfect timing. The projectile struck the lizard mid-flight, not killing it outright, but disrupting its momentum enough that its impact became survivable rather than lethal. The creature hit the pipe they'd been standing on moments before. They'd all dodged and immediately recovered, its confusion missing evident in its movements. Cyan lizards operated on instinct. Miss once, they'd try again. Miss twice, they'd usually reconsider. The second cyan lizard leapt. The outlaw was prepared to spear throw, less accurate than Spearmaster's, but good enough. The lizard took a hard hit to its leg, the injury causing its trajectory to wobble. It landed on a nearby pipe, stumbling and nearly fell before catching itself. Ha! Not so explosive now, are you? More like mildly conducive. Third cyan lizard had apparently been watching and learning. It didn't leap directly at them. Instead, it jumped to a higher position, circling, trying to gain tactical advantage. Smart lizard. Also, problem. It's flanking. They're not supposed to be that coordinated. Well, this one didn't get the memo about lizard behavior expectations. Spearmaster moved upward quickly, changing elevation to match the flanking cyan lizard. If it was gonna try tactical positioning, he'd counter with superior mobility. The lizard saw him coming and make his decision. Leap now or lose the opportunity. It leapt. Spearmaster didn't throw a spear. Didn't need to. He simply grabbed the pipe he'd been climbing and swung himself around it, using the structure as a shield. The cyan lizard's explosive impact hit metal instead of slugcat. The force of collision stunning the creature long enough for Spearmaster to generate a spear and eliminate the threat permanently. The other 2 cyan lizards, having witnessed their packmate's failure, decided distraction was the better part of valor. They fled into the pipe network, leaving the territory to creatures clearly too dangerous to hunt. 3 cyan lizards scared off with only 1 casualty. That's actually pretty good. We're getting better at this. Or we're getting lucky. I prefer to frame it as skill development, but sure, luck works too. Less satisfying for my ego, though. They collected the cyan lizard's body, food was food, and supplies were running low, and continued upward. The wall's scale became increasingly apparent as they climbed. Each section they completed revealed more sections above, the structure rising with geometric persistence that made final height impossible to gauge from their perspective. From the creature density that was noticeably lower than previous reasons, not absent. Dropwigs still lurked near valuable items. Vultures still circled overhead at intervals. Occasional lizards still patrolled their territories, but manageable, sparse. When people say I'm gay, I response only half and stands up straight with my hands on my hips, posing as gay as I can. I'm only half gay, okay guys? Seriously? I'm only fucking half gay, okay? Get it out of your heads that this is something more than it is, alright? You just want them all for yourself? Okay, that's why. But no, it's more than that. The wall felt almost peaceful. After Underhang's constant threats, the wall felt almost peaceful. They encountered a dropwig trap, an unusually pristine sphere positioned on a small platform. The massive insect waiting patiently nearby for some foolish creature to attempt theft. The outlaw studied the setup with professional interest. That's quality bait! Almost makes you forget that the neckbreaker murder bug... Almost! We don't need that sphere badly enough to risk the dropwig. Agreed. Besides, I have standards. I only steal from creatures that can't instantly kill me. It's a moral line I maintain. They gave the dropwig a wide berth, and Spearmaster found himself cataloging the creature's behavior, not as threat data, but with something approaching curiosity. The dropwig's patience was impressive. How long did it wait between meals? Did it ever get bored? Did insects experience boredom? I want the dick and the pussy. It's that simple. True, Happy. I want the best of both worlds. Why would I limit myself to only one option? Right? Why can't I have waffles and pancakes? Why do I have to choose? Fuck that. This is, I was gonna say this is America, but you know, this is the West, this is Canada, this is North America. This is, you know, Freedomville. We can have both waffles and pancakes. Hell, you know what? We can have waffle, then put an ice cream cake in the middle, and then put a pancake on top. 'Cause that's fucking America. Questions that had no tactical value. Questions he was asking anyway because curiosity was apparently something he did now. First cycle on the wall ended with them finding a shelter built into the maintenance hub. Don't forget the crepes and funnel cakes. Exactly. Inside, they shared the cyan lizard meat. Spearmaster absorbed his portion through his feeding needles, while the others ate traditionally, and the outlaw resumed his running commentary on everything. Rate today's climb. Solid 8 out of 10. Good progress, minimal life-threatening incidents, successful cyan lizard engagement. Would climb again. We're still doing the rating system. I'm committing to the bit. Fucking ads. Ultra North America Pancaker... Pancake waffles, French toast waffles with crepe and funnel cakes, all on one plate with real maple syrup from Canada. Oh. Alright, I'll be right back. That made me ideas. That gave me ideas, guys. That gave me ideas. Oof. Did some shopping today. We got ourselves some good shit. The good shit only lasts for 2 days, though. Which is the unfortunate part. And then it's another month of mediocre. When I show you the vid, I want to see the full thing. Front is still running, only running, or just the parts I changed. Probably just the parts you changed. Unless everyone wants to see it again. If you guys want to see it, it's because I know you guys have already seen it, so it's like... But if you want to see it again, I'm totally down for that. It's up to you guys. 3, 2, 1, go! Look what we got. That's right, guys. That's right. It's the real one. I'm curious about the slug cats is that in garbage wastes, there is a pool of toxic fluids, and slug cats have a belly pouch, are able to swallow this liquid. They die, but they can swallow it. Damn, that's brutal. I don't remember the last time I had an ice cream sandwich. Masterclass. I'm not a fan of sweets, but once in a while, 7, you just get a small craving. I'll eat like 2 of these a year. Oh shit, Relic's not gonna like that, Happy. Relic's not gonna like that at all. Uh-oh. I think Happy just started war. I mean, you're gonna have to use your points, Relic. That's just the way it is. I'm sorry. Unless Happy wants to take it back, but he ain't getting his points back. It's true, though. They are very short. But you did want me to read 2. I don't care, I've been waiting all stream. That's fair, Relic, but... That's why you can spend 10,000 points to get next in queue. I know it's unfair. You should have 10k points, Relic. Just spend 10k points. Be back in queue. I don't think Happy has more than 10k points. I don't think you can do it a second time. Okay, Happy, I guess we'll read one of your chapters, and then we'll read Relics, and then we'll read another one of your chapters. Alright, it's okay, Relic. Have a good night. It's understandable. It's all good, man. Enjoy the rest of your night. Sorry for keeping you up. Outlaw. Rate today's climb. Oh, we already read that. You're still rating the system? I'm committing to the bit. Also, it helps process trauma. Turning near-death experiences into quantified scores makes them feel more manageable. That's actually kind of sad. Effective, though. I've mentally rated every region we've crossed, every fight we've survived, every terrible decision I've made. Helps put things in perspective. For example, jumping after that vulture to retrieve my hat? Originally rated 2 out of 10. Terrible decision. After reflecting and considering that I got the hat back, solid 6, maybe 7. You nearly died. But I didn't! Death avoidance always bumps the score up significantly. Spearmaster listened to their banter. His perception of the outlaw continuing to develop nuance. The constant talking wasn't just nervousness or character quirk, it was a coping mechanism, a way of processing fear and danger through humor and deflection. Behind the performance was someone genuinely terrified in most situations they encountered, but facing them anyway. Fuck Happy. True, fuck Happy. Like, anytime I give someone the option of peace or war, every time they choose war. I swear to God, every time people choose war when I'm like, can we do peace or war? They're like, war! War, 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 war! And I'm like, you do realize... Whoa, double next in queue. Damn, okay, well then, do you want 2 chapters then, Relic? Like, I don't know what to do with 2 next in queue, unless you want to start first next stream? You could do that. Constant talking wasn't just, we already read that. Behind the performance was someone genuinely terrified in most situations they encountered, but facing them anyway through sheer determination and elaborate emotional defense systems. Brave. Happy gotta wait. Happy has to wait until you write another chapter. I have 120 chapters waiting, Relic. The outlaw was brave, not in the obvious way, not charging into danger with confidence, but in the harder way, being afraid and continuing anyway, talking through the fear, making jokes about the terror, surviving despite, or maybe because of it, the deflection. When had Spearmaster learned to see that, to understand the layers beneath the surface behavior? The question answered itself. By spending time with someone, by watching, by caring enough to look past first impressions, by becoming more than a tool designed for singular purpose. Purple's giving me that look again, the one where I can tell he's analyzing me despite having no mouth and therefore no expressions beyond vague eye intensity. Spearmaster shook his head slightly, not analyzing, just seeing, understanding, appreciating maybe. See, that head shake? That's communication. We're bonding. Pack dynamics solidifying. Next thing you know, we'll be grooming each other and sharing territory and doing whatever slug cats do and if they form emotional attachments. Bow chicka wow wow! Looks over at Wisp. Grooming each other. I saw it at the colony. I saw families grooming. It's a thing slug cats do. Social bonding through parasite removal and fur maintenance. I don't think we're there yet. He just wants to lick Wisp. What a pervert. Give it time. We're in this together. Shared trauma builds connections. By the time we reach 5 pebbles, we'll be inseparable. Best friends, probably. Hey, I'll just use the time to write more chapters. P.S. I only have 32 points now. Lol. Shit, that sucks, Happy. Oh, that's why it's always best to ask before you just use the points. Because you never know if someone's just gonna fuck you over, and they might as well just give you the slot, right? It's just the way that it is! That's what it's there for! It's there to cause and stir things up. Be right back. You're leaving in the middle of your story? No, Meow, what? What about feedback? Spearmaster found himself hoping that was true. The thought surprised him. Have to wash dishes. Makes sense, man. No, I'm just bugging you, bro. Do what you gotta do, man. Spearmaster found himself hoping that was true. The thought surprised him with an emotional weight. He wanted to remain connected to them after the mission. Wanted to see what happened next. Wanted to be part of whatever came after delivering the pearl and warning 5 pebbles and hopefully saving Moon. I really don't mind. I appreciate it, Haffy. I appreciate you. And it's understandable that, you know, it's not easy, let's just say, right? It's not, from your guys' perspective, it's not easy, right? Mission was no longer everything. It was still important, critically important, but it existed within a larger context now. A context that included the outlaw's ridiculous hat and Wisp's careful kindness and his own developing sense of self that 7 red suns had never anticipated. They slept, woke, continued climbing. The second cycle on the wall brought new challenges, but nothing they hadn't encountered before. Vultures circled at intervals, their attacks becoming almost routine. The standard vulture dove. They dodged or wounded enough to make it reconsider. It retreated. King vultures were more persistent, but still manageable with coordinated defense. You know what's nice? Being experienced enough that vultures aren't automatically terrifying anymore. They're just annoying. Dangerous annoyances, like spiders, but with wings and worse attitudes. They encountered a cluster of drop wigs that had apparently formed some kind of trap network. Multiple insects, positioned around valuable items in a coordinated pattern that suggested either intelligence or instinct sophisticated enough to mimic it. Just if someone asking to go before me, I'd let them. I'm a chronic people pleaser. I used to be Haffy, and now I'm not as much. Now I embrace being a dick. Because honestly, I don't care what people think about me. Right? If you can't get a joke and you don't have a sense of humor, sure, if I cross a line and push it too far and you don't tell me to stop, that's not my problem, that's your problem. Tell me to stop. That's how I look at it, right? I make fun of myself more than I make fun of other people, right? Like that's like the main point of it, is that I'm consistently making fun of my ability to read, my ability to spell, my ability to fucking communicate, my ability to manage chat, like I'm fucking bald, I'm retarded, like I'm massive, like I fucking can't keep a fucking focus, like, so it's not just me making fun of other people, I'm also making fun of myself and my own work. It's actually funny, because the first time I ever used Mean Extra Deem, Scotty told me that doesn't work. And that was 3 weeks ago. Scotty changed rules more than a drink a girl changes boyfriend. It's true, Relic, because I'm a dictator. The rules are how I feel at the time. And I always say, I put you guys on edge by not being fair. You never know what the fuck is gonna happen. I'm working on putting myself first. It's very important to do that, Haffy, because you're the only one who will advocate for yourself. No one else will advocate for you. You have to advocate for yourself, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's the fine line between advocating for yourself and pressing yourself, like forcing yourself on other people, right? Putting yourself out there isn't forcing yourself on other people. Other things are, right? Like, I'd say Void, for instance, is a great example, but they're just a kid, right? It's like the back and forth with all the accounts and everything like that. It's like, we know, and the drawings and everything like that. It's like, we know that, like, you didn't do that, that's not you, or that is you, you know, like, they're both you kind of thing, right? And it's like, it's a gag at the end of the day. I don't want to call someone out. Want to hear me rant about ADHD and autism? Fuck yeah, Haffy, I would love to hear about that. What's your perspective on it? What's your worldview? How do you cope with, like, that kind of perspective on life, right? Because to me, it's not so much a medication or, like, a disease as much as it is a perspective, right? And autism is the same way, right? It's not a disease. It's a brain structure understanding perspective, right? You just see the world differently. That's not wrong, right? Is someone wrong because they're colorblind? No. No, hell no. That's bullshit, right? That's unusual. Drop wigs don't usually work together. Maybe they went to team building seminars. How to coordinate your deck breaking for maximum efficiency. Drop wig leadership workshop. They avoided the trap network entirely. The potential rewards not worth the guaranteed complexity of engagement. Survival sometimes meant knowing when to walk away from challenges. Spearmaster was learning that lesson. Not everything required combat solution. Sometimes optimal strategy was simply leaving. True. Walk away. They made excellent progress throughout the cycle. The climb becoming almost meditative in its repetition. Grab pipe, pull food, find foothold, repeat. It's not a disability, it's a different ability. Yeah, it's like someone who has like high functioning, high intelligence autism versus like low functioning, like Down syndrome level autism, right? Like, are you fucking, like Will Hunting, or are you, or like, Jesus Christ, why can't I think of his name? Holy fuck, Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks. Why the fuck can I not think of the name? I'm retarded when it comes to names. I'm so fucking retarded. You guys know what I mean, right? Tom Hanks, Jenny. Oh shit, no, that's I thought you meant like in the chat. That's a 7-minute rant. I can watch this later sometime. Survival sometimes meant knowing when to walk away from challenges. Spearmaster was learning that lesson. Not everything required combat solution. Sometimes optimal strategy was simply leaving. They made excellent progress throughout the cycle. Climb becoming almost meditative in its repetition. Grab pipe, pull up, find foothold, repeat. And the rhythm allowed Spearmaster's mind to wander, processing thoughts and observations that had accumulated during their journey. Thought about Moon, dying in her chamber while her brother's experiments consumed the water she needed. Thought about 7 red suns who had created him with such precision and care for singular purpose. Thought about the pearl in his chest, data compressed into storage medium small enough to integrate with biology. And he thought about Wisp and the outlaw, his pack, his companions, his friends. He didn't have precise answers, just knew that it had happened, that the transformation was complete, that he had to choose between mission success and their safety. He would choose them without hesitation. 7 red suns would probably consider that a design flaw. Spearmaster considered it growth. They found an orange lizard den midway through the second cycle's climb. The structure was obvious, the natural formation sticking out of the wall's surface, widened and modified by generations of lizards claiming it as territory. Spearmaster could see movement inside, multiple orange shapes, hear the distinctive sounds of lizard communication. Orange lizard den. We should avoid it. Absolutely. Going in there would be stupid and dangerous. And he paused, his expression shifting to something calculating. How's our food situation? We have enough for maybe 2 more cycles, and we're probably 3 or 4 cycles from reaching 5 pebbles structure. So our food situation is actually not enough. We can scavenge on the way, find bat flies, smaller prey. Or we can stock up now, hit the lizard den, take down a few orange lizards, have enough food to not worry about it for the rest of the journey. That's dangerous. Everything's dangerous, at least this way, if we choose the timing and terms of engagement. He looked at Spearmaster, clearly seeking backup for what was admittedly terrible idea presented as logical planning. Plus, I say my full government name first and last. And I've leaked my name, it is what it is, right? Purple. You're with me on this, right? Proactive food acquisition. Spearmaster considered. His first instinct was to reject the plan. Orange lizards were pack hunters. Entering their den was tactically questionable. The risk seemed to outweigh the benefit. But Outlaw's point about food supplies was valid. They were running low. Scavenging during travel was unreliable, and substantial food source now would eliminate future concern. More than that, he found himself trusting the Outlaw's judgment. The Betlac slug had proven himself repeatedly capable despite his performative uncertainty. If he thought he could handle this, maybe they could. Spearmaster nodded. Both of you are insane. Probably, but we're committed insane. Which is better than uncommitted insane. Come on, we'll be quick, in and out. Surgical strike. What could go wrong? It's like in StarCraft when you attack. It's better to make a well-executed, really shitty plan, like really shitty strategy attack, than a poorly executed, like 500 IQ strategy. Because the strategy simply comes down to the execution, not the strategy itself, right? So, like, an immaculately executed shitty plan is still good. They approached the den carefully, examining the entrance and interior layout from safe distance. Spearmaster counted 6 orange lizards visible, with probably more deeper in. Pack size was significant, but not overwhelming. The den's geography would actually work to the slug cat's favor. Narrow entrance created choke point, limited the lizard's ability to use numerical advantage. Okay, strategy time. Purple and I go in aggressive, create chaos, take down as many as we can quickly. Wisp, you stay at the entrance, cover our exit, make sure nothing cuts off our escape route. I should help with the fighting. You will be helping. By ensuring we don't get trapped. That's crucial, essential even. Also, I'm asking you to not be in for the most dangerous part because I'm worried about you getting hurt, and I'm pretending it's tactical reasoning, and it's just concern. His honesty was disarming. Wisp's expression softened. Fine. If things go bad, I'm coming in. Appreciated. Ready, Purple? Spearmaster generated spears, feeling the familiar process of protein restructuring, matter reorganizing into weapons. The sensation had become as natural as breathing. He nodded. They entered the den. The orange lizards reacted immediately, their pack coordination evident in how quickly they organized defensive formation. But the outlaw moved with surprising speed and confidence, his spears flying with accuracy that Spearmaster hadn't seen before. The black slug cat was always competent, but this was different. This was exceptional. 2 down! Watch the left! Okay, that's halfway through the chapter, guys. We made it halfway through the chapter. I told you it wouldn't take that much time if we could just sit there and do what we needed to do. Right? We got this. Alright, Relic. But I love the chapter, and even so far in it, just like I said, like the evolution and the coming back to and the appreciation and the understanding and the recognition of Spearmaster's change, like his self-awareness of it. And like the laugh enacting that to be like the extra icing on the cake that everyone else can see that he's also changing, right? I really like that. And I think this is a great place to stop right at the beginning of an epic battle too, right? It's like leaves us on this little air of suspense. Alright, Relic. Alright, Relic. It's that time. Are you ready? I know it's been a while, and I know it's hard, but... Wait. Chapter 1? Wait, I'm confused. Oh! This isn't Cinder. Okay. Okay. Ooh, I like that name. Online. Alright. Relic has waited patiently. And yep. Now I'm gonna take a toke just to piss Relic off. I'm such a dick. Why Scott is such a dick? Because I don't has one. I gotta be one because I don't has one. 3, 2, 1, toke. True. Okay. Chapter 1. Online. The storm had turned the city into a closed system. Rain pressed against the 8th floor windows in hard, slanted sheets, driven by wind that threaded through the gaps between buildings and funneled down the avenues below. Streetlights bled into the weather, their amber glow smeared across the glass, stretching and warping as if the city itself were melting. Somewhere far beneath the apartment, tires hissed through standing water. A horn sounded, cut off almost immediately. Nothing lingered. Stephen lay on his back on the bed, one arm bent at his side, the other resting across his chest with his phone held loosely in his hand. The screen was the only light in the room. He kept it angled downward, not out of caution but habit, an instinctive effort to contain the glow. He wasn't tired. He also wasn't reckless. So he's trying to block people from seeing what he's seeing, which means probably what he's seeing on his phone is not the greatest to be seen. Does that make sense, Relic? He existed in a suspended state, alert without urgency, as if his body had forgotten what it was waiting for. The apartment was quiet in a deliberate way. 2 rooms, clean, sparse. Furniture chosen for function, not comfort. There's no other people, just him. No, but I mean, like, the fact that, like, it's a habit because he does it a lot. It's like when you look at porn on your phone and you're like this. That's what I'm imagining him like. Yes, I finished Meow at least halfway through the chapter, and then I gave my notes, so if you want to go back in the stream, go to the VOD. I gave my notes on the chapter. 2 rooms, kitchen, the couch faced the television at a careful distance, neither inviting nor hostile. The kitchen counters were bare except for a single mug left near the sink, empty and dry. No photographs, no decorations, no personal clutter. Nothing suggested memory, nothing that demanded attention. Fucking ads! God damn it. Oif. Alright. Walk in, here we go. Stephen had lived in the building for 3 years. Long enough no one questioned his presence. Long enough that he no longer questioned it himself. Building rose 20 stories high. A concrete column wedged between newer glass towers that reflected light better and aged more gracefully. Hallways were narrow. Its elevators were slow and vocal, groaning before each ascent as if preparing themselves. At night, sound traveled oddly through the structure. Voices from above bleeding downward, footsteps echoing from floors that shouldn't have been close enough to hear. Stephen stopped trying to determine where noises came from. Building carried its own internal logic. Jesus, excuse me. Outside his window, the upper floors loomed overhead, their dark windows stacked in uneven rows. Some units glowed faintly with television light, others pulsed with the colder blue-white of phone screens. Silhouettes moved behind glass, figures crossing rooms, pausing, disappearing. Hundreds of lives compressed into vertical space, separated by concrete and routine. Stephen's phone vibrated once. Not a notification, just a soft system tremor. He didn't check it right away. When he did, the screen showed nothing new. No messages, no alerts, no missed calls. He scrolled anyways. News headlines slid past in clean fonts and neutral colors. Market fluctuations, regional storms, infrastructure warnings. A video auto-played without sound, flooded streets in another city. People waded through water up to their waists. He watched long enough to register movement, then moved on. Social media followed. Short videos stacked endlessly, faces smiling into cameras, people dancing in bedrooms lit by ring lights, couples laughing in kitchens too clean to feel lived in. Everything moved, everything repeated, all of it muted. Stephen didn't react. He didn't comment. He hadn't posted in months. His profile still existed, still updated passively, but it felt less like a reflection of him and more like a record. Evidence that he was still accounted for. What's good with the fam? With my fam? Yo, what's up, Blessed? How's it going? We just chilling, we reading Relic's story. We're stringing them along for a long time, but we figured it out. We got it done. We're here now. This is, I'm guessing, his new book. I don't know what book this is. I'm guessing Desire, but I think that's just the name of the chapter. No, is chapter online? So maybe the book is Desire. I don't know. But anyways, so far, very interesting. Confused on the genre right now. I'm like, is this supposed to be a horror with the sounds that are going on? But then I was like, well, maybe not. Maybe that's just the building thing. Maybe it's just him being dumb. I'm effing retarded. Me too, Happy. What's up? Another vibration. Nothing. Again, this is the book Desire that will be coming out later this year after Cinder. It's a horror story. Okay, epic. Fuck yeah, Relic. He checked his messages. I'm imagining, like, kind of stuck, like haunted, like, apartment kind of thing. Like, stuck on a single floor. Like, that kind of idea. The hearing things in the night eventually becomes more than it is. Check Discord. What's in Discord? Okay, that's pretty good. I'll give you that, Meow. Why love one but eat the other? Yes, vegans, why? I don't know how dog tastes, but I've heard dog's not that great. Pork is amazing. I don't know how these taste. I love lettuce. First of all, I want to make it clear that What I feel for my pig is lust, but I wouldn't describe it as love. It's more of pure sexual desire. Second, how do you... No, I eat dog. When a sleepless man downloads a late-night video dating app, he expects distraction, not connection. Then he meets her. Calm, magnetic, and unsettlingly perceptive, she seems to see through the screen and into him. Their conversations feel effortless, intimate, and just a little too perfect. As nights pass, the app begins opening on its own. Memories blur and subtle distortions creep into his apartment. In a sense of time, what begins as a private indulgence becomes an all-out consuming ritual, one where attention feels like control, till he realizes it may be something else entirely. As reality fractures, he uncovers the truth. The woman is not human, and the screen was never a boundary. She exists through observation and desire, feeding on connection and consent, shaping him through every choice he believed was his own. Trapped between isolation and belonging, he faces a final reckoning, one that forces him to confront a chilling truth about intimacy, technology, and himself. In a world where being seen feels safer than being known, the most dangerous lesson of all is simple. Not everyone is who they seem. Damn, that's fucking epic, Relic. I'll buy it. Sold. Put me on the pre-order list. I accidentally hit the power on my surge protector with my fucking knee. Oh, you just fucked yourself, Happy. That's brutal. That's brutal, man. How could you do something like that? What's the damage? I'm probably autistic and probably have ADHD. Looking at work in library and information science, specifically at archivist. Chapter 22! Checked his message. Oh, we already read that. Work threads had gone quite quiet hours ago. Personal conversations. What few remained had ended days earlier. The absence didn't bother him. It didn't register as a loss. Loneliness implied desire. What Stephen felt was closer to vacancy. Storm intensified. Rain struck the windows harder now. The sound deepening as wind pushed it sideways. Somewhere above him, metal rattled loose, irritable, persistent. The noise echoed down through the building's concrete frame, distorted by distance. I will say right here, Relic, I'm just thinking, like, this sparked a thought. I would replace that with something like streaked across the window. Like, you know how droplets get pulled across the window in the wind? Like, that's the imagery that I feel should be here. Does that make sense? And I feel like the wind pushed it sideways just doesn't hit that visceralism. It's a rough draft of the chapter. It's nowhere near complete. Just wanted to hear someone else read thoughts on it. And yes, I agree. Okay. Perfect. Good to know, Relic. Good to know. Oh my god, on one hand you had to turn the surge protector back on the other hand you had to somehow stop your knee from hurting after you fall into the surge protector. That's nuts. And then you realize that the surge protector wasn't plugged in to begin with. I have to fucking rewrite chapter 22 all over again. Why, Happy? Wait, is that the same person? I felt pretty, okay. Oh no, it's not the same person. I felt pretty. Oh, is it? Wait, is it the same person? Wait, is it the same person or is this just a joke? Cause I'm like, I mean, like, maybe that could be, but I don't think that's the same person. Okay. Cause that would be fucking funny. It's like, damn, that's a butterface right there. I mean, what? I mean, fuck. Huh? What? No, obviously I love thick chicks, guys. I mean, what? Oh no, no, I meant the body, not a butter. Oh no, I said the wrong word. Shit. I'm gonna buy a metal. There is a bit of a face on her butter. It's a Family Guy meme of like the blind chick and she's feeling his face and she's like, oh my god, what the fuck is this? What the fuck? What? There's a, yeah, but there's a point. Like, holy shit. Like, oh my god, I can feel how ugly you are. There's a bit of, we know you would hit anyways. No, I love her body. I'm just not a good thing of her face. That body, though. Dude, she could body me with that body. Kablamo! Sit on my face, bitch. The noise echoed down through the building's concrete frame, distorted by distance. Round of love. It's like if you've seen, I think it's in Dodgeball. Is it Dodgeball? With, fuck, what's his name? He's the guy who plays in 50-50. He was in, he's like the Three Names. He was the kid from Third Rock from the Sun. He was in Loopers. Fuck, I can never remember his name. Oh no, am I thinking of someone else? No, I'm thinking of, Scott Galactus, the world eater. True. I need myself, what's the meme? What's her name? That fucking chick. Gorglamek? Gorglamek? Or something like that? Like Garglamek? You know, like a really, really fat bitch? Who looks like an egg? Oh, I don't know what her name is. My PC is plugged into my surge protector. It's mounted on the wall under my desk. So when I rolled forward, it turned off my computer. It made me lose all of Chapter 22. Wait, you lost all of Chapter 22, Haffy? Oh my fucking god. There's no backups? That's why I love autosave, man. It saves like every 15 seconds or 5 seconds. Gerlock the Destroyer. Yes! Have you seen those fat lesbians? Lesbians. Isn't... I have no idea, but yeah, Gerlock. Gerlock. The Destroyer. Shit, that's it. Shit's so great. I feel so bad. I'm so sorry, Happy. That is so unfortunate. I've had that happen with a lot more than just a chapter. That's why I love, like, auto-update things that make it so it's just like you have it, right? Noise echoed down through the building. Concrete frame distorted by distance. He lies, Haffy. Half those laughs were because you lost it. I didn't know he lost his chapter. I didn't know why he had to rewrite it, and I didn't know why he was freaking out. If you lost it, look for it. You can't look for it. You can't go into the digital universe, though. It's gone. You can't look into the digital and just find it. That's not how digital works. That'd be like trying to pull an atom out of your body. Digimon. But even if you Digimoned yourself there, it wouldn't be the same, right? Your data's erased, so it's scattered data. It'd be like the Digiverse in like the 3rd season when it was all corrupted and like the virus was like eating everything. My last save was after I finished chapter 21. That sucks, Haffy. But remember, it will be better because of it. Trust me, Haffy, it will be better because of it. I know it feels bad, so maybe take a step back and, you know, take a day to recover and then come back stronger with 22 and 23 and 24 and 25 and just go hard with it. The fuck you mean lost it? Go and find it. Meow, go and find your mom. Oh, wait, you can't. Oh, she's with me. Dude, bitch. Oh! 420. I mean, what? Noise echoed down through the building's concrete frame, distorted by distance. Gerlach! Steven shifted slightly on the mattress. Springs responded with a dull, tired creak. He became aware of his breathing, shallow and measured, sinking unconsciously with the rhythm of rain against glass. The city beyond the window looked artificial at this hour. Streetlights dissolved into halos, intersections blurred into pools of reflected color. A digital billboard across the street cycled silently through advertisements, smiling faces frozen mid-expression, replaced by slogans promising improvement. The images repeated without pause. Time didn't advance here, it looped. Stephen thought briefly that if he disappeared tonight, if he simply stopped responding, the systems around him would continue uninterrupted. The building would stand, the storm would pass, tomorrow would arrive on schedule. The thought didn't frighten him. He scrolled again. The phone's glow lit his fingers, his wrist, the faint scar near his thumb. The rest of the room receded into shadow, its edges soft and distinct as if the apartment existed only while observed. Thunder rolled in the distance, not sharp, but heavy, like something large shifting its weight far away. The vibration traveled faintly through the glass, through the concrete, into his chest. Stephen didn't look up. He lay there, awake and unoccupied, held in the narrow cone of light cast by his screen, unaware that this quiet, sealed moment was already in the process of ending. The rain softened for a moment, thinning into a steady hiss against the glass. Stephen's thumb moved without thought, pushing past another video, another headline, another stranger speaking silently into a camera. The feed refreshed, new faces, same expressions. The algorithm did its work efficiently and predictably. It fed him motion, so he wouldn't notice stillness. Small, sponsored post slid between two videos. No music, no animation. Just text against a pale background. Real conversations, no filters. He almost scrolled past it. His thumb even began the motion, but the post didn't shift upward immediately. It held just long enough to register. Below the text was a simple icon. Minimalist. No bright colors, no testimonials, no inflated statistics about millions of users. Just a name he didn't recognize and a clean Learn More button. The ad didn't feel aggressive. It felt quiet. That was what made him pause. Outside, wind surged again, pushing rain harder against the building. Water streaked down the window in uneven lines, distorting the lights across the street. The billboard flickered briefly, then stabilized. Stephen tapped the ad. The page loaded instantly. A splash screen, no flashy animation, just a stripped down interface preview, white background. Fuck! White backgrounds! My eyes are burning already. White backgrounds need to be illegal. Guys, can we petition to make white backgrounds illegal and never have a white background on anything because white burns your fucking eyes? White background, dark lettering, a single image of two blurred figures facing each other across a video frame. Connect live. No curated feeds, no performance. He studied the wording. Didn't promise love. It didn't promise compatibility. It promised conversation. There were only a handful of reviews beneath it. Short, generic, almost clinical. Simple, different, more direct. The app rating was high, but the number of downloads was strangely low. Not new. There was a version history going back months, but not widely adopted either. Stephen glanced briefly towards the window as if checking whether the world outside had shifted while he wasn't looking. The storm continued uninterrupted. The city lights glowed through the rain. Nothing had changed. He looked back at the screen. The app required very little storage space. No mention of data sharing, no long list of third-party partnerships, just a clean permissions summary. He hovered over the download button. He wasn't looking for anything serious. He wasn't looking for anything at all. But the idea of speaking to someone, face to face, not through comments or filtered posts. Why do you think people love Omegle so much? People love that fucking shit. Cut through the flatness of the night in a way the other content hadn't. Another gust of wind rattled something metallic somewhere above him. The sound reverberated faintly down the building's spine. Stephen pressed download. The progress bar filled almost immediately. Too quickly. He noticed that. Brows lifted slightly, then relaxed. Fast servers, he told himself. Smaller platform, less traffic. The icon appeared on his screen without fanfare. Simple, clean, waiting. For a moment, he considered setting the phone down and letting it sit there untouched. Let it remain potential instead of action. Boring! Open the app. Instead, he tapped it. The screen shifted to white. No onboarding animation. No cheerful welcome message. Just a prompt. Create profile. He adjusted slightly in bed, pulling one knee up as rain traced uneven paths down the window behind him. The apartment remained silent except for the storm. The building held steady, and Stephen, still lit only by the controlled glow of his phone, began typing his name. The profile creation took less time than he expected. The app didn't ask for much. No long forms, no personality prompts, no multiple choice questions disguised as insight. Just the basics. Name, age, a single photo. Optional. Stephen skipped it. He filled in the rest quickly, almost mechanically, and tapped continue before he could reconsider the simplicity of it. The next screen appeared immediately. No delay, no celebratory animation, just a permission summary. Stephen read it once, then again. There were fewer requests that he was used to seeing. No access to contacts, no camera roll, no location tracking beyond what was necessary for connection stability, no prompts asking to sync with other platforms, no insistence on notifications. It felt restrained. That should have unsettled him more than it did. He glanced around the apartment without moving his head, eyes adjusting to the dark. The edges of the room remained indistinct beyond the reach of the phone's glow. The storm continued its steady assault outside. Rain pressed against the glass like static. Stephen tapped allow. The app opened to a clean interface. White background, thin black text, no excess design. Everything felt deliberate, as if the app had been stripped down to its most essential components and nothing more. There was no tutorial, no guide explaining what to do next. He sat up slightly. Okay, redid the full thing, so now it's smoother. Needs still the first half, but think I'm gonna take a break before I burn myself out. That's a good idea, Shadow. Fucking lifesaver of a pop-up. What is, Haffy? A lifesaver of a pop-up. What pop-up? Did I get a pop-up on my dick? Did my dick pop up, guys? Did I pop up my dick accidentally? Fuck, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to dick my pop-up. I mean pop up my dick with my dick pop. I mean, what? I didn't pop my dick, okay? That's not how it worked. Don't get it twisted. Grab his dick and twist it! That should be like a mating call for Smokey to appear. Everything felt deliberate. Is it the... Oh, wait. No guide explaining what to do. He sat up slightly, shifting his weight against the headboard, and adjusted the phone in his hand. The screen's light caught the faint texture of the wall behind him. Paint uneven in places, marked by years of quiet occupancy. Another vibration. This one came from the app itself. No, not an alert, not a notification. A subtle acknowledgement. Stephen frowned faintly, more curious than concerned. Captain, thank God you're here. What are those flashing blue balls? I'm sorry, I hadn't realized they were flashing. That went over my head, Sean. Not quite sure what that's a reference to. It's gotta be a reference to something, right? My writing software gave me a recovery pop-up. Oh! Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Hell yeah. You got all your shit back, Happy? Oh my god. I remember when I accidentally saved my trailer over my main one when I was in a Discord call. And I was like, well, I just lost 3.5 hours of progress. That fucking sucks. And then someone mentioned, like, previous versions. And then I went back and salvaged it with a previous version. Never would have even thought of it. I just would have said, I'm a fucking idiot, and I would have bit the bullet, and I would have just started from scratch. Thank God for input from other people. If, the only reason it happened is because I was on the Discord call, but the only reason it got recovered was because I was on the Discord call. There was a TV improv show called Thank God You're Here. Celebs were brought in wearing a costume with no clue what was coming. Sent through a door into a scene where everyone else had a script but them. I see what's going on. I see how this could be, Sean. For sure, 100%. Stephen frowned faintly, more curious than concerned. He navigated through the settings out of habit. Language, audio levels, video quality presets, everything was set to default. Everything was already reasonable. There was no option to personalize beyond necessity. The app didn't encourage him to linger. It didn't push him toward exploration. It didn't reward him for engagement. It simply existed. Stephen returned to the main screen. A single word rested at the top, centered and unadorned. Browse. He tapped it. The storm outside surged again, wind pressing harder against the building, rain striking the windows in uneven bursts. Somewhere deep within the structure, pipes shifted, metal expanding and contracting with the temperature change. The app didn't react to any of it. The screen refreshed once, clean, silent, and the first profile loaded. Yo, what's up, 13? How's it going? Not much. We're reading Relic's story, his new book, Desire. We're getting a taste test of the first chapter. So far, absolutely loving it. The obsession, the inference of the storm in the background, the setting of the atmosphere, the way the hesitancy of the character, his, like, ritual that's already kind of set up. Like, he's got to make sure that he's got everything right, got everything in his place. Okay, now I can proceed. It was the guy who plays George Costanza on Seinfeld. He was dressed in a 50s Starship Captain outfit, so when he was asked by the Blue Balls why the Blue Balls were flashing, he went with him having blue balls and apologized that they were flashing. I always love the energy. Why, thank you, 13. We're in an ad break. Fuck, could use more smut, though. True, 7. True. Guys, look what I have. Holy fuck, look what I have. Wait, is that a bruise? Oh my god, you can feel it. It's bruised. Guys, the whole bottom of the banana is bruised. I can feel it. Look. Look. I could feel it. I knew it. Just from feeling it. The entire bottom was bruised. Ugh. Ugh. Get rid of that shit. Huh? It was just bruised. So you can see on the skin, right? That just happens when it gets pressure on it, right? It breaks down when you crush it. Brown banana hair, suck my... No. You use that shit for, baking. I found some surprises inside fruits a few times. Yup. I found a spider. I found an ant. I found a fly. What else have I found inside of, I've never found a worm in an apple, though. But I'm allergic to apples, so I don't eat them, so. I found, like fly larvae, right? But yeah. Oof, that shit can be scary sometimes. One thing I found is a worm in an apple once. Crazy. Now the question is, who's the person that bit into the apple and accidentally ate the worm? Slimy, pulsing worms. Ew, 13. That's gross! That's a nurse tig, brewski! No one, because it was cut. No, I'm saying, like, 7, imagine there has to be someone who bites into an apple and actually eats the worm. Like, there has to be... That has to have happened to at least one person in history, where they wound up taking a bite of the worm on the first bite of the apple without realizing the worm was in the apple. Like, the statistical probability of that not happening is, like, infinitesimal. I'm a huge, like, fruit conglomerate, so I'll take, like, 2 oranges, a bunch of blueberries, a strawberry, a banana, and I'll, like, cut it all up and make it all kind of fancy, like a fruit salad, right? Some people eat them on a norm. Let me know when you want to see the changes. Alright, sounds good, Shadow. We're just reading Relic's story right now. He's probably pissed off that, once again, we have gotten off track. Sorry, Relic. We will go back to the story now, okay? As soon as I have this tote. And go get water, because I need drink. Read, then, so I can show you. Worm up! Scoot says... Okay. Count time. Count time! Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go! Cheers. Alright, here we go. Steven leaned back against the mattress, phone ready in his hand, unaware that the app had already begun doing something no other platform ever had. It was paying attention. The first profile appeared without ceremony. Let's go smoke and celebrate. Hell yeah! Celebrate good times. Hell yeah! Come on. Celebrate good times. Come on. That's the best singing I can do, guys. I know I'm a bad singer. It's okay, I try! Okay. It was paying attention. The first profile appeared without ceremony. Just an image centered on the screen, framed by a thin border that felt faintly outdated. The photo was black and white, the contrast sharp enough to drain warmth from the face it displayed. Only half of it. You did your best. That's what I try to bring, right? You know, my best isn't the greatest, but I do try to bring my best, right? You know, like, my best is here, so I try to operate within these boundaries, right? I wish my best was here, but, you know, maybe, like, my best used to be, like, down here, so the fact that we're up here now, you know, we just, kind of just, you know, 5 years from now, we might be up here. You never know. The image was cropped vertically, one side of the woman's face swallowed by shadow, while the other remained visible. An eye, a cheekbone, the edge of a mouth, a black mask covered the upper half of her face, smooth and fearless, concealing her eyes entirely. It wasn't decorative. It wasn't playful. Hopefully. Well, you know, the difference between hope and expectation is the moon, right? So, it was deliberate. Stephen glanced at it for a brief second before swiping. The next profile replaced it instantly. Another woman, same format. Black and white, half a face, the same dark eye mask hides her identity. This one had turned slightly, exposing a curve of a bare shoulder, skin pale against the dark background. Her visible eye, if it existed, was completely obscured. There was no way to tell where she was looking. Swipe another. A smoldering expression this time, lips parted, just enough to suggest intention without invitation. The mask sat perfectly in place, erasing individuality. Lighting was consistent across every image, as if taken in the same room under the same conditions. Stephen slowed. The repetition was impossible to miss now. Every woman wore the same black mask. Every photo was monochrome. Every frame revealed only part of a face. Never enough to recognize. Never enough to trust. True! Let's have a dick war! Fuck! Well, that settles that. Some leaned into the camera, some turned away, some exposed a collarbone, a shoulder, a suggestion of intimacy, but none revealed their eyes. The app offered no names, no ages, no bios, just images. Stephen swiped again, more deliberately this time. The storm outside continued its steady assault, rain striking the windows in uneven bursts. Sound blended into the background, but the stillness in the room felt heavier now, as if the apartment were listening. Another profile loaded. This one hesitated. Not a freeze, just a pause. Screen held white for a fraction of a second before the image began to resolve. Pixels sharpened unevenly. The black mask appeared first, solid and unmistakable, then the outline of her face. Her mouth caught mid-expression, neither smile nor frown. One side of her face is fully rendered, the other still blurred. Stephen stopped swiping. The image stalled there, suspended between completion and failure. Outside, the wind pushed harder against the building. Somewhere above him, metal rattled again, echoing down down through the concrete. Then the image finished loading. She faced the camera directly. Short dark hair, a streak of something lighter cutting through it. Her lips were painted a deep shade that read almost black and monochrome. The mask sat higher on her face than the others, covering more than necessary. Stephen didn't move. He realized he had leaned forward slightly, phone closer to his face than before. The rest of the apartment had receded into shadow. I don't understand. He didn't move, but then he leaned forward. It's like, oh, because he had already done it. Oh, he had already done it. Like, he didn't realize that he was leaning forward that entire time, right? Is this porn? This better be porn. I want to be disappointed if it's not porn. What is this? I don't really use Instagram, so like I'm sorry, Meow. I just don't know, man. Wait, there's an unmute button? Like, I don't even see like a slider. Like, what am I supposed to do? Down. Oh, well now it's on. Why wasn't it on? Oh, because it was black.
I don't know why, it doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind, I designed this rhyme to explain in due time. All I know, time is a valuable thing. Watch it fly by as the...
Pretty sure that fish dead, bro. Pretty sure that fish dead. The rest of the apartment had receded into shadow, leaving only the glow of the screen and the masked half-face staring back at him. Not seductive, not inviting, composed. The app had shown him dozens of faces already, all variations in the same color controlled anonymity. But this one felt different, not because of what it revealed, but because of how precisely it concealed. Storm pressed on outside, indifferent. Stephen remained still, suspended in the pause app the app had created, unaware that the moment he stopped swiping, truly stopped, was the moment the system registered him as something more than background motion. He should have swiped. Every profile so far had followed the same visual grammar, black and white, half-hidden, masked, anonymous. The repetition had flattened them into a category instead of a person. They blurred together in his mind the way muted videos had earlier. A system presenting variations of the same safe mystery. His thumb hovered near the edge of the screen, and the interface shifted, not dramatically, not with a glitch, with clarity. The next profile loaded in full color. It was so immediate, so clean that for a moment Stephen thought the brightness setting on his phone had adjusted itself, but it hadn't. The room remained dim. The storm continued outside. Only the image had changed. She was centered in the frame. No heavy shadow swallowed half her face. No high contrast monochrome filter. Just color rich and deliberate. Her hair was short, cut evenly at the jawline. Dark red with subtle copper undertones that caught the light. Not dyed to shock. Dyed with intention. It framed her face in sharp lines that made her features look deliberate, composed. Her eyes were green, not bright, not exaggerated, deep, focused, present. They held the camera in a way that others hadn't. Even with the mask in place, there was no ambiguity about where she was looking. At him. The mask she wore was black, yes, but different. Not the flat, featureless design of the others. This one curved smoothly across her face, elegant and fitted, matte along the edges, but faintly reflective near the center, as if crafted rather than bought. It concealed her eyes, but elevated her presence rather than diminishing it. Her lips were full, naturally shaped, soft-looking, without appearing glossy. The color was subtle, deepened, but not artificial. There was no exaggerated expression, no smolder, no performative sensuality. She wasn't posing. She was composed. Steven's thumb lowered slowly. Beneath the image, text appeared. 37. Online. The word registered first. Online. None of the previous profiles had shown status indicators. No green dots, no timestamps, no signs of activity. They felt archived, suspended. She felt active. Beneath her age, a single line of text. Looking for something real. The storm outside shifted again. Rain striking the window harder as the wind directed its angle. Water streamed down the glass in uneven paths, refracting street lights into distorted streaks of gold and white. Somewhere deep in the building, pipes knocked faintly, responding to pressure changes. Stephen didn't hear it immediately. The room had narrowed. The glow of the phone seemed warmer now, reflecting faintly along his fingers, catching the edge of his cheek. The rest of the apartment receded further into shadow, furniture dissolving into outlines. He read the line again. Something real. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't poetic. It wasn't clever. It was simple. That was what it made it feel heavier. Every other profile had a hidden identity through stylization, through repetition, through sameness. This one stood alone in color, alive, present, online. Stephen became aware that he had leaned forward again, shoulders slightly tense, breathing more measured than before. The rain continued outside, steady and indifferent, but inside the apartment, something subtle had shifted, like the air before a door opens. He studied the details in her face, the precision of the mask, the steadiness implied in the framing. No background clues, no visible room behind her, just a neutral field of shadow that made her seem closer than she should have been. The app had shown him dozens of women. Only one had looked back, and she was waiting. I like these slow emphases on this, right? It's like, ooh, the ominous is building. The ominous is building! No prompt appeared. Like, my one suggestion is like a rotation of rain, wind, window, lightning, thunder. Have like like the sound of thunder and like flashes of lightning, like use that as like the extra bit of light in the room. And maybe have him like be a little bit startled, like he gets pulled out of. I got you. Does it feel too slow? No, Relic, it does not feel too slow. It feels perfect, because it's like, you know, this entire time this guy is just like tired as fuck trying to fall asleep, right? He's just trying to like occupy his mind, right? And it's like everything is distracting him. And then as soon as this starts, like I'd say like after this point, maybe a little bit before this, just stop paying attention to the outside world. That he's like so focused on this woman and this app that he doesn't know anything that's going on outside. And maybe even have it by the time he realizes the storm is stopped. Something like that. I don't know, that's just the feeling. Like I'm just thinking about it. Like, how would this have, like, if I was imagining this visually, how would this have the most amount of impact? And I'm just imagining him like getting pulled out of it and being like startled by like thunder, and then being like back into it, and then it's just like this endless amount of time. The next thing he knows, the storm's over, and he's just been like, you know, staring into this app, just wondering to himself about shit. Stephen's thumb hovered at the edge of the glass. He was aware of the small things first. The way his wrist had tightened, the faint warmth spreading through his palm from the phone's battery, the subtle hum of the device as it worked quietly beneath the surface. Outside, rain continued to streak down the window, each line catching and bending into the city light before vanishing. He told himself this was no different than the others, a decision like any other. Swipe right, swipe left, motion without consequence. Except this time, the motion didn't feel automatic. He dragged his thumb across the screen, lower than before, careful not to rush it. Relic be cookin', true. I told you guys, I don't know why, but Relic's writing just stands out to me, man. There's something about it. The way that he puts everything together, the structure, that's what stands out the most to me. The methodic placing of, like, your attention. Like, it really pulls you into it, right? And the second you're about to lose, oh, there's something new. And it's not like it's trying to grab your attention. It's just like, it just happens. And it's like, it's word choice, it's sentence structure, it's the vibe of the story and the atmosphere itself, the way that it's being told. I have like 15 ideas for books written down. I just haven't started any because of the books I'm already working on. That's my problem, Relic. I have way too many ideas and not enough time to write them all. The image shifted slightly under the pressure, responding in real time, or at least it appeared to. And another thing is, like, I imagine myself on a dating app sitting there and having this contemplation of, like, swiping left or right, and of, like, looking by and just, like, imagining something greater and having that entire introspective moment right there, right? And then that, like, anxiety almost of, like, swiping, and then, like, you know, you throw the phone away and you're like, oh my god, I actually did that, I'm a fucking idiot! And then you never look at your phone again. I am good at pulling you out. You are happy. And it's a good thing, because I have things stacked up in my mind that I kind of want to say about it, right? Or the motion completed. Before the image fully cleared the frame, the phone vibrated once. Soft. Immediate. The screen changed. It's a match. I have never gotten a match on any dating site ever in my entire life. Never. Text appeared centered against the pail, because I'm like, my picture is me being like, and then it's like, casual retard who loves to smoke weed. Never get a fucking match. Text appeared centered against a pale background, clean and uncelebratory. Unless I'm a woman and I present myself as a woman, then I get tons of matches until people realize that I'm not a woman. Jebaited, bitches! The reason I say jebaited is because they're the kind of people who probably, like, you know, they find out that later on they might do something drastic, right? You know? That wasn't something they was expecting on this list, let's just say. You get into some real trouble with that one. No confetti, no sound, just confirmation. Stephen blinked. Hadn't seen any indication. If you have a question about my book, ask. I don't like asking questions unless it's presenting something, because I like to keep everything to myself about what I think until it happens. But there will usually be some route that's like super obvious that I'm like, I wonder if they did this, and it's hoping that you didn't. Unless it's like, oh my god, this is perfect kind of moment, right? Where it's like, I see everything coming together, and it's like, oh, I didn't mean to do that. And it's like, what do you mean you didn't mean to do that? That's perfect! Emphasize that! Work with that! That is the best part, the strongest part, right there. And that turning over of the black and white into the red and the color, that was a turning point for this chapter right here, at least, right? It was like the moment the character's attention shifts from, like, multi-classing, like, he's multitasking, and then all of a sudden he's like, boom, no, focus in. Boom, I am focused on this shit, let's go. I mean, is it humane to wear cats on your feet, guys? Because if you wear cats on your feet, does that mean if you fall and you have 9 lives? Because, you know, cats always land on their feet. So, if, like, the cats were on your feet, and the cats always land on their feet, by proxy, you would always land on your feet. Right? My cat's black. She got white paws, and she's black, and she's a runt, and she's like this fucking big, and she's like, fuck, she's gotta be like 5 or 6 now. Maybe she's older than that. Fuck if I know. He hadn't seen any indication that she had swiped back. No animation from her side, no delay. The app hadn't even finished the visual transition from the swipe. Timing felt wrong. He replayed the motion in his mind, trying to determine whether he had actually completed the gesture or merely thought he had. The vibration lingered faintly in his hand, a phantom echo of contact. He likes boxes. Yeah, my first cat absolutely loved boxes, and then his brother would eat the box. So the one cat would sit in the box, the other cat would sit on the outside and eat the box until there wasn't a box, then you'd have to get a new box. Brothers, am I right? Sibling rivalry. And he'd do it like, he wouldn't even sit in the box and eat the box when the other cat wasn't sitting in the box. We also found out he had stomach cancer. That's why he ate weird things like grass. He would only eat, like, he would just always be eating food. He was super fat. He was like 18 pounds. And, yeah, but it was because he had stomach cancer. Poor cat. But he never complained, he never said anything, whereas his brother was a little fucking bitch-ass dick fuck that we literally thought was dying and lasted like 2 years longer than his brother. When he's literally like, his hair's falling out and he's like, ah, 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 what the fuck, dude? Shut up. The missing French fry. Yo, what's up? Welcome, welcome. Interesting. True. I'm just, you know, tangent mode, telling a story. What you up to? How you doing? What you at? Welcome, welcome. Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome, welcome. I'm Intoxication, and here we do a little bit of writing, a little bit of reading, a little bit of, Oh, there he is! I see him! Oh, he's popping his head out! I got you! I see him right there! There he is! Go get him! Go get him! Go get him, Kitty! Go get him! Should be sleeping. I do like writing. Hell yeah, I know, that's how it is, right? It's funny, because we're reading a story about an insomniac. So, I guess it's fitting, right? But yeah, what kind of things do you write? What is your... It's the same picture. Like, what do you write? What's your, genre of choice? This is currently a horror. Well, that's convenient. Indeed it is. We're about to have an ad in a second here, though, so that is just really not convenient. Fuck ad! As spoken by ads. No one cares about the ads. It's all about the ads. Tell me you want the ads all day. I want the ads. Give me ads all day for ads. It's ads, it's ads. I'll tell you about my ads. You know my ads. I'll tell you. You know what I tell you. It's an ad. You're an ad. I'll tell you what's an ad. Here's an ad. There's an ad. That was quicker than I thought. Oh, you got out of ad jail already? I'm still like, there's 40 seconds of ads left! And people are like, but I didn't get an ad. And people are like, I'm in ad jail for 5 ads! And everyone's like, I got 3 ads, fuck you! And you got lucky, you got 1 ad! Fuck yeah, fuck ads! No one likes ads. True, Shadow, how many ads did you get? I got 12 ads today. Fuck ads! Ads are bad, okay? They're both only 5 seconds long. Nice, that's how it should be. They should be skippable, fucking bullshit, not in the way ads. And they should be like catered ads. I'm in the writing and reading section. You should be getting ads for like books, and you should be getting ads for like, you know, like creative processes and like stuff like that. But Twitch doesn't know how to categorically like serve ads. Which is bad. I was AFK, so didn't see them. Nice! Hell yeah, Shadow. You skipped out on the ads. That's important. Don't let the ads corrupt you guys. The ads will be always, but don't let them bring you down. You know, it's just, excuse me, another roll of the die by those who would bring you down. Okay, so I kinda don't have reference right now for my writing, but I do want more horror stuff. Ooh, nice. I mainly do short stories, fantasy and sci-fi, but currently we're working on horror. That's why I'm really enjoying Relic's stories. We got his other story, The 10th Mark, there. Really fucking good, kind of cultist style horror. This one's more a technology-driven. Think of like The Ring, but like a dating app. Those are the vibes I'm getting from the synopsis and so far. How much more you got in this story? In this story, we probably have another 800 words. And then we're going to read 2 of Happy's stories, chapters. But if you want, Shadow, I can take a look at the clip after we're done with Relic's story, because I don't think Happy cares. But Relic's been waiting for fucking ever for us to read his story. So I'm just at this point, like, just pissing Relic off. So, yeah, we're just going to try and rush through the story. Slice of life stuff is something I like to write. Ooh, Sean does slice of life isekai stuff, too. Okay, then my book is after his, or, yes, your book is after that. So we'll watch your video, we'll read Happy's, then we'll read yours. And then if anyone else wants me to read anything, the queue is open after that. The vibration lingered faintly in his hand, a phantom echo of contact. Okay, DM me when you're ready. Alright, sounds good. Oh yeah, and then there's 7. 7 is after that, because we have to read his BD Systems smut. Yeah. Yeah, 7, yours absolutely gives Slice of Life vibes. 100%. That's true. Yeah, if you want to join the Discord, pretty much everyone has their work in there. If you want to promote your work, if you have any like books on Amazon or anything like that, anything you want to try and sell, feel free. We have a whole promotion section in there, like covers, business section, beta reading. Slice of Life lift stuff just has fantasy creatures. Slice of Life stuff just has fantasy creatures. That's kind of like Sean, he uses the isekai in order to make it more fantasy. So it's like, but you still get like Earth references, so you don't have to be as like weird with the language. You can kind of just like auto-translate basically between English, which works as a great medium across the story, because you don't have to do other things. It basically, what's the word? It, subsidizes. It subsidizes, the knowledge gap for like learning things in the story, because you can just make, oh, this is what this is on Earth. Oh, it's the same as this on Earth, but it's this, right? It just gives it more sense to being explained that way. You skipping my link. What link? Wait, what link? True, is that a Doog? Is that a Dugin? A Dugandos? Oh, is this a video? I don't know how to play it. It's not letting me play it. Sorry, bro. It's just not working. I apologize, but like... yeah, I don't know. These sites just don't work very well. He replayed the motion in his mind, trying to determine whether he had actually completed the gesture or merely thought he had. The vibration lingered faintly in his hand, a phantom echo of contact. The storm outside surged again, wind rattling something metallic above him. The sound echoed down through the building, distant but insistent. Stephen exhaled slowly. Instant matching, he told himself. Small user base, fewer variables. Reasonable. The app had already moved on. The profile dissolved, replaced by a new screen before he could dwell on it. The interface remained as stripped down as before. White background, thin black text, but the layout had shifted. It's a vid with no audio. But I don't know why it was repeating, because it said everything and then it just stopped. But it said it was 23 seconds long, but it was only playing like on a loop of like 7 seconds. And I was like, okay, but it won't like play the full fucking video. I don't know, it was being weird. No greeting, no message, history. It has audio, it played for me. Well, I think that was just the music in the background. Or I'm probably retarded. Wait.
Me, I'm struggling with social anxiety.
Okay,
which
well,
means
now
I
it
hate
worked.
myself and think everyone hates me too. Woo! Oh no, I don't think everyone is looking at me because I'm great. I think they're severely judging me because they secretly think I'm more worthless than a dead clown. Even though I have no proof that's what they're thinking, and they've treated me very nicely ever since I met them. I just have a hunch.
I just know no one's that nice. They're hiding something under there. Why would they be nice to me? No, they're tricking me. Dear God, that was me in fucking high school, man. Until I realized I was a retard, and just because everyone thought that about me, didn't mean that, it was my fault, right? Just because it was true didn't mean it was my fault, right? That's how I coped with it. Still do. I did click it last time. Didn't you see me spam clicking it and moving the mouse around? I was like, But that time, you know what I did? I double-clicked it. That time. I double-clicked it. I think people only thought of me being really smart or really stupid. I wouldn't, like, raise my ideas because I thought that people would think that my ideas were stupid. And as soon as I started raising my ideas, everyone looked at me like, how the fuck did you come up with that? What the fuck? Okay, yeah, no, that works. Yeah, I took film in high school. So, like, I was, like, very, like, around the creative process. Like, I wrote in high school, and all of that. But it's, yeah, you either have that extreme positive or extreme negative of being like, oh my god. Because at first it was positive, and then everyone treated me like shit, and I was like, oh, well, maybe it's me. And then I realized, no, it actually is me, because I was... If you knew me, I was a little shit disturber, piece of shit, fucktard, like, retard kid. Like, I would basically be like Void, Valiant Boy, and, like, who's another real... And, like, Johnny Somali combined together. Like I said, if streaming existed at the level it did when I grew up, I would be a nuisance streamer. I would be out in public, like, at 3 o'clock in the morning, like, knocking on people's doors, knocking on people's windows, like, running through people's yards, like, just causing as much shit as I could to get as much attention as I could. God, I am so glad that that is not all on camera. Holy fuck. Looking back as a 34-year-old man, yeah, I would not want all of that have been recorded. Let's just say. Fuck. I kind of feel bad for kids nowadays, because, like, all of the shit that they do is just on camera, and it's like, well, look at the shit you did. Not that we didn't do the same shit, it's just we didn't have it on camera, so there was no proof that we did it. Oh, I was a total menace. But, like, I was, like, a tiny kid, so I tried to use, like, the fact that, like, I was small and frail, so that, like, people wouldn't beat me up. Because I'm like, oh, you might kill me or hurt me or something. And it's like, you know, and I, like, grovel and cry on the ground and then just leave me alone. I'd be like, fuck you, bitches. That's what you get. Then, like, man, you should be in film. And I'm like, you know what, that's probably a good idea. Fuck. Yeah, let's do it. And then they're like, dude, your ideas are fucked. And I'm like, yeah, I know, right? This is why I shouldn't voice my opinion on stuff. Who was my hero when I was a kid? Dennis the fucking Menace, bro. Dennis the fucking Menace, bro. That was my shit. I had a fucking slingshot. Oh, man. A slingshot and a cap gun? Aw, man, we were living life fucking large when we were kids, man. Now you guys got fireworks and real guns. Tried to take a journalism class in my senior year, but I got a music class that I hated with all my heart. Oh, that sucks. I took law and psychology, and neither of them were what I wanted. The law class was like... It was okay, but it was more like... It wasn't like... structure. it was like, okay, well, we're just going to do this one specific type of thing. And it was like basically legislative. And I was like, okay, well, that's interesting. But we never did anything else. And psychology was a study of psychology and not psychology itself. So all we did was study other psychologists. I was like, okay, I just dropped out of that class. I was like, fuck this. Because I had so many credits, I literally didn't even have to go to grade 12 other than English 12. Which I could have taken the year earlier, but I took half of the semester off in grade 11. The teacher wasn't even bad, he was great, it's just I hate doing instrument stuff. Makes sense, makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really I love singing, but I'm not a good singer. I can't play instruments worth shit, I love playing instruments, but people just say don't. I'm like, I'm learning, and they're like, no, you've been learning for 3 years? Don't. Just give it up. You've been learning to sing for 27 years. Give it the fuck up. You're never gonna make it. Told you to shut the fuck up! Literally banned from karaoke night. Anyways. I'm probably getting on, probably sitting there like, getting ready to fucking type on the keyboard. Fucking read, bitch, read! Want to see an old room tour? At some point, maybe, sure, happy, I guess. Just a single option, centered on the screen, larger than any other element he had seen so far. Start video call. Fucking read, bitch, read! Okay, here we go. Steven stared at it longer than he meant to. The glow of the phone reflected in the darkened window, superimposing the words faintly over the storm-smeared city beyond. For a brief moment, it felt as though the prompt existed in both places. Instead, inside the device, and in the world. He let out a quiet breath, almost a laugh. Bold. He considered closing the app. The thought surfaced clearly, rationally, and unpressured. He could. I'm just imagining, like, you know, you go to turn. He's like sitting there in bed, and if he's anything like me, he's sitting there in bed naked, and he's just like turns on the camera, but it's like not the face forward camera, so it's just a picture of his dick. Unintentional instant dick pic. Why would the camera start pointing that direction? That makes no sense. I wouldn't be able to see the screen. What the fuck? He let out a quiet breath, almost a laugh, bold. He considered closing the app. The thought surfaced clearly, rationally, and unpressured. He could end the interaction right there, reduce it to another late-night curiosity abandoned halfway through. Instead, his thumb rose. The storm pressed on outside, indifferent. Steven tapped the screen, and the app responded immediately. The screen went black, not dimmed, not loading, black, as if the phone had powered down entirely. Steven frowned, thumb lifting instinctively, reading ready to tap the screen again. Before he could, the device grew warm in his hand. A subtle shift he felt more than noticed. The storm outside continued uninterrupted. Rain scraped against the window, wind pressing its weight against the building's frame. There was no ringing tone, no chime, no visual indicator that anything was happening at all. Just a brief moment. Steven was certain the app had failed, that he'd pushed it too far, triggered a bug, wasted his time on a platform that looked cleaner than it was built. Then he heard it. A breath. Not static, not a digital artifact. A soft inhale, close enough to feel intentional, slow, controlled, human. Steven's grip tightened on his dick! He sat up straighter without realizing it, shoulders shifting against the headboard, posture correcting itself as if responding to presence rather than sound. His eyes stayed fixed on the black screen, waiting for an image that didn't arrive. The audio was too clear, too intimate. There was no room noise on her end, no echo, no background hum, no telltale imperfections that usually betrayed cheap microphones or poorly lit rooms. Just silence, held carefully like a stage before the curtain lifts. Steven's first thought was that it was pre-recorded. A trick, a lure, an illusion of immediacy. His second thought followed too quickly to feel like his own. If it's recorded, why does it feel like it's waiting? Another breath, quieter this time than her voice. It was low but not hushed, smooth without being soft. I see Mal Zero has taken their methods to a more personal. True? Mal Zero. An SCP joke. Oh, I'm not that familiar with SCPs. Like, I probably know like 12 SCPs. I love the lore and everything, but I'm just like, there's so much SCP lore. But I fucking love the idea of SCP. The Foundation. The last SCP I read was Memerology. And it's the SCP that devours memes and turns everything into memes. That landed in a ditch. Let's continue. Don't worry, French Fry, I don't get any references. Like, you can ask everyone else in chat. Everyone will make a reference, and I'll be like, yeah, that went over my head. I'm sorry. Just way over my fucking head. My bad. I love the attempt, though. One day, maybe I'll get a fucking reference for something. Where's Fish when you need him? Fish has all of the references. It's recorded. Why does it feel like it's waiting? Another breath, quieter this time, then her voice. It was low, but not hushed, smooth without being soft. Each syllable was shaped with precision, as though she understood exactly how it would land on the other side of the connection. There was warmth in it, something inviting, almost reassuring, but breath that ran a sharper edge, subtle and undeniable, like a blade hidden beneath silk. Mal Zero, or SCP-1471, is an internet-famous, sentient and non-hostile paranormal entity, appearing as a tall 6'7" humanoid canine creature with black fur and a skull-like head. It appears to users after installing mysterious app Mal Zero version 1.0.0, initially sending photos of itself before becoming a permanent, silent companion, visible in reflections. Just copied the wiki description, don't you? I mean, he's just notifying people. A lot of people do that. Look it up themselves because I can't do it on stream, so then they just give me the summary of it. It's a very helpful way of educating myself on topics, right? And I'm like, okay, I can get a little bit of an understanding behind it. 6'7", 6'7", 6'7". No mechanical, no synthetic, angelic. In the way old stories use the word, not pure but powerful, she spoke only once. Hello, Steve Master 72. Ooh, he's a master? Can he be my master? The name landed heavier than it should have. Steven's mouth went dry. No one had said that username out loud in years. It wasn't tied to his real name. It wasn't something he used anymore. It belonged to an older version of himself, one he hadn't thought about, one that existed only in abandoned accounts and forgotten logins. He stared at the black screen, waiting for the video feed to engage. It didn't. For a moment, he genuinely believed she wasn't real. The voice was an audio overlay, a sophisticated bot triggered by his match, designed to create an illusion of intimacy. Dead internet theory! Dead internet theory! Dead internet theory! That explanation rose quickly, instinctively, the way the mind reaches for solid ground when something feels off. But the silence that followed her words wasn't empty. It was attentive. Stephen became acutely aware of his breathing, the way it sounded louder in his own ears now, uneven. Outside, thunder rolled again, distant but heavy, the vibration faintly resonating through the glass like glass and concrete. The phone remained black, warm, listening. And somewhere between the storm outside and the voice that had spoken his forgotten name, Stephen felt the unmistakable shift of being mistaken for something more than a user. Oh, shit. She's gonna come out of the phone and eat your soul, motherfucker! And she better make me a sandwich before she does. Though I know anyway what Fury won't. Wait, what? I don't know what that's in response to. I mean, what? Ooh, them some Krillin levels of power. Ooh, I shouldn't show myself after saying that. I mean, I'm higher than you. Oh, yeah, voice chat. Right. Thank you for reminding me, Shadow. Let me hop in. Okay, let's see this. Are we ready, guys? So, we watched yesterday, but Shadow redid it now. So, let's see what it looks like with the remaster, as we shall call it. You guys ready for this? Imagine a demon just spawning from your iPhone and just thing they do is make a sandwich. First thing they do is make a sandwich and then they sit on your dick. That's how it goes. Fuck yeah, French fry. I love it. That would be so epic. Alright. Whenever you're ready, Shadow. No, I can't hear you. I was wondering if you were having mic issues, because I'm like, and then I looked, and I was like...
Hello?
Oh, there you go, now we're back, because your thing wasn't lighting up. And I was like, well, if the thing's not lighting up, then that can't be on my end. At least that's how I think Discord works. Okay, here we go.
Did you want to see the full thing?
We might as well just do the full thing.
The full thing? With the audio? Yes?
Yeah. What I know about Malzero, what furry can't... Oh, because you're a furry, you know about Malzero because Malzero's a furry. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense, Happy. Okay.
Okay. You ready?
Let's do it.
I'm gonna mute myself.
Sounds good.
Yeah, real fast. Make these small. I could do volume. Hopefully it's not too loud. Oh, hold on.
Hopefully it has some sound. I don't think it's going through.
That's what I needed.
Malzero is the furry SCP. Ah, okay. That makes a lot more sense now. That's why it's so widely known. Okay. Okay.
Okay, let's try this again. Tell me if you can hear it.
Yep. Can you full screen? Yeah, there we go. Ooh, that was good. Yeah, and it does look a lot smoother.
In the moonlight that bleeds through the night, a silver light guides her path, a glimpse of what's to come. Unspoken truths hidden beneath the mask, black as midnight, her fur betrays a shadowy embrace, whisper of death.
Is there any way to change the speed at which she's running? Like make her kind of start out kind of prancing and then go into a full run? Or is that too much?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Most pronounce her Mel-O? Ah. Yes. I love the like effects in the background. I would say, can you change that to red when the howl goes, keeping it red and then fade back to the blue?
Eyes of deep blue reflect despair, a brutal reminder.
Maybe I don't want to talk over this part.
Destiny rattles the chains, awakening the fight. With the fire inside, the freedom takes hold as the power revives a broken soul.
Ooh. Oh, that is good.
She'll find her name, a wolf that no longer walks alone, claims her rightful place.
Yeah, that was pretty epic.
Okay.
Yeah, just the wolf part where it's like it turns to blood, right? And then it transitions. Can you make that red and then just have that transition into red and then go straight back into the blue? So it's like the howling of the wolf is like under a blood moon. And then I'm just adding that howl in there. Oh god, fucking cinema.
Let's see. With this. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. This one and this one. Let me open this real fast. I'll try that real.
This is Miss Shadow's song. It's for her book. Wah! Echoes of the Sacred Territory, a shifter tale. It's fucking good. We'll be reading it in a bit here, once we finish Happy's story.
My art program is not wanting to load up, so. But yeah, I could try. I don't know if it'd be right when it's howling or like just before. Right here, it's still kind of red.
Yeah, so like I just take
then
that
it
whole
turns.
wolf background. Can you just make that background red?
I could. I'd have to redo the entire thing of it, but
Okay,
it's
because I was just thinking maybe you could just take the coloring and change it to be red.
So
if
there's
that was an
different
easy
layers,
way
so
to
I'd
do.
have to go in and change it, but I
Okay.
could.
Okay.
The only thing that's like hard is just the, I mean, these frames are so small you can't even freaking see them.
Yeah, because it's one frame, right?
It's less than one frame. It's like a quarter of a millisecond, pretty much. So yeah, it's yeah. But yeah, I got the ending pretty much done. I'm gonna I might add one more thing in the back, and then I have to work on the front. I'm still debating what to do on the front because I don't know. Like
Also
I
a
do
shifter
like
book.
the
Yes,
running
Haffy's
in the
book is also
beginning.
a shifter book.
Yeah, I like the beginning with it running because
It makes
I don't
sense
know.
because it's like part
It
of the
looks
song,
cool.
but then it feels like it gets old.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, but I'm like, what else could you do, right?
I could try, like you said, do the walking first maybe, and then to running, but
I'd start with running and then maybe slow down to a walk. Or like the running into an abrupt halt into the howl, and it's like her taking control of her life, and then it's like she no longer has to run and now she's walking. And it's like this proud, confident strut almost. And it's like that's the turning point of like the character, right? I don't know, I'm just trying to like imagine like this the visuals themselves telling you a story, right?
I know, like in the beginning, I mean, like obviously with the book, with like the her past, right? Like how her family was killed. That's why the um where is it? The the feet part. This is supposed to be like when her family gets burned alive, pretty much.
Yeah.
Um, but I was thinking possibly before maybe have a scene of the creek that she falls in that turns bloody red. But I
Hmm.
don't know how I'm gonna do fucking water. I
I
like
mean, you could just do like the um like an actual overlay of like a lake and just have like a beautiful sunset or like a moonrise on like a lake, just like kind of opaquely in the background, like halfway into the frame. Something like
like
that
a real
maybe?
picture or
Yeah, like a
drawn.
real picture. No, a real picture.
So let's see if I can find it real fast.
Like if you have like my friend has this lake she goes to every year. It's called Peter Hope, and she's like absolutely obsessed with this fucking lake. I'm just thinking a picture like that would go so hard here. Like the moon just like kind of like rising over top of the lake, like freaking little tiny bit of clouds in the sky obscuring it, and just the reflection off of the water, and then the wolf running. Like I don't know, it just sparks something in my mind. Song reminded me of Wolves by Marshmello, but they don't sound the same at all. Made me think about Running with the Wolves. I don't know, I
So
don't have a good comparison for it.
Google Blood Wolf. It's a show, Blood Wolf intro.
Oh, okay.
And you could kind of get how I got the idea, but since my book cover itself is, you know, that, I decided to just do that one. Let's see if I could find. I had a creek. Oh, that's not it. Maybe?
Why does it keep going to the next video? I don't understand. I'm turning this fucking bullshit off. Where's autoplay? Where the fuck is autoplay? Isn't it supposed to have an autoplay here? So
It's
annoying.
only when it's in like the side thing. It wouldn't be in there. If you or like go back to the normal view, it'd be on the right.
It's not there though. I'm like, it's sometimes there and it's sometimes not there. But yeah, okay, I see what you're getting, because it's like it's so annoying when it just goes to the next video. Like, I don't want to go to the next video. Oh, it might be because I'm in a playlist on YouTube on another channel, like another screen. So it might be prioritizing the other one because we're in the playlist for music. So it might just be a weird interaction.
Maybe.
Yeah, okay, now we gotta read Wolfie's story. Are you guys ready for Wolfie's story? Yeah, thanks for sharing, Shadow, and hopefully, you know, the show me again.
It's
when
at
you
least
get more of that
halfway
stuff.
done.
Yeah, for sure, right? And it's like
so
the main hardest parts are done. Now it's just the almost the creative side of it, right?
What did you think of the ending?
I like the ending. It definitely, like I said, it's like it dragged on a little bit with that, but it's just like the sitting there, like the calmness.
Did you
and just
notice
being, like,
something with it?
Well, the eye was the best part.
Yeah, you'll in chapter 19, you'll
Because I'm like, oh, that's foreshadowing. That's 100% foreshadowing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what else has red eyes? The shadow thing in the fucking forest.
What else had red eyes?
Yeah.
I don't remember what chapter it was in, but when she worked at the museum, you remember the taxidermy giant wolf?
Yes, the thing in the it looked like a fucking
dire wolf with red eyes.
Yeah. a freaking
And she made a
death
comment
hound.
like, "Hey, I wonder if the dire wolves were actually shifters back then. If that's why they were so big."
Yeah.
So
Oh, that's so cool.
you're gonna definitely like book 2 because it goes a lot deeper into
Lore.
Yes.
I love
Like,
lore. I could just
RP
read lore books
itself.
all day. Just give me a lore book.
Well, you better start hurrying up and finishing this one. Then you could be a beta reader, but don't read it on stream when it's beta.
Yeah, for sure, right? That's the one thing about it. Is there some people that are like, why are you being streamed? I'm like, well, you know, it is kind of a thing. If you don't want it on stream, I'm not going to read it on stream. If you want feedback on it, I'll still read it and give you feedback, right? I want to cultivate a community that creates the atmosphere of, like, allowance of sharing your work, where you don't feel like there's, like, anything about it. But I don't want that to ever be, like, a mandatory or, like, pressured thing, right? I want you to be on your terms with when you want me or anyone else to know of your work, right? Because I know what it's like to show your work. It's fucking nerve-wracking. You poof, lol. But yes. Oh, I left the call. My bad. I wasn't even thinking. I was just like, okay, I gotta move on to I gotta move on to, my main OCs are half-wolves. Oh, fuck yeah, French fry. We got the wolves in the chat, boys! 3, 2, 1, toke! Sounds good, Shadow. Okay, guys, you guys ready for Happy's story? We're on what? 12? So we're reading 12 and 13 today. Okay. Are you ready? Here we go. Happy's story, the new Shifter King. Chapter 12. Who beat up Ronnie? Jade leaned against the cold stone of the academy courtyard walls, arms crossed. My OC is a wolf-fox hybrid. My OC is a human who everyone else sees him as an octopi, and everyone believes that he's an octopi. In a world of octopi, avians, and insectoids, he's the only human in my book. Jade leaned against the cold stone of the academy courtyard wall, arms crossed, winter coiled in half shadow at her feet. The wolf's black ice fur shimmered faintly under the late afternoon sun. Her golden eyes, half-lidded but alert, nostrils flaring at every passing scent. The courtyard had mostly emptied after the final bell. Only a few stragglers lingered, tails flicking, laughter echoing off the rune-etched arches. Jade's gaze stayed fixed on the main doors, waiting for Levi and Ronnie to appear from Omira's extended lore session. Levi emerged first, shoulders slightly hunched from whatever mental marathon the owl had put them through. His wolf ears were still faintly visible, twitching at distant sounds, and a soft moonlit glow clung to the edges of his irises. He spotted Jade and lifted a hand in greeting, but the easy smile died when he looked back over his shoulder. Ronnie wasn't with him. Where's Ro? Jade asked, straightening. Winter rose smoothly, frost crackling under her paws as she scented the air. Levi frowned, rubbing the back of his neck. He said he needed to stop by the archives for a scroll Amira mentioned. Told me to go ahead. Should have been right behind. Minutes stretched. No small, nervous rat shifter appeared. Jade felt the familiar prickle crawl up her spine. The same one she'd felt in the chapel ruins right before everything went sideways. Winter let out a low, rumbling growl, ice spreading in thin veins across the flagstone. Something's wrong, Jade said flatly. Move! One of my wolf guys is like a quarter angel and like half werewolf. That sounds fucking epic, French fry. Let's just fucking combine all this shit together. I love it. Take all of these creative means and say, oh, well, this happened to them, and then this happened to them, and then this happened to them, and then that, and that's what made this, and then that, and then this happened, and then we have this character because of that. It's like, it just, that in and of itself just instantly gives the character so much backstory, because it's like, okay, well, how are you, and why are you this, or this, and this, and this, and have this, and you're also this, right? Just gives you so much to work with. I love it. They cut through the thinning. His mom was an angel and his dad was a werewolf. Fuck yeah. That sounds about right. Are we gonna get some angel on werewolf smut? Like yesterday, Haffy wrote us that it was like werewolf and human, but the werewolf was like changing, so it was like, yeah. But she loved it. She wanted to get knotted. Trust me. They cut through the thin crowd and slipped down the side corridor toward the archives. The hallway was quieter here, lit only by faint blue runes embedded in the walls, the air thick with old paper and wax. His existence in that state is a scientific miracle. Well, I mean, angels perform miracles, right? So, does he have, like, control over his wolf self when he turns? Is it, like, full moon turning, or is it, like, can he control himself? Or is it he goes, like, full feral, fucked up when he turns into a werewolf? Only by faint blue runes embedded in the walls, the air thick with old paper and wax. Halfway down, a muffled sound reached them. Something hitting stone, something soft hitting stone, followed by a sharp, pained yelp. Jade broke into a run. Levi matched her stride. They rounded into a shadowed alcove tucked behind a row of towering shelves and found Ronnie on the floor. He was curled tight, one arm wrapped around his ribs, tail limp and twitching. Books lay scattered around him like broken wings. Fresh bruises darkened his cheekbone and jaw, and blood glistened on his split lip. His eyes, wide, glassy with shock, locked on them the instant they appeared, ears flattened against his skull in instinctive shame. Ro! Jade dropped beside him in an instant. Winter pressed close, cold nose nudging Ronnie's trembling hand, trying to soothe. Who did this? Ronnie tried to sit up, winced, and gave a weak shake of his head. It's fine, I just tripped. Fell into the shelf. Clumsy, you know me. Levi crouched on his side, voice low and dangerous. Those aren't shelf bruises. Someone put hands or claws on you. Tell us. Ronnie's gaze skittered away, his fingers curled into his coat like he could hide inside it. Please don't make it bigger than it is. It's just stupid school stuff. Jade's patience snapped like thin ice. Frost bloomed along her fingertips, crawling up the nearest shelf in delicate, angry patterns. Look at me. When Ronnie didn't, she gentled her tone just enough. Ro, we're not leaving you like this. Who? He swallowed hard, throat working, finally in the smallest voice she'd ever heard him say, Alara. The name landed like a stone in still water. Wait, a woman beat him up? A girl beat him up? I should have known. The name landed like a stone in still water. Alara Voss, dragon shifter, tall, golden scales that flickered beneath her skin when her temper flared, eyes like banked coals, one of the oldest bloodlines in Shiftera. Guardians of the Eastern Spire whispered to still carry traces of Venteron's fire in their veins. Ronnie, small and quick and rat-formed, was everything the hierarchy said didn't belong near someone like her. Jade felt Winter snarl inside her chest, the sound vibrating through her ribs. He controls both willingly, but the angel part came about later in his life. Ah, and angels have, like, special powers and stuff like that? Like, can they, like, you know, do divinity? I made stir-fry and holy shit, 3 Thai chili peppers or, Dude, you use 3? I use half of a chili. Dude, I use half of one. And still, it's too spicy for me. Ahab, you're going hard, bro. So good, though. That's why I love butter chicken, dude. or like any kind of curry. Oh, that shit is so fucking good, but it burns. Like, I sweat to the point my eyelashes sweat. It looks like it's literally like I can't open my eyes because there's just so much water. It's like a waterfall down my fucking face. But I just fucking eat that shit. Fucking devour it. Love it. Alright, love it. It is so good, guys. You do not know what it is like to eat the brown food. Okay, you tell me you know what you get when you get your homemade mushroom curry, your butter chicken, your, what is the cheese wrap ones? I can never remember. Masala something. Something, kisa masala? Or something like that. Those are very fucking good. Oh, the hell yeah. My friend is vegan, so that is all about what she has. I haven't thought that far with the angel's powers, but the one thing they can do is calm anyone down no matter what. Oh! So it's like, kind of like the opposite of dragon fear, where it's like you just have this like calming aura that kind of brings everyone back down to their like levels. Oh, I love that. Kind of like a soothing aura, right? That just kind of just like gets everyone to take a step back, take a deep breath, you know, just take a moment to realize that you're alive and you exist and everything is all good. Okay, now let's deal with the existential crisis of the moon falling out of the sky and the planet being blown up. But let's do it with level heads, please. I made a basic sauce with soy sauce, oyster sauce, fish sauce, lemon zest, lemon juice, sesame seed oil, and cornstarch thickener, cause it is what I had. That sounds amazing, Ahab. Just throw it together and see if it works. Fuck yeah, love it. Jade felt winter snarl. Hard like when we read Seven's smut BD system. True! True, Haffy. Exactly. Some fresh garlic and chili peppers. Oh, you can't go without garlic. You gotta have the garlic in there, buddy. I feel ya. Jade felt winter snarl inside her chest, the sound vibrating through her ribs. Because you're a rat, she said, in a world flat and cold. That's the excuse, right? Apex picking on lesser, same old garbage. Shrimp. Oh, I love shrimp. Oh, I love shrimp and seafood. Just, oh. You're making me so jealous, Ahab, that all I had was ice cream sandwiches and bananas. Fuck. Ronnie shook his head so fast it made him wince again. No, I mean, maybe that's what it looks like. Maybe that's even what she wants everyone to think. His voice cracked. But it's not. It's not hate. Not really. Levi's brows drew together. Then what is it? Ronnie pressed a hand to his chest. Wait, does she have a crush on him? Right over his heart. Like the ache. Or does he have a crush on her? Lived there instead of his bruises. Every time she's near me, the air gets heavy, hot, like standing too close to a forge. Her scent changes, cinnamon and smoke and something desperate. I feel it too, this pull, like a thread tightening in my chest. I thought I was imagining it at first, but then she cornered me last week after I helped her find that scroll on ancient mate bonds. She grabbed my wrist hard and told me to stay away. That I was wrong, that it was impossible. So she's... Wait, the dragon and the rat are fated mates? Oh my god, I love it. The high class and the low class, and then she's not gonna be able to fight it? Oh, fuck yeah, I love it, Haffy. That's so brutal. I don't think I'll ever make smut of my OCs willing. I mean, I just write smut on my own terms, right? I just write random stories. That's why I like being mainly a short story writer, because then I can just do whatever I want. Have you ever seen the gifts of dragons fucking cars? No, Ahab. I have never seen that. That sounds, interesting. How are they fucking the cars? Wait, what? Are we talking, like, exhaust pipe? Are we talking, like, across the seat? Are we talking, like, they're just so big, they're just, like, using, like, a fleshlight? Like, what are we talking here? Details, my man. Details. You can't leave me lingering on that. The fuck starts a conversation like that? One of my viewers, French fry. One of my viewers. through a windshield like a flashlight car. That's exactly what I imagined, Ahab. It was a shitpost gif. Oh god, it's so good. Oh, I love that shit. Jade went still. Winter's ears flattened, the wolf understanding faster than Jade wanted to. Mate bonds. The god's oldest joke. Solana's threads, woven before birth, unbreakable once they sparked, rare, sacred, and sometimes cruel. Ronnie's voice dropped to a whisper. She said, how could a rat shifter be her fated mate? How could the gods do that to her? To her bloodline? She looked terrified, Jade, not angry, terrified. And then she shoved me away and this happened. Is a car weirder than a rat and a dragon? Yes, because it's not biological. At least between biological, it's biological in fantasy. But like a car, it's not even biological. What? Silence stretched. Unless it's a fucking transformer. Silence stretched thick and heavy. But like the car could just be a toy. Oh yeah, that's the whole point of it, right? That would be my guess at least, right? But that's why I'd say a rat and a dragon is better than just like, you know. Well, when I say better, I mean like better as in like better gooning, right? I don't mean better as in like a different scale? Like, I don't even know how to say that. Appropriate? So it's not weird anymore. Toys are fine. But what I'm trying to say is it's not weird for a dragon and a rat, so it's like the same. It's like a fleshlight, and it's like, well, we're animals. It's just animals doing animals, right? It is what it is. I mean, you do what you do, right? It's all fiction. At the end of the day, guys, this is all fiction, okay? Doesn't that prove dragons are sentient? Sure, but then doesn't that prove dolphins are sentient? Because they kill other animals and masturbate with their corpses. So is that like a sentience to being like... And sometimes they don't kill them, they just rape them. Yeah. Dolphins are pieces of shit. Okay, cool. So one of the first... guys, I'm going back to the story. I'm not even gonna say that, okay? I'm not even gonna say that. Levi exhaled slowly, the sound rough. She rejected it, the bond, and she's taking it out on you. Ronnie gave a small, broken laugh. She doesn't even know I feel it too. I didn't realize what it was until today. I just thought I was sick or something, but it's real and she hates it. Dolphins are sentient. They get high with pufferfish and are the only other species to have sex for pleasure. Wait, no, they eat babies. Wait, dolphins eat babies? Like other fish babies or other dolphin babies? I didn't know if you mean dolphins eat babies. Do dolphins eat other babies? That just sounds based. I mean, yeah, it's pretty true actually. Yeah, why do you think dolphins were smart enough to leave Earth in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? Because they were informed. They knew. That's why we live on this Earth pseudo 2.0. That's why the sun is white and not yellow anymore. Jade stared at the scorch marks on the wall. Dragon fire controlled just enough not to kill, but enough to hurt, enough to warn, enough to deny. Winter nosed Ronnie's shoulder again and low whine in her throat. Jade reached out, helping him stand, careful of his ribs. You're not going anywhere alone anymore, not until we figure this out. Ronnie leaned into Levi's steady grip, looking smaller than ever. I don't want to make it worse for her. She's scared, and I don't even know how to tell her I feel the same pull. Jade's jaw tightened. Frost crept higher along the sleeves, the shelves. She doesn't get to beat the bond out of you just because it doesn't match her expectations. Fate doesn't care about bloodlines or pride, and neither do we. Dolphins are dragons. Holy shit. Dude, Ahab, dolphins are dragons. So dragons were like, fuck the skies, man. We're gonna dip out from the skies. And you know why, Ahab? Because the dragons flew so high, they hit the firmament and realized that there was water above them. So they evolved into dolphins, but they weren't quite smart enough to realize that the water and the ground and the water at the top didn't connect. So despite the fact that they turned into dolphins in order to get through the water, they can't reach the firmament now that they're dolphins. Holy fuck, I just broke all of the lore. You know who were trying to make us think they were a weird dog or something that ran into the ocean? Wait, what? A weird dog or something? I don't know about that. They guided Ronnie. Wait, Jade's jaw tightened. Frost crept higher on the oh, we already read that.
You're a fraud! Where's my toque? 700 septillion!
Thank you for following Theme Missing French Fry. I hope you are enjoying the stream less than 4 less than 3 plus 1.
Thank you so much for the follow, French Fry. I really appreciate it. We're gonna go into an ad break here, guys. So we're about to finish this chapter, but I've been here way too long without following. Not my proudest. My proudest goon, you still here. Dang. Dang, what's up, Meow? It's true, French Fry, but it is what it is, right? You gotta get invested before you follow, right? You gotta test drive before you buy, right? That's what it's all about. Get a feel for the vibes. I feel like too many people follow too fast, right? I'm one of those people that follows too fast. I follow like 600 or 700 people. It's kind of ridiculous the amount of... And I only watch Asmon, Quinn, and like whoever I raid usually. Sometimes Nerdarine, and like... Who's another one I watch? Like smaller streamer. Oh, Arctosis, but he's not really a small streamer. 600 or 700 people. How's Diablo 2 going? Diablo 2 is going amazing, Ahab. Have you seen the Warlock? The new updates? Okay, hold on, I had to finish this. They guided Ronnie out of the alcove, back toward the country light. Jade felt the familiar tug deep in her own chest. Not a mate bond, but something just as ancient. The gods were stirring again, threads pulling, secrets unraveling, and somewhere in Shiftera, a dragon was fighting the one thing she couldn't burn away. Ooh! All like 200 people, and I only consecutively watched 10 of them. Yeah, exactly. 20 of those streamers, I'm pretty sure, stopped streaming. Yeah, I know a lot of people that stopped streaming, but that's okay. It is what it is. I'm still here, guys. I'll die in this fucking chair streaming live. Okay, that's how much I love streaming. Why would I ever stop? I just love doing this. I love reading things that I would never, because I never go out of my way to find like things, right? So having just a place where people drop stories into my lap, I'm just like, yes. And then I get to see all the different ranges of uncurated story. From smut to fantasy to horror to fanfic to slice of life. Like, it's some good stuff. So, 7, are you ready for the smut story? Are you guys ready to get your goon on? Because Meow showed up at the perfect time for gooning. Why am I not logged into Scribble Hub? Reading list. BD system! Okay, and we're on chapter... This one? Yeah, because she took her panties. You never tick remember me when you log in. Oh, right. And then you have chatters talking about dragons fucking cars. Yeah, we're all kind of all over the place here, you know. We have some interesting takes. My take is every kind of creativity is in some way, shape, or form worth being nurtured. Whether that means it breeds further creativity in the future, I think shying away from creativity, and at the end of the day, as long as you can separate fiction from reality, I think that's really all that matters, and you're not writing anything that's, like, illegal, right? And by illegal, I think you guys know what I mean. But yeah. Other than that, it's pretty much like, do whatever the fuck you want. And I find a lot of people, especially in the writing categories, I mean, there's a good amount of them, right? But it's like, it's a very small category, so it's like hard to say. But a lot of people are very strict on what they read, and what they write, and what they present to people, and stuff like that, right? I have no filter, no bullshit, no care in the world, right? Like, it doesn't matter to me. We skipped your second chapter, Happy. I said we were going to do 1 and 1, and then 1 and 1. Or did I say that during an ad break? I might have said that during an ad break. Because I said Meow came back, so since he said goon, we got a goon. Does that make sense? Because I gotta give it to Meow for the gooning. So it's like, if he just finished a goon sesh, we gotta send him back into another goon sesh. Right? Does that make sense, Happy? Dolphins should become something with wings someday, and then something with 6 limbs, 4 legs, and 2 big ass wings. A dolphin dragon. A whale dragon. Could you imagine a blue whale flying through the sky? That's fucked. Probably. Alright, well, either way, I do what I want. Yeah, I just eat small birds. It does, like, with birds like and insects, what it does with, like, plankton. And it just frickin' just flies through the air. Just like me with cock. I'm gonna go now and sleep. Alright, sounds good, French Fry. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out, man. Always a good time to see another person in here. Enjoy your sleep, and I stream every day at the same time, so, you know, if you ever want to stop in again, feel free. Melody grabbed my left hand and dragged me along. Me still wearing no undergarments. This is possibly the 3rd best stream I've ever been a part of, ever. Well, I'm glad for that, French Fry. I'm glad that I can provide content that people are interested in, you know, consuming, and a vibe and an atmosphere that people enjoy, you know? At the end of the day, it's all about entertainment and, you know, putting on a show, providing a value for your time. That's the way I look at it. Me, still wearing no undergarments, and ran down the stairs back to the 1st floor. My skirt pattered against my leg and created wind while I continued to grip its edges with my free hand. No, you're not allowed! If the wind blows up and they see your pussy... Hey, that's life, Ming! Shit happens. It was much better than what I went through moments ago, but still delightfully humiliating. Once we reached the bottom of the staircase, the sensations relaxed and it felt pretty normal, although a bit more airy than I'm used to. We went directly out of our room and put on some tennis shoes, although I don't know how Melody can be comfortable wearing them without socks. It always chafes so much. Oh, I can't stand shoes without socks, man. I need socks. Fuck. Oh god, I can't imagine. That shit is bad. We stopped by the shared kitchens. And I hate, like, ankle socks, too, because it's like, what's the point of wearing socks if you have fucking ankle socks? Your ankles aren't covered. What? We stopped by the shared kitchen area first and saw one of our building mates. He was wearing a fairly bright red t-shirt and stood behind the central countertop and was pulling some salami out of a package for a sandwich. Melody waved hello and brought me over to her. Hey, Clay, hey. Hi. Thigh highs are the best socks. Thigh highs for all. Mine are, like, too far away. But yeah, I literally have 4 pairs of thigh highs just chilling on the ground. I also have these. Like the, Wait, is this even the right one? Shit. Okay, yeah, it is. They're all kind of fucked up. But still, like... Ah! Get my hand in here. These are my favorite. I fucking love these. Ugh. Shoes without socks only works when creek stomping. That's wading across streams while fishing. Yeah, I could see that, Sean, but I just wear sandals, unless it's, like, fucking freezing, I guess. But even then, it's like you're getting wet, so wouldn't you want gumboots? I don't know. Anyways, we stopped by the shared kitchen area first and saw one of our building mates. He was wearing a fairly bright red t-shirt and stood behind the central countertop and was pulling some salami out of a package for a sandwich. Melody waved hello and brought me over with her. Hey, Clay, hey. Hi, Mel, Clay replied, glancing over at me. You the famous X tier? Famous? I questioned as Melody pulled us beside him, with me in between. Well, a new S tier is still famous all over campus. He finished building his sandwich and grabbed it with hands. An X tier would be famous across the globe. Nautical themed chat. I could see it, Ahab. Westward over to with the wind on the fort. We shall, with God's grace. Famous, I questioned as Melody pulled up beside him with in between. Sandals would kill you if you tried wearing them in the creeks I'm thinking of. The current is too strong and the rock's too slick. I guess that's fair, Sean. Well, a new Scarlett and I are gonna go grab some lunch. Melody glanced down his sandwich. Guess you're good? Yeah, Clay replied, munching away. Where are you heading? Melody shrugged. Any suggestions? Campus food court's pretty good, Clay said. Free for us as well. For S tier, Melody confirmed, still holding my hand. Clay nodded, his mouth full of food. Scarlett, thoughts? Melody turned to me and leaned her body a little closer while squeezing. Sure, I replied, slightly distracted by her hand for some reason. A dolphin shifter would kinda suck unless the shifter is already something like a clownfish. It's a dolphin that has lungs. So it turns into a dolphin, but strong. Like, imagine like another crab's treasure, but it's like a dolphin, and it's like a clownfish that's a were dolphin. I could see it. 100%. Why is that a question? Melody asked, squeezing tighter. Every time she moved, her hand would brush my skirt, which brushed my legs and reminded me of my nakedness standing beside a stranger. I don't know, I blushed. Melody chuckled in response. Still a question. You two seem close, Clay said, drawing Melody's attention back to him as she started swinging her hand a little more. We really hit it off from the start. Melody winked at me while I turned downwards in embarrassment, which had that unhelpful side effect of me staring at the skirt I was wearing. Melody's skirt. It's pretty short. She's quite the character. Later, Claire, Melody said, pulling me away as she waved. Clay waved back, and we left the building. I never realized how cold... Yo, what's up, old red cardinal? How you doing? What you at? What you got, my bro? What you doing? Who you be, my man? Never realized how cold the almost autumn air was until it blew lovingly across my folds, sending a wave of cold through me. Unfortunately, Melody ignored my slight pause and kept walking, forcing me to speed up a little, which had the effect of blowing more air all around me. It's just a realistic look into the life of a dolphin through the eyes of just a little clownfish guy. Despite the short time I took to catch up. Where are you from? Oh no, here we go. Is it a bot, guys? Is it a bot? Melody, I'm from your mom's vagina. Despite the short time I took to catch up, Melody was only walking a little fast. I already felt fresh arousal sliding down my exposed legs. Thankfully, it was only a short walk to the parking lot. Confirmed Shadow Realm begin! And we walked right past. No car? Why would we drive? It's just across campus, Melody stated, pulling out her phone to check. Near the center roundabout between the dorm and dungeon roads. We continued walking down the paved path. Thanks for the follow. Ran alongside the road toward the center roundabout section. Turning left, there was a short path to a large and tall one-story building. The building, much like the rest of the campus, was wooden, looking like a bunch of logs with some minor adornment at the entrance and some windows all along the sides. This place was much busier than the streets around campus. People were continually walking in and out of campus, and as we entered, my mind shifted back to my skirt. Someone bumped me down and they'd see everything. Someone stumbled a little if a gust of wind blew. So many people. My reputation would be degraded from day one. Melody tugged me along and we entered the complex without incident. The food court wasn't quite as special as I'd expected. There were a bunch of restaurants lined up along the back wall, a larger, more open buffet section on the left, which had a short barrier with an automated cashier section in the middle, probably pay per plate, and a large open center with tables and some small dividers with plants and whatnot. What are you craving, Scarlet? Melody asked, still holding my hand. I looked around, couldn't decide. There were way too many options. Honestly, the buffet is probably easiest. That's the one place I never have trouble picking food, since I can just take a little bit of everything that interests me. Buffet, probably. Let's go, Melody said, dragging me to the entrance. There was one on either side of the barrier, with the exit in the center. A little weird, I feel like. No designer. We entered through the one-way swinging waist-high door, which could easily be opened from the inside, but I guess people are honorable here. The buffet counters made a squiggly lines starting from the wall, going out a little to the right, heading all the way to the back, going out a little further right before the far wall, then coming all the way back to the entrance. So just so you know, the next chapter of mine is shorter than the others. Alright, sounds good, Shadow. It continued zigzagging back and forth a couple of times. Design was definitely smart. Customers and staff were kept separate. Buffet counters as the divider, and staff were able to continually restock without interference, which was happening continuously. We started heading along, grabbing a plate at the start. Melody was still holding my hand, making it impossible for either of us to pick up food. Melody went along and asked me, "Do you want this?" for every single item. Once we reached an item that I did want, an interesting-looking sandwich thing, she gave me her plate, told me to hold both in my one hand, which I barely managed to do considering these were ceramic plates, not plastic ones, and she used the tongs to pick up two of them, placing one on each plate, then tugged me along again. We stopped by a few more places and soon had a plate full of food, both still being held by me, until finally we reached the checkout section where Melody took back her plate. Fortunately, the automated process was fairly simple. Melody set her plate down on the small counter space beside the machine. She pulled out her ID card and scanned it, and the door opened and she was let through. It slammed shut behind her. Unfortunately, Melody was still holding my hand, which was now awkwardly above the gate, and garnered quite a few stares from the people around us. Not pleasant. I quickly set down my plate, reached around myself to grab the card I had stored in my right pocket, scanned it, and the machine confirmed payment. Or non-payment, I guess, and let me through the gate. I couldn't resist asking Melody in a harsh voice, "Why are you still holding my hand?" "What? You don't like it?" Melody leaned in closer, her mouth just by my ear. "Don't pets just love attention?" My cheeks turned rosy as Melody leaned away, then dragged me over to a table. She ended up choosing a table right in the center of the dining space. The table was mid-sized and could seat 6, maybe 8 if you pulled a couple chairs up to either end. However, the table was occupied by 3 people, 2 girls, 1 guy. The 2 girls sat beside each other across from where we were, while the guy sat on the left across from the first girl. Melody confidently strutted over with me, still attached. "Hello, mind if we join you?" One of the girls looked around, clearly finding quite a few empty tables, but the guy agreed before she could speak up. "Of course!" Melody finally let go of my hand, and as I stretched it and realized it was really sweaty, Melody, sweat. I want to lick it. God, no, not in public! Melody pulled out the chair beside the guy and gestured for me to sit. As I sat down, I pushed my skirt under my legs, only for Melody to lightly pinch the back of it, holding it up. I glanced up at her, and she sees she just held a sinister smile. I ignored her and sat down, my butt touching the cold wood. After I sat, she dropped the skirt. "No, we gotta get your pussy touching that fucking... rubbing up against that wood, so you leave a nice little stain for everyone to see." I think Dolphin Book would get a freaking HBO adaptation. I could see it, Ahab. I could see it. And next thing you know, it'll wind up on the Discovery Channel. Cold wood made my sitting very uncomfortable. We split my chapters up with 7 smut. Because Meow came back from a gooning sesh, so we're gonna read 7s, then we're gonna read halfies, then we're gonna read yours. It's just the way that it goes! Because technically Halfie's first read was a redeem, so it's separate from all of the other ones. My English isn't very good, but you speak very fast. Why, thank you, Red Cardinal. It is what it is, right? I know, it's hard to keep up. It is okay, buddy guy, don't worry about it. We can do this as many times as we need to do. It is okay. Oh, you're gonna stay up that long? Oh yeah, I am invested in this, Shadow. I want to get through this. I am not at all tired. I am ready to go for an 8-hour stream. Let us go. Bring it on. I got this. I believe. Let us have the power. We need to go. I believe. Cold wood made my sitting very uncomfortable. Why are chairs, or really anything, always so freaking cold? I hate it. It's because wood doesn't attract heat, and it releases heat really easily, so when you touch it, you're warm, and it's cold because it doesn't have heat on it. I mean, what? Cold sensation spread across my thighs, and I realized there are probably drips of arousal on this chair now. Lovely. True! Melody sat on my right, and initiated. Was that the racist science? I think so, 7. That might have been the racist science. I could believe it. 100%. Absolutely. Yeah, I was just letting Shadow know. All science is racist. Exactly. Exactly, Ahab. Melody sat on my right and initiated a conversation with the rest of the table, which I had completely forgotten about. Did they see our little interaction seconds ago? Oh my god, if they saw me look back. Saw Melody grab my skirt. Eek, I really hope not. Are you all freshmen too? Melody asked. Yep, the guy replied. I'm lesbian, Melody stated matter-of-factly. The guy looked dejected. You would have thought he had just experienced the worst day of his life. Fuck! Something like him driving with a high-tiered healer to his family member who's dying of cancer incurable via non-system means, only for his car to get hit by a semi-truck, and by the time he wakes up, his family member has already died because the high tier couldn't figure out what hospital he was driving to since he was too stupid to let them go on their own, and now has to suffer with the guilt of letting a family member die and knowing he could have easily cured them if He used 1 more percentage point of his tiny brain. Damn, that's some humiliation right there. And then she's probably just like, man, why can't you humiliate me like that? It's so hot. Yeah, agreed. No, that was good. I loved it. I loved it. Sweet, to the point, easy, just boom. Lets you off with that easiest, tiniest bit of like, oh my god, what the fuck is actually going on? I'm not like 100% sure, but still it is what it is, right? Now we're on Threads of Fire and Shadow. Alright, we're gonna take a toke, and then we'll get into this. It's a relatively short chapter, so it shouldn't take us too long to read. I will say, though, 7, of all of the chapters, that's the first chapter I haven't actually gotten hard during. So it's kind of a respite. After, like, every chapter, I'm just like, fuck, man. God. And then this is just kind of like, okay, now I get this, like, little break before I'm guessing everything kind of goes to hell. So it was kind of nice. But I don't know if that was me getting distracted, but I'm just thinking about the chapter itself, other than just the idea of, like, you know, like, the secret nudity being underneath and being, like, discovered and stuff, like, the public play, right? It's like, ooh, but other than that. Maybe a little bit of the humiliation at the end there? Just a little bit? 3, 2, 1, toke! Ahab, we are going to be playing the Warlock after we read Shadow's story. But they're a summoner. They're, like, they have, like, hexes and, like specialized, melee attacks, I guess. And they also have magic. They're OP as fuck. They're broken as shit. I can show you a real quick kind of example. So at the very end here, we have like a clip of gameplay. So this is gameplay for the Warlock. This is me killing Andariel. This is players 8. And I'm like, I don't even think I'm level 30 yet. Like, this does so much fucking damage, it's insane. It's so crazy. And then it'll show my gear. +3 to Ring of Fire. +3 to Ring of... I have +6 to Ring of Fire and I'm not even level 30. It's fucking disgusting. It's so broken, it's insane. Sorry, 7, that do it for me, not Rhett. I have to, this don't do it for me. Wait, you mean 7 story doesn't do it for you, Haffy? You're not into the humiliation BDSM? Or were you saying that chapter specifically? I think there's a new Castlevania that got announced, 2D Castlevania. Oh, that sounds epic, Ahab. Yeah, there's been a lot of announcements. Ahab, have you seen the chicken game? Oh my god, have you seen the chicken game? I bet you haven't seen the chicken game, Ahab. You've seen the chicken game? If anyone else hasn't seen this, this is fucking insane. This shit is so good. It's like Dynasty Warriors meets, and it's based on a book series, The Bird That Drinks the Tears or something like that. I'm like, if this is a book series, I need to read this book series. This looks so fucking good.
Soulless, unclean. This world was never yours to keep. How dare you stand in the way of purity, little king?
Arise, chicken! Arise! Arise, chicken! Chicken, arise! Arise, chicken! Arise! Arise! Oh! Witch Doctor Billy holds staff upside down. Chicken! Arise! Arise, chicken! Chicken, arise! I am Sofa King! We taught Ed! You say something funny in my language. But seriously, arise, chicken. Fuck yeah, I have. Oh my god. So good. That's my childhood in a fucking... I'm literally Meatwad. Guys, if you want to imagine me as anyone, I'm literally Meatwad. So good. I've been waiting for like a mass like killer thing. Like, yeah, sure, Elden Ring and everything is great, but I want to kill hordes of enemies. I want to be in the middle of a fucking battlefield. I want to slaughter thousands of enemies by the end, right? Like, oh, I love this shit. And it's like, oh, they just go all out with the blood and gore. You can tell it's not a Western game. Oh, fuck yeah. But I gotta get the book series that it's based on. It looks so fucking good. That shit is crazy. Oh, this isn't what we're doing. This is what we're doing. Okay, here we go. Okay. Back at it, guys. Back at it. Let's do it. Levi keeps his arms steady around Ronnie's elbow as they cross the courtyard together. Jade supports Ronnie on the other side, matching their pace. Winter pads close beside them, a low barrier of black ice and frost that deflects the curious glances of the few remaining students. Every small wince Ronnie tries to hide sends a sharp twist through Levi's own chest. The bruises on Ronnie's face darken to ugly violet and black. Dried blood crusts his split lip. He still looks smaller than he did this morning. Fucking ads! God damn it. I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back. Fuck ads. doing? What are you doing? You crazy? Wow. Oh, wow. Wow. Just gonna face the chair all day. Just gonna face the chair all day, girl. Alright guys, you get a sneak peek because she actually came in here. Ah! Here's his daisies. Right, Daisy? She's like, no, it's bad. Right? Aww. Aww. She's sad because she wants me to follow her to her food, so she doesn't feel fat when she's eating food. If you give her love, she'll just follow you slowly. I'll hail the feline lord. True. She's just chilling. Doing her thing. She was invading me in the bathroom, so I was like, alright. And then she came in here, and I was like, alright, well, you get your debut on stream today. I guess. Alright, let's have another toke. Ooh. Just talk to her. She understands every word you say. She ignores most of it. She understands it. Exactly, Sean. And it pisses her the fuck off when I meow at her because she doesn't know what I'm saying. And I'm just mimicking her, and then she gets all angry and talks back. Oh, gotta know why my heart is beating really fast. It's never good to not know why your heart is beating fast. Usually you should know because it's like you either induced it or something else induced it. But if your heart is just beating really fast for no reason... Freedom! Your heart beat its way out of your chest. 3, 2, 1, toke! That's not good, Shadow. They're like, bro, calm down. Yeah, I know, she was like, really? Really? You're gonna do that to me? Fuck you. I'm like, go to your food? And she's like, yes. Yeah, what takes me out to learn them. Every human does it. Good question, Ahab. That's a very good question. They slip into a quiet alcove near the healer's wing, half hidden behind wild ivy. Levi eases Ronnie down onto the stone bench. Winter immediately presses her icy flank against his legs. You should play Warframe. So people have said, Haffy, but I don't know what Warframe is. Levi eases Ronnie down onto the stone bench, and it's an FPS, isn't it? Winter, with like mechs, I think? Winter immediately presses her icy flank against his legs. I mean, I love Armored Core, but not really a fan of like FPSs. Delicate frost patterns bloom across his boots. Cold seems to ease his trembling a fraction. Warframe is Power Rangers. Wait, so it's like power suits with like melee combat, or is it like guns? I don't remember Power Rangers having guns. I thought Warframe had guns. It's not an FPS? Oh. Okay, maybe I'm thinking of the wrong game. It's a it's a third-person shoot. You know what I mean, Ahab. It's a shooter. I'm not a shooter person. Third person, first person, doesn't matter. With swords and stuff. Yeah, so it's like you have your melee options, but it's mainly an FPS, right? Like, fundamentally, it's a shooter. Right? Well, it's a shooter. I meant shooter, okay? That was the word. Shooter. You have guns, you shoot things, right? You do like team death matches. Like, it's very PvP oriented. Like, that's another thing, is I don't do PvP either. That's like the main reason why I don't do like shooters, is because they're all PvP. Unless you're talking like Warhammer 40k, right? Or like Armored Core, or like maybe like Metal Gear Solid. But in general, just no, not really. Not my thing. They slip into quiet alcove near the healer's wing, half hidden behind wild ivy. Levi eases Ronnie down onto the stone bench. Winter immediately presses her icy flank against his legs. Delicate frost patterns bloom across his boots. The cold seems to ease his trembling a fraction. Warframe is mainly PvE, I'm pretty sure. Okay, well then I have no idea. Stay here, Jade says. Already turning. I'm getting Omira. She'll fix the worst of it before anyone starts asking questions. Ronnie's hand darts out and catches her sleeve with surprising strength. No, please, not yet. If word gets out to Alara, she'll think I told on her. She'll think I'm trying to force something. Levi crouches in front of him, keeping his voice level. She already hurt you, Ro. You don't know her silence. I know, Ronnie whispers, but she's not cruel. Not really. She's terrified. I could feel it. Even when she was hitting me, it's like she's fighting herself more than me. Jade's jaw tightens. Winter lets out a low growl that vibrates through the stone beneath Levi's knees. Terrified or not, Jade says. She doesn't get to use you as a target because the gods didn't give her the mate she ordered. It's not how bonds work. No PvE, lore filled. Okay, maybe I'll have to check it out then. Let's see.
For generations you've slept. No purpose. No call to wake you.
Is it kind of like Helldivers?
Grenier. Seeds from the ruins of the old war. Swallowing colonies whole. But there's still hope.
Boom! Shot down.
The Tenno. Monuments of an ancient warrior caste. Scattered across frail worlds.
Told you, Power Rangers. Violent ones, though. And these are like the characters that you can play? You unlock different warframes, I think. I want to see some gameplay. Is there gameplay in this? Or is it just a cinematic trailer? Been around a long time. So there's gameplay everywhere. I just mean like the gameplay trailer. Like the actual official gameplay trailer.
Together, they fought back. Bringing an end to an empire. Then they left. Forgotten.
Until now.
Like a dream.
She just like ascend and now she's gonna enter one of the frames.
Wake up, Tenno.
This is an opening cutscene.
Wake up.
Oh, it's a free game, so it's got microtransactions. Ronnie looks down at his hands. His tail curls loosely around one ankle. I didn't even know what a mate bond felt like until today. I thought the ache in my chest was just nerves around her. Everyone's nervous around dragons, but she grabbed me. It flared, like a spark hitting dry glass. In her eyes, he swallows. They went wide, like she felt it too, and hated it even more. Levi exhales slowly through his nose. So she rejects it, and instead of dealing with it, she lashes out. Classic. You can get most things by just playing the game, if I remember correctly, and the game itself is fun. Okay. But it's not a gacha game? It's not a gacha game. Levi exhales slowly through his nose. Oh wait, not classic, Jade corrects, her voice low and edge. Dangerous. If she keeps denying it, the bond pulls harder. You've read the old text, Ro. Unaccepted bonds don't fade, they twist. They can drive people mad or worse. Ronnie's ears droop. I don't want that for either of us. Levi studies him for a long second. Ronnie looks small against the stone, but a quiet stubbornness glimmers in his eyes now. Not just fear, resolve. Winter's ears prick. A heartbeat later, Levi hears it too. Boots on stone. Deliberate and unhurried, he turns. Just as Alara steps into the alcove entrance. From what I recall, you say what resources for a specific warframe you want. She freezes the instant she sees them. Alara stands tall and lean, coiled like something ready to strike. Golden scales shimmer faintly beneath her skin. catching the dying light like embers under ash. Her short, dark hair carries threads of molten red, her eyes usually burning are wide now, pupils blown with something close to panic.
Can you believe we used to be at war?
Your people faced extinction, and now you rise.
Everyone who cares for you ends up dead.
The truth of Tao must not be taken from us again.
Ignite my blood!
Where's the gameplay? There we go.
Corruption must be cleansed from us all. Tenno, see reason.
Yeah, this is not a very good gameplay trailer.
There's no other way.
I'm like, give me a boss fight. Show me a boss fight, right? Show me a boss fight. That's the best way to do it. I thought they'd at least show something. Alara stands tall and lean, coiled like something ready to strike. Golden scales shimmering faintly beneath her skin, catching the dying light like embers under ash. Her short dark hair carries threads of molten red, her eyes, usually burning, are wide now, pupils blown with something close to panic. She looks at Ronnie's battered face and the color drains from her cheeks. You, her voice cracks. She takes one step forward, then stops dead when Winter rises to her full height, lips peeling back from ice-white teeth. Frost races across the ground toward Alara's boots in a clear warning line. Back off, Jade says flat and cold. You've done enough. Lara's gaze darts between them. Jade, bristling, Levi crouched protectively in front of Ronnie. Ronnie himself hunched and bruised, and somewhat raw flashes across her face. Shame, fury, fear. I didn't. She stops, cat fists clenching at her sides. Heat rolls off her in waves. The ivy nearest her curls and blackens at the edges. I told him to stay away. And when he didn't disappear on command, you decided fists were the answer. Jade steps forward. Ice crackles along her arms. Real mature, dragon. Alara flinches, though the word strikes her. You don't understand. Try me. Alara looks at Ronnie. Really looks. Her throat works. It's impossible. A rat and a dragon. My line has guarded the eastern spire for 6 generations. With strength, with fire. Not this. Her voice breaks on the last word. The bond sparked. The moment he touched that scroll, I felt it lock in like a brand, and all I could think was, no, not him, not like this. Ronnie lifts his head slowly. His voice stays quiet but steady. I felt it too. Lara's eyes snap to him. For a second, the air between them shimmers. Heat and frost meeting in the middle, neither yielding. Some of the warframes are thick. I'm sure they are, Ahab. You what? I didn't know what it was, Ronnie says. Not until today, but I feel it every time you're close, like a thread pulling to get tighter. Touches his chest. It hurts when you push away. Lara takes an involuntary step back. Smoke curls from her nostrils. Stop saying that. Why? Levi asks, calm but pointed. Because it's true? Because it can't be. Alara's voice rises, edges with desperation. Flames lick briefly along her fingertips before she clenches them out. If the gods wanted to humiliate me, they couldn't have done better. A rat shifter, small, weak, no status, no fire. How am I supposed to explain this to my family, to the council, to anyone? I was looking for a cringe top 10 sexiest warframes, and it exists. Fuck yeah, give it to me, Ahab. Give it to me. You think the gods care about your family's pride? Jade says. About status? Solana weaves the threads. Venturon may tempt with power, but the bonds are hers. You don't get to reject them because they don't match your mirror. Alara's shoulders shake. She looks at Ronnie again, and this time the fury cracks open, revealing something raw underneath. I didn't want to hurt you, she whispered. I just needed it to stop the pull, the heat. Every time I saw you in the halls, I felt like I was burning from the inside. I thought if I scared you enough, if I made you hate me, it would break. It doesn't break, Ronnie said softly. It just hurts more. Silence falls, thick and heavy. Alara stares at the ground. Smoke still drifts from her skin, weaker now. What do I do? She asks, almost too quiet to hear. Jade glances at Levi. He gives the smallest nod. Let her answer. You stopped running, Jade says. Video just kinda sucks. That sucks, Ahab. Jade says. You talk to him, you figure it out together, and if you ever raise a hand to him again, dragon or not, I'll freeze your wings solid and drop you in the nearest snowdrift Shiftera has. Clear? Alara swallows. She looks at Ronnie one last time. Long searching, then turns and walks away without another word. Heat lingers in her wake. The scorched ivy curls into ash. The guy just talks for like 3 minutes on how thankful he is for subscribers. Oh god. Oh god. That's why I always start my stories with like the summary and the trailer of the story. So it's like, welcome in today's story, and it's like we're already into it. Boom. Which is a poor way of conducting oneself. Do that at the end. Exactly. Lara swallows. She looks at Ronnie one last time. Long searching, then turns and walks away without another word. Heat lingers in her wake. The scorched ivy curls into ash. Ronnie lets out a shaking breath. She's not going to accept it. Not yet. Maybe not, Jade says, but she heard you. That's something. Winter noses Ronnie's hand gently. He manages a small, tired smile. Levi claps him lightly on the shoulder. Come on, let's get you patched up quietly. As they help Ronnie towards the healer's wing, Levi feels it again, that deep tug in his chest. Not a mate bond, but the same ancient pull that drew him to the chapel, that brought them all here. Threads tighten. God's watch, and somewhere in the city, a dragon learns she cannot burn fate away. Damn, that was a good chapter, bro. I love that shit. All boss fights are easy, but are difficult between different between. So it's kind of like Monster Hunter.
The pyramid of living things.
I just want to see the boss fight. Frames are basically destructive equivalent of a sentient ICBMs. Where's his suit? Why is he not in a suit? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, this doesn't really look that great. Maybe it's a bad video? I don't know. I wouldn't want to play Warframe as just a human guy. Yeah, I'm like, where's the mech? Where's the big bullshit? This looks dumb. He's known as an Archon hunt and lore reason. Well, maybe show me a cool looking mech. You're not selling this very well, Happy. You're not selling this very well at all. Alright, ready to read Shadow's book, guys? We're gonna have an ad in a sec here. Oh. Let's get through an ad. The sad ad, dad bad with a red pad. Oh, dad bad with your bad. For a dad red pad, mad fat hand. I have Warframe ad incoming. That would be hilarious, Ahab. That would be absolutely fucking hilarious. Could you imagine? That'd definitely be something else. I'll tell you that. Alright. Let's get into it. This is Shadow's book, Echoes of the Sacred Territory. This is Chapter 13. Young Alpha. It's Willow's perspective. I take the trail and use the time to calm my nerves. After finding out Sterling got arrested and having to bail him out... Oh, wait. Moosax. We're missing Moosax. To then having to deal with the creep of a guy at the diner, I'm exhausted. Finally return to the cabin, where Sterling stands on the porch. Seeing me, he runs out to me. Where have you been? We thought someone kidnapped you. The whole pack is out looking for you. He growls and takes me into his arms for an enormous hug. I'm sorry. I needed some time away is all. I gasped with a little air out of my lungs. Hey, what happened to your face? You look like an acupuncturist attacked you. I add. You need to let the pack know you're okay. He lets go of me and dodges my question. I'll message Cade. We'll watch that after the ad. No, they're in their fur. They don't have their phones. You need to shift. Let them know you're okay with a howl, he replies. He has a point. Fine, but look away. I'm not shifting with you watching. He shoots me a glare. I'm not taking my eyes off of you. After the run here, I have no energy to argue, so I take to my fur, letting out an extended howl, letting them know my presence. Moments later, I'm flooded with the return of what seems like 100 wolves. The sound gets louder as they get nearer. Wolves jump out of the woods from every direction and stop before me. What were you thinking? You can't just leave like that, Cade barks. You're ours, and you need to stay with us. What if someone mated with you? You can't be so careless, Travis yells. Everyone from the scouting group and what seems like all the unmated wolves are here, barking their orders. They tell me they own me. And they can't leave alone. Everyone's words drive me more and more to the verge of thrashing my own words back at them. No shit, Captain Ahab! Thank you for the subscription! Holy shit, bro! Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, man.
Me with a truck.
Pay me with a truck. Congratulations on getting your wings! You now have wings, Ahab, which means you can now fly high in the sky above all of the ads and all of the bullshit. So welcome to the other side of the ads. You may not be so pleased with what you find on this side, however. I will tell you that right now. Okay, let's see if this video is any good. We'll wait for these ads. You guys can get the sneak peek and see if everything's good. This is just another trailer? Yeah, it's just gonna be another dumb trailer, right? This isn't gonna show any... Yeah, it's not gonna show any gameplay. They all look like ants from up here. I know, Ahab, imagine being up where I am, too, right? Like, man... I can't even see you guys. You're so far down there. Get it? Because I can't see you. Because you're not here. Alright. Okay, get your tokes ready, guys. Get your tokes ready. A toka ready, let's go! A toka ready, already, toka ready! 3, 2, 1, toke! Do you ever get lightheaded in that ivory tower? No, Ahab, I have my own oxygen system. 3, 2, 1, toke! It's like Planet Spaceballs. All of the oxygen is controlled, except for the oxygen that, like, you know, because I'm the king, right? So I just get all the oxygen. You all have to pay for it and struggle for it. I just get as much as I want, and I waste it as much as I want, right? Ugh. Happy, I don't think you understand what I mean when I want to see gameplay. I want to see, like, someone who's really, really good at the game, who's been playing it for a really, really long time, who has, like, a really, really cool clip of something really cool happening or doing something really cool. Something that would get me enticed to play the game. Does that make sense? Enough, I growl, putting up my authority behind my command. Instantly, they drop to the ground. You're not the Alpha, I'm the Alpha, and I will not take orders from anyone. I am allowed to come and go as I please. If you feel otherwise, then you can leave, or I will. My anger is aflame, and I can feel the pain of authority is causing them. It's not as cool as Resident Evil 4. I mean, fair enough. I'm not really a fan of Resident Evil, though. Just saying, you know. I take to my skin and enter the house, slamming the door behind me. I can still hear them whimpering as they slowly begin to leave. You're too tough on them, Alpha. Your authority is different from what we are used to. It hurts when you put too much strength into it. Sterling walks in behind me. I'm not theirs to claim! Of course you're not theirs to claim. You are mine and mine alone. Oh my god, shut up, Sterling! He has a devious expression again. I'm not yours either. I'm not a fucking object. Ignoring whatever comes out of his mouth next, I head to bed. The following morning, I'm awakened by a blood-curdling howl in the darkness. Shifting to fur instantly, I howl back, asking the pack what's happening. There's an unknown pack of shifters that just ran past the scouts. They were hunting on our land and have taken off. We are in the chase now, Sterling answers my howl. Okay, let's see if this one does it. If this one doesn't do it, Happy, I'm just finishing Shadow's story and we can watch this after. So it's like Jack and Daxter. And then it's like wave functions. Okay. So you got, okay. Jumping challenges, okay. Cool, you can fly on a horse. I mean, okay, open world samurai, okay, you know, that looked cool, that looked pretty cool, but, like, it feels like there's just way too much to this game. Like, this looks like something you would need to invest, like, 100 hours into. Like, that would take me, like, 3 years. You know? I just like a nice story-driven action RPG. I think that's just simpler and easier to deal with. I don't know. Call me old-fashioned, call me old. Yeah, I'm not really a fan of the game, like the forever dragging out games. I'm like, I want to play the game, be done with the game. Like, I don't want to read a book that's, like, never ends. You know, the Never-Ending Story is a great book, but it ends. Despite the fact it's a loop. It still ends. Like, I need to be able to put the game down at some point in time, right? Following the voice's direction, I jump through the broken glass window and run. What is this? With people jumping through windows. I know the window's already broken, but still, use a fucking door. Animals! What is this? I wonder who this unknown pack is, if by chance... And she didn't even say anything about the fucking window. If by chance it's Jake, I start to panic. I run straight into a tree without paying attention to where I'm going. Ouch. I let out a howl to try to get their location again. It works, and they aren't far. I need to be here for my pack. I know it's not what I chose, but these wolves are starting to feel like family. Reaching the scout's cage suggests I stay in the back where it's safe. But my wolf refuses and takes the lead. Close behind the other pack, their scent confirms it's not Jake or his pack. Warframe is very story driven. But so are MMOs. They can't. They are wolves at that point, no hands. I've seen dogs open doors. I mean, you give a human sentient to a dog, a wolf, you could easily open a door. I mean, it just seems so ridiculous to jump through the window. I know now that it's broken, it's like a little different. But when Sterling jumped through it the first, I'm just like, I know it's just to me, it's just so I'm like, shouldn't they have houses that compensate for this? Have like a fucking doggy door or something? Like, I mean, like, I feel like this is something you'd be able to think ahead on, right? I don't know. It just strikes me as weird, Shadow. I mean, I kind of like it, because it's just like, yeah, it's just out there. It's just like, of course that's what they would do, but it's just, I don't know, there's something about it, just the imagery of them just being like, yeah, especially Sterling just being like, yup, fuck it, straight through the window. So Toman was actually thinking he was a dire wolf. I mean, it's fair enough, Ahab. They're half-wargs, technically, right? So in his dreams, he definitely is. It works, and they aren't far. I need to be here for my pack. I know it's not what I chose, but these wolves are starting to be like family. Reaching the scout's cage suggests I stay in the back where it's safe. My wolf refuses to and takes the lead. Close behind the other pack, their scent confirms it's not Jake or his pack. Picking up the scent of an alpha, I dodge the group and lunge at the one in front, knocking him to the ground. I stand over him, growling. My alpha instincts are telling me to rip another alpha's throat out. I reach for his neck. Please no! The wolf below me begs. I stop just short of his jugular, looking down at him. I realize his voice is that of a young man. How old are you? I'm 19, he stutters. Petrified under my gaze. Looking back, I see the others in his pack are no more than 20 years old. It's a pack of pups. How come you came to my territory? I bark at him, wondering their excuses for trespassing. It's hard to see without trying yourself. Toman is Cersei's youngest son. Yeah, they're the, he's the Baratheon Lannister. But he's a retard. Inbred swine! I said he's half-warg. Joffrey behaves like a lolcow. Oh, 100% Ahab. Yup. We were hunting. I'm sorry. We haven't eaten in days. The deer we were chasing ran into our lands and we were too hungry to stop. Our wolves took over from the lack of food. We don't have the energy to fight for control. Looking back at the shifters of this new pack, I can see they're all malnourished. They genuinely are starving. What's your story? How did you become an alpha? I growl, knowing this pup couldn't kill anyone to claim a pack, even if it was... this one this diminutive. We were always a pack together. My parents were the alphas of our pack, the adults. They turned rogue, and I inherited the authority after they all killed each other. Okay, there's some serious voodoo bullshit magic going out there turning people rogue. Seems like every single clan has had this happen to them. At some point in time. This is fucked up. I love it. Out, so the pack went rogue. What is with all the wolves turning? These last few months seem like a lot. The neutral pack leaders, Sterling, and now another wolf pack. Where is your territory? My pack is becoming impatient, so I'll keep my questions relatively brief. We don't have any. We've been moving with the food. We don't have enough members to protect land on our own. We have tents. We've been staying in as we wander. My parents controlled land close to the Canadian boundaries. When they died, a rival pack took the land and chased us away. We've been on the move ever since. How many members do you have? I ask. What you see is what we have. I'm Hayden. This is Isaac, Lucas, and Justin. They lead our hunts, but everyone else helps out. Counting, I find there are only 15 wolves. Hayden's pack lacks the experience to take on rival alphas. I can see in their eyes that they look up to Hayden. They display their fear, afraid that I'm going to kill him, that I'm going to take their alpha away from them permanently. My own wolves are blocking his pack from me, making sure they aren't going to try anything rash. If we have the time after Widows, can we read more of mine? Unfortunately, Happy, I don't think we'll have time. I still gotta show Ahab some Diablo 2 and go through Act 4 with the Warlock. I admire their spirit, banding together to protect each other. I don't want to be the one to break that up. Before I can say anything, Cade starts growling, glancing at him. The wolf in front of Cade tries to get past. Seconds later, he lunges for the pup's neck. Not having enough time to command him to stop, I throw myself at Cade. Taking Cade by the neck, I toss him to the side, knocking him into Jonah. Both fall to the ground from the impact, growling and nipping at them. I push the scouts back, taking a stand in between my pack and theirs. I block my own pack from passing me. I growl with my head held high. I don't have to tell them anything. They know what I'm threatening. Pass me and you will pay the consequences. My pack backs down. Behind me, the pups watch as the alpha protects another. Alphas are only known to defend their own, never someone else. Turning to Hayden, he's in shock at what just transpired. Fear slowly is replaced by relief when he realizes I won't let the scouts come any closer. Yeah, that's why it's because he has to show me, not because he's addicted to Diablo 2. True, Ahab. See, you're on the right track here. You're learning the true spirit of gaslighting. Hayden's pack gathers around and nuzzles their alpha. Still unsure of me, I could hear them faintly whimpering and growling, each one not taking too long of a moment before they turn their gaze back to me. They're waiting for me to attack. However, I don't intend to. My scouts watch in confusion. I know this is unnatural to shifters, but it's what feels right. Your pack is welcome to stay in our territory. You don't need to join my pack. You could stay until your pack is strong enough to handle itself. I gaze at Hayden to see that he accepts my invitation. You can't allow another pack to stay in our land. It goes against shifter law, Cade barks. His words irritate me. Why must they insist on telling me what to do? Stop giving me orders, I yell, challenging him to disobey. He cowers down and whimpers in submission. But where will we all stay? Hayden asks. I have 2 empty apartments you are free to use. There are shops in town that you may work to save money for when you guys are ready to leave. But no, you will still be separate from my pack. You will need to take the responsibilities of your own pack and train together. The only rule is don't invite others into my territory or they will meet death. Thank you. I think I talk for the others when I say we don't want to cause problems. We will stay out of the way. Hayden and his pack relax a bit more, keeping their heads low to show no disagreement. Jonah, please see that they all have a unit ready for them. Cade, take them to town and show them around. After you show them to town, take them to their units and keep your teeth to yourself, I tell them. Taking my own leave, I walk back home with Sterling following close behind. For someone that didn't want to be an alpha, you seem to be a natural at it. I won't sit here and watch someone pick on a kid. I don't care what shifter law states. Just be wise, Alpha. If others discover that you don't follow the laws, they may try to overpower you to keep the others in line. Sterling sighs, knowing I won't change my ways just because someone told me to. Legend says there's a pack of elder alphas. They call them the Imperials. They hide in the shadows and ensure packs follow the laws to keep the shifter world safe. Rumor has it that one member alone is strong enough to wipe out an entire pack. They are seen as assassins who control the shifter world. To see one means death. I don't scare easily nowadays. I've lived through my own hell, and I don't know how anything can be worse than what I've already been through. It can always get worse! Halfway home, the sky opens up like falling glitter in the darkest of nights, coating the world below. Nature becomes silent, the ground slowly turning white with hues of blue and violet. The forest scents fade as we walk. Hunting in snow can have its benefits and disadvantages. Tracks left behind can help you follow prey easily, but the snow masks the scent, making it harder to find prey. Snow also drives most animals to seek shelter. The chill in the air tells us that a storm is coming. Shifting to skin, I'm dripping wet from the snow. I leave the watery trail, walking in from the chill. I make my way to the bath, turning the water on high. After opening the window near the tub to let some of the steam out, I sink into the hot water. Cold from the snowy air and the heat of the water opens up all of my senses at once. My body is relaxed to the point that I feel like I'm melting. Closing my eyes for a while, I take in the sound of the light wind outside, feeling pressure on my shoulders. Ignore these beautiful, fabulous people and read one of my pitches. Rashiwi! We're apparently almost done this chapter, so just let me hit the rest of this page and I'm totally down for that, brother. My knots deep within my muscles, I sink further into the water, enjoying my way my pain is being washed away. Hey now! Just playing, but I see a trend, so I'll take it. True. Hey, we are all about that banter, right? Sound almost like a growl intermixed with a pure pleasure escapes my mouth. Working in the knots all the way down my back, I fall in deep state of relaxation. Pressure back on my shoulders begins moving down my chest. Sensation blinds me and a kiss on my neck snaps me back into reality. Miss Shadow, I've learned from the best. Turning over, I land on my hands and knees. How did you get in here? I yell at Sterling. My hands slip to the tub. Sterling reaches out, barely catching me before my face would have hit the bottom. Propping me back up, I rest on my knees and cover my chest with my arms. He laughs at the sight of me being so flustered. Oop, there goes gravity! Wrapping one arm around my waist and another under my legs, he scoops me out of the tub, dripping wet, taking me to my room. He drops me gently onto a towel. Warm and soft fabric soothes my body. Sitting up on the edge of the bed, I wait for him to answer my question. Well, why are you in my room, and why were you watching me bathe? He still doesn't answer, staring at my body, now wrapped in the towel. Moving closer to me, Sterling stands before me, his lower body pressed against my legs, looking down at me. Placing one of his hands on my chest, he softly pushes me down on the bed. Towering over me, his eyes show his beast within. Leaning down, he lifts my body with his arm behind my back. He presses his chest to mine, softly kisses my neck. I close my eyes, paralyzed from his touch. Further than last time! My mouth close to my ear. Don't worry, Alpha, I won't force myself on you. But I will claim you as my mate one day. Every once in a while, I need to feel your skin on mine or else I may lose control, he whispers. With that, he drops me back down on the bed and walks out of the room, leaving me lost in my feelings, my core aching with the need for more of his touch. Why does this wolf do this to me? Why am I so drawn to him? Now lost in thought, it takes a few hours to fall asleep. Alright, there we go. Another one down, guys. Another chapter down. Oh my god, I loved it. The new introduction of characters, like almost every chapter. This new smaller pack. I don't trust them. I'm just gonna say right now, Shadow, I don't trust them. But hey, it's another pack where something's gone wrong with an alpha. But who knows? Last night, I made Cajun fried shrimp. That shit was so good. Dude, aw man, I love me some shrimp. I love me some shrimp, my man. Oh, I love me some shrimp. That's some good shit. Just have her skip over the name. Wife put it down because of MC. Same name as our daughter. She just couldn't not see it. I argued it, too. It is what it is, right? It's just one of those things. It happens. It's unfortunate. Alright, are you ready for this, Ahab? I should get noodles and make some shrimp scampi. True. Okay, so we got shared stash. This one's set. Let's put that there. Don't need that. That now. That's actually like, really good. Okay. Alright, I got the perfect, like, 500 words for you. Read before Diablo, then can actually. Yeah. I just, we're gonna be doing some gambling. We're gonna be doing some gambling. So throw it at me. Where is this such read as what is? Such is what be is read of what I will shall see. Actually, bucket. Let's just go full mana. We'll just buy a couple of these because we just want. Mana cost on this is huge. I need a 4-socket pole arm, like really badly. Okay, we need to bring back Jamali, or whoever the hell we have right now. Ilzu. Okay. I guess you could just send them in the Discord. Whoops. Oh, well, there it is. There's the Discord. It just cooks fast as fuck. I got 2 fucking bags of shrimp, so I gotta make some dishes. Yeah, because that shit ain't gonna last forever, right? Okay, so we got our goat man right here. Right? So we got our summon, goat man. Right? He's a good guy right there. And then we just kind of spam our AoE. And we just win. It's got a knockback, and then we have like our apocalypse. I'm a caster warlock right now. And that lowers their resistances, and then you just spam that. Fucks everything up. And I'm pretty sure this is Players 8. Oh wait, this might not be Players 8. Hold on. Nope, this is Players 8. So this is Players 8, and I'm just destroying them at level 30. Like, this is disgusting. It's insanely disgusting. So much mana. I need an insight badly. Add it up and sent to DM, so you fucked up and sent somewhere bad. No worries. Alright, Souls Inc. Demons get a bad rap. I mean, don't get me wrong, the majority of us are complete degenerate, selfish, evil piles of shit. But I think that's pretty much everyone. Just one of those universal truths, and before you say anything, these limiter cuffs on my wrists is just a big misunderstanding. I mean it. I'm no perfect demon by any stretch of the imagination. Maybe a few very large unpaid bar tabs and such. But I have no idea why I'm at Hell headquarters with limiter cuffs on. Yes, that Hell, my home. It's exactly the kind of Dante's Inferno shit you've pictured in your head. The way less exciting. Yeah, see, theories like quantum entanglement, string theory, multiple dimensions stacked upon another, they are all brilliant hypotheses. These are all used to observe and explain complex natures, physical and observable. Funny enough, those atheist assholes also do a really fucking good job explaining exactly how a soul works. Yeah, see, rather a sentient body containing a conscious soul perishes, the gravity of their soul mass will either lift them up and out in one dimension or be pulled and weighed to another. Lighter souls, like innocent babies for instance, are instantly lifted up by a blissful dimension of eternal peace. Extra heavy and evil souls, though, and I'm talking bad, their souls are dragged into essentially a frickin' black hole, which I'm sure to them at that time-dilated state of gravity has to be feel nothing but an eternity of torture. Lives that have ended for the just barely wicked souls, however. Now those can become a problem. If a neutral spirit limbos at the surface long enough, they will eventually begin to feed off already corrupting living souls from all around them. If they do this long enough, well, those are what the Armageddon books are all talking about. And the only ones that will do anything about it are the ones in this very building I'm currently cuffed in. Souls Incorporated. Ha! I'm sure all the rumors are bogus, but apparently the CEO, Mr. Lucifer, a righteous dickbag, originally came from the dimensions of bliss, you know, heaven. I'm told there he was more of a military general or something. There was, I guess, tons of these, what do you call them? Oh, right, angels that helped guide all the light souls to bliss. But there was no one to manage the surface realm and below, so Mr. Lucifer took that task upon himself, like a selfless bureaucratic twat. And that's the story of why I'm currently sitting in this stuffy red tape overly lighted stupid goddamned room with an idiot asking me a stupid fucking question. Damn. That's a hell of a start right there. Yeah, I can get behind that. I like the premise. Instantly kind of sold with that shit. I'm definitely intrigued. Like, one of my favorite series is the Bartimaeus trilogy. And it's basically, like, first person from a demon's perspective. And he's summoned by this shit-ass little kid. And he basically has to, like, deal with, like, humans and shit. And it's, like, first person from his perspective, third person from the other person's. Take cool gravity take on souls, right? Oh, yeah, the gravity take on souls with them, like, falling down, like the weight of the feather kind of idea. That is definitely interesting. Oh, yeah, I like that. It's very also, like, Hellboy and Yu Yu Hashiko. Whoops, I have no mana. Inspired. Yeah, I love it. That's my jam, bro. That's my jam. This is an insane amount of mana this shit takes. It's crazy. I've never seen it hold you perfect for Diablo. Yeah, it absolutely is. You're totally right. Where the frig am I going? Here's Anthony. Did that in his Incarnations of Immortality series on Pale Horse. On a Pale Horse. Was epic. Fuck yeah. Oh, here we go. Here's some real enemies. They can't even get near me because of the knockback. It's kind of fucking broken. Yeah, I need an insight as fuck. Damn, man. That takes a fuckload out of you. It's only because I'm on player's aid. Just makes it funner, because then you don't one-shot everything. Am I going the wrong way? Where the frick is the River of Flame? I already went around in a massive circle. I swear I followed the entirety of the outside of the map. So bad at this shit. You guys never seen me run around, but yeah, like it has to be like either up here or down here. And literally the one area I didn't look. Oh, it's not there. Well, it's got to be up here then, right? Oh, they killed my goat man, not my goat man. I think it's better to use like Armageddon as a debuff though, because of the negative stuff. Is it right here? Did I miss it? No, I have no idea. This is ridiculous. I'm so bad at this. Do I have any stamina potions? No, I don't have any stamina potions. Fuck. We might as well go back to town at this point. We'll just start from scratch and we'll head down to the bottom again. I hate this. Like, I literally have to explore the entire map because I can't find freaking the exit because I'm so dumb.
Greetings.
Alright, here.
Greetings.
Ring of Fire, Summon Tainted. Here. Okay, let's go. The River of Flames gotta be here somewhere, right? Yeah, does it look interesting, Ahab? Do you think they did good with the Warlock? Even though I'm technically only using like one skill right now. I still think this one's pretty cool, but it's such a delayed timing that's like you kind of just gotta set it kind of almost like a trap. Okay, it's gotta be right here because everywhere else has been explored except this one spot right here. Ooh, hello. Hello. See, that's why you always grab that shit, man. I just got a fucking unique off of fucking a random thing. If that's Kelpie Snare, I'm set. Oh yeah, I don't know where I'm going. I don't know what I'm doing. Because I've explored the entirety of the outside of the map, and I can't find the area that leads to the next place. I don't understand. I've literally gone around the entire map. Yep. Games hate me, guys. Like, I literally... explore everywhere except the place I need to go. There's gotta be an entrance to the River of Flames somewhere, right? Okay, well, now I'm just confused how to get out of this zone. I'm like, wait, what? What is going on? What is with this map? I'm so confused right now.
Hail to you, champion.
Okay, let's figure out if this is a Kelpie Snare. I'm out pretty much normal time again, though. So that's good. Hell yeah, Sean. Have a great night, good sir. Thanks for hanging out. Razortine. Is it better than my Razortine? This one's more damage. Let's put this one in a shared stash for uniques. Okay, so what am I supposed to do? Plains of Despair. But, like, there doesn't seem to be a way to go to the next zone. Is this map just bugged, or am I actually just straight up an idiot? I don't know what to say. Should be like a staircase or some sort of marker on the map to tell me where I'm going. wait, there it is. Gloams! Oh no, gloams! They're no match for me. Give me infinite amount of mana potions and everyone's fucked. Oh, there's his you all. Well, bosses have a lot of health on player's 8. I should have turned it down for the Izual fight. We're out of mana. Oh, well, there's a ton of mana potions. Oh, and there's a mana shrine here, too. Oh, what the hell did I do? That's not what I want. Well, we almost got him. Alright, not bad, not bad. We get our skill points.
Doomed is one.
Okay, what do we want here? It's late, I'm gonna go to bed. Good night. Alright, have a good night, Happy. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your evening. We'll see you in the next one. Okay, so yeah, we need to get this, and then we need to get Bind Demon. That's what we're going for right now. So if we level up, we can finally get Bind Demon, and then we can go and see if we can bind Andariel. Because I want to see if I can bind Andariel. But I don't know if I can.
What do you need?
I want to try at least. Oh, man. Knock back, flee. No one wants knock back or flee. Should I try for some better boots? Ooh, damn, that's a lot of fire res. Shit, bro. Okay. Damn. Ooh, yes. worth it. And then we have this for like Diablo for fire res, because right now we have all of our like magic find gear on, but we do have resistance gear. So we only have, okay, there's one fire res. Lightning res, but it's not that great. Yeah, we don't really have that much stuff. Okay, back to, oh fuck, I need potions. I need potions really badly. But the main thing I need.
Greetings.
These are far more efficient to use. Whoops, whoops. There. Okay, let's go fuck some shit up. We're almost leveled up, so then we're gonna get the Divine Demon. Oh, that's gonna be so much fun. I cannot wait.
I can't carry it.
They can't even like friggin' hurt me. Yes. Bind Demon. Okay, let's go find
Not enough mana.
what should I bind? Can we go to the Hellforge? Oh, that would probably be a good thing. Okay, we're in the City of the Damned. Maybe we can go to the Hellforge and we can get Hephaestus. For now, let's just grab a Pit Lord. Just to see what it's like. X. Force an... Oh, an injured demon, not a dead demon.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
Aha. Okay. We have a demon now. Look at that shit. Ooh, mana recharge shrine. Huge. Oh god! Okay, well. I just got destroyed. I gotta run all the way back there. Fuck. I was in, like, it's like I don't take any damage at all, and then I'm just like, dead. I'm like, fuck. So I can't have a demon and a goat man out at the same time. The thing about the goat man is the goat man does crushing blow, which is % health damage. So that shit is huge. I guess that's what happens when you just don't pay attention, right? Where the hell's my body? Stamina. No stamina pod? No stamina pod. Oh, fuck. Danger, danger, stranger, danger. Stranger, danger, danger, stranger. Move my body, bitch.
Mana.
I think we're falling off on damage because these guys have like lots of fire res. So I think we're gonna go turn it down to players 1 for continuing on, just to make it easier to kill everything. Let's see what these charms are worth.
Yes.
Shit. Oh, I forgot to grab my mercenaries or whatever. Fucker. Let's go to River of Flame. That's what we're looking for right now. I wonder if you could get specifically Venator or anything like that. Oh shit, okay, well, you guys want dick, so you're getting bit.
I can't carry anymore.
Cannot Be Frozen is such a good mod, I need that. Oh my god, it's the bats that are killing me, holy fuck. Holy fucking tits. Damage is real, fuck me. Okay, well there's the waypoint, and here's the River of Flame. Perfect. Perfect. Let's see how this does in here, because it's going to be fire resistant, but we're on players 1 now, so we should do shit, fucking just absolutely annihilate everything. Shouldn't even be a question. Much easier to kill champion packs, that's for sure. I need some health potions though. The most important thing is I need a 4-socket pole arm and a Sol room. I might have to wait for Nightmare for that though and do a bunch of cow runs, but I don't know. Like I said, I still couldn't even find one on Jilbuma. I was like, what are the chances of me finding one on this? I couldn't find one on her. After like fucking 4.5 hours of farming. But the best thing about this Nova is the knockback. Because that's it, like, it increases damage based upon range, and it has knockback. So it knocks back the enemies, puts them at the perfect amount of range, and then just does extra damage. It's like, wait, what? Crazy. Shit, now that I'm poisoned, this might be a problem. Where's the mana? Well, Smithy, Smithy, Smithy. Where are you, Smithy, Smithy, Smithy? Okay, there's a mana, or a health potion. That'll help. And that stamina will help too. So much damage. Okay, here he is. We're gonna have to make sure that we grab him before we kill him. damage. Did we do enough? Yes, we got a Festo as our fucking pet. Oh, this is sick. This is sick. I wanted to get Indario. Wait a second. Oh no. Okay, he did drop it. I was like, wait, did that count as a death or did he not drop the thing? The hammer. Come on, Solrune! Solrune! Neck rune, fuck. Let's go see if we can kill Diablo. We need more potions, though. Maybe bring back his, Ilzuna, or whatever his name is. Ilzun. Do we have anything?
Good morning.
For this?
What do you need?
A lot of these things, but for now... Just get rid of all the gems and everything, and then let's go see if we can kill Diablo. The Diablerizos, Durblin, Bidzos, Bidzo, Durblin. It's a Durblin, Bidzo. The Durblow, Durblow. Durib of the Lao. I don't know if like players level affects the pet or not. If like going to players 8 makes you have a stronger pet. I don't exactly think that would be the way it would go because that would just be incentive to be on like higher player count, but who knows? Who knows how the mechanics would work. I'm guessing it just gives it a set amount of health and attack. And maybe it's even more like a skin. And it's not even like, because I didn't see my Venom Lord using his whatchamacallit. His Inferno ability. And this guy also has like a teleport attack where you can like throw daggers and then it's basically like the Final Fantasy 15 teleport. Stamina. I don't see any stamina potions anywhere. Alright, here we go. Fuck out of everything. Holy shit. Okay, just don't die. Alright. We have like no resistances. Oh, this is brutal. Can't deal that too well with ranged guys. Range is definitely our weakness. Ooh, 2 seconds. Fuck. Ooh, stamina potion, that's gonna be important later. Ooh, experience shrine. Here we go. Okay, let's just do this shit. Damn, we burned through that XP so fucking fast. Holy shit. Okay, one down. Two down. Where you be at, motherfucker? He just ass loaded. Way more health potions than mana potions. We need more mana potions. It's like our staple is mana potions. And without it, we're pretty screwed. I need more mana. Actually, that's maybe what I should do. Just put all my fucking points into energy for now. I know I'm gonna respec later, but just giving mana for now might actually be like really, really nice. It's the first time ever I feel like I need to put mana or put energy in to get mana. I don't usually play casters. Dead.
I am overburdened.
Last seals and then Diablo. I'm not gonna be able to fight them with this.
Hail to you, champion.
So I get like 5 or 6 casts per mana pool. It's 20, so I get 5. So I get 6 casts now, and then I'm out of mana. I spam that shit. Last seal. Oh, he's fire immune? Are you shitting me? Oh well. He died. There's the big boy himself.
Not even death can save you from me.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
Oh no, he killed Jamali. Fuck, they're gonna come for me. There's no way I can kill him. I need to get my potions back.
Not enough mana.
Shit. Bye. Bitch, dead. Die, bitch, die. Nice. Rare ring.
I can't carry anymore.
Diablo has been defeated. We fucked him up. It was still players 1, but it's because bosses have a lot of fucking health. I don't do that much damage anymore, but I have like no gear and shit, right? I'm basically just rocking the +6.
I knew that.
And we're on to Act 5, just like that. Actually, I need to make both these uniques, and here. Real, of course it's ethereal, attack speed, a chance of blocking. This is actually really good for, what's this fuck? Yeah, okay. Okay, that's switch, throw. And then we have Cleglaws. Tooth. Okay, and then here, this, and this, and stuff. Still not. Does a lot of damage, but this is the chance of open wounds. Normal attack speed, Down to 44. I think the open wounds is, and the minus defense is actually better at this point, but we can hang on to this for now. I think we actually get rid of a couple of these, but we want this as well. Oh shit, yo, what's up, bro? Well, thank you for the follow. Oh, I forgot to check the rings. Mana and fire resist. Actually, you know what? I need that mana. Let's just keep that one.
Be a perfect match for us.
I'm not that interested. Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
Why are you smoking?
Unfortunate, but thank you for the follow. How's it going, Lewis? What are you up to? What are you at? What you doing? What you got, my bro? We're actually, unfortunately, just about to end the stream. We're gonna head to Act 5, and yeah, that's pretty much it. We finished Act 4. We are now on to Act 5. We're gonna watch all this shit because it's so fucking epic.
I heard later that he was defeated. And that the ShortStories were destroyed in Hellforge. All except one.
Oh, I failed, Tyrael. I couldn't do as you asked. I couldn't enter that gate. Forgive me, Tyrael. Forgive me.
Marius, give me the stone, and all is forgiven. Give it to me, Marius.
Take it. Take it, take it. I'm glad this is finally over, Tyrael. Look what the stone has done to me.
You haven't failed, old man. You've done exactly as you were meant to do. However, I am not the Archangel Tyrael.
There. No. No, 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 no.
You have done well, Marius. Now I think you shall have your reward.
What have I done to deserve?
This is the best fucking soundtrack. To be the messenger back in the day. Oh my god, that sucks so bad.
Bail! The gates of Sescheron have stood for eons beyond remembrance, and you shall not breach them now. Remove your foul demons from our lands. We stand on the side of light. You shall not be allowed to reach Mount Ariat, and that which you seek will not be yours.
Fucking love that shit.
I shall take your position into consideration. Well, it seems your terms are not acceptable.
Fucking cinema. Alright, and then if we have time, we will do Act 5 tomorrow. Oh, but thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out, guys. We had a good day today. Thanks for, sticking around and being you and hanging out and doing whatever. As always, never stop being creative. Never stop being you. Never stop spreading your imagination. And as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. All right. Who we are rating today? Where we going? What we doing? What we at? Who we got? What we do and what we want and got and what we do. Who knows what we got, what we do, when we got, who we want? No, I don't know where we are or what we do or why we want. Here we go. All right, we got one. All right, get your views ready. Here we go. We'll see you on the other side.
Fujiwara no Kinto from Senzaishu with the topic of Buddhism. Ooh, a raid? A raid! Thank you, Intoxication. Thank you for the follow and thank you for the raid. Arigatou gozaimasu.
All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.